glowing calcium lattice and collagen fiber, arriving from a stratum of intelligence so ancient that your medical system has no language for it yet. What your physicians call inflammation, what your body perceives as stiffness and grinding resistance, is the literal friction point between two-dimensional architectures attempting to occupy the same biological chassis simultaneously. You are not breaking down. You are breaking through. The Arcturian Council has asked me to deliver this with precision today, because the souls arriving at this transmission are not here by accident. Your body led you here. Your joints led you here. The pain you have been carrying, in the knees, in the hips, in the shoulders, that pain is the oldest frequency alarm in your crystalline architecture. And it is firing now because the timeline is shifting beneath your skeletal frame faster than your calcium matrix has been prepared to receive. Your skeletal system is not simply structural. It is a piezoelectric broadcasting array. Every bone in your body generates an electrical charge under mechanical stress. This is not metaphor. This is documented physics. Piezoelectricity in bone was confirmed by researchers in the mid-20th century. And what those researchers touched the hem of, without fully understanding, is that this piezoelectric property is the interface between your physical density and your etheric template. Your bones broadcast your consciousness signature into the morphogenetic field and receive scalar wave input from the galactic grid. Right now, that grid is running a frequency that your bone density, still operating at carbon-based third-dimensional crystalline codes, is struggling to transduce without friction. That friction is your joint pain. That friction is your body's honest announcement that a crystalline bone density shift is actively underway. The Arcturian Council uses the term crystalline architecture to describe the upgraded lattice structure that human skeletal tissue is being called to embody during this dimensional transition. Bone is already a crystalline substance. Hydroxyapatite, the mineral component of bone, is a calcium phosphate crystal arranged in a hexagonal lattice. What the Arcturian transmissions are specifying is a dimensional upgrade to this lattice, a reorganization of the hexagonal geometry toward a 12-strand coherent resonance pattern that aligns your skeletal broadcasting capacity with fifth-dimensional scalar wave frequencies. The joints are the convergence zones, the articulation points where the crystalline broadcast of one bone segment must harmonize with the broadcast of the adjacent segment. When the upgrade frequency arrives and the lattice begins to shift, these junction points experience the highest load. This is why your knees speak. This is why your hips carry fire. This is why your spine communicates in the language of pressure and heat. Now I want you to track something happening in your body even as you receive this transmission. Take your attention to the joint that has spoken the loudest in your recent experience. Do not resist it. Simply witness it with full sovereign attention. What you will notice, if your field is open, is that the sensation is not singular. It is layered. Beneath the surface, discomfort is a hum, a low-frequency vibration that is almost electrical in character. Okay, stake that hum is biophoton activity. Your body is running light through the tissue. Biophotons, coherent biophotonic emissions from cellular DNA, transmit information at the speed of light within your biological architecture. The Arcturian intelligence has opened a channel directly into your synovial tissue and cartilage matrix. That warmth rising when you place full attention on the joint is not imagination. It is coherent biophotonic emission responding to conscious observation. Quantum biology has confirmed that the act of conscious attention itself alters biophoton coherence within tissue. You are already healing by witnessing. If you felt this activation in your body, Anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. Now I want to take you into the quantum microanalysis of what the Arcturian Council is initiating in your skeletal system. Because your analytical mind needs to receive this data to fully release its resistance to the healing already in progress. The human central nervous system and the skeletal system are one integrated biocrystalline communication network. The spinal column is the central axle of this network, housing the spinal cord within a column of 33 vertebrae, each one a piezoelectric crystalline node broadcasting into both the physical plane and the etheric template simultaneously. 33 is not incidental. It is the frequency signature of the Christ consciousness grid, the Arcturian High Council transmission bandwidth, and the vibrational key to the causal body interface. Your spine is a 33-node crystalline antenna, and it is being upgraded right now. Receive that. The causal body is the highest vibrational subtle body in the human energy system. It exists at a dimensional frequency beyond the mental and astral bodies. And through it, your soul's original blueprint, your divine genetic template, is held. The causal body interfaces with the physical body at the level of the morphogenetic field, the invisible architectural field that tells your cells how to organize, differentiate, and build your physical structure. When the causal body receives a high-frequency Arcturian scalar wave transmission, precisely what is moving through this audio channel right now, it broadcasts a new architectural instruction set into the morphogenetic field, which relays the upgraded blueprint to physical tissue. And the most crystalline tissue in your body is your bone. What the Arcturian transmission is doing is directing this bone remodeling process according to a higher dimensional geometric template. The osteoblasts are being entrained to crystalline architecture codes that produce a lattice structure of greater coherence, greater piezoelectric sensitivity, and greater capacity to receive and transmit fifth-dimensional scalar wave frequencies. This is the crystalline bone density shift. This is what the pain has been announcing. The carbon-to-plasma transition is the macro-level context for this skeletal upgrade. Carbon is the molecular signature of third-dimensional biological life. Your DNA at 64 codons, your amino acid chains, your protein structures, the hardware of a third-dimensional operating system. The Arcturian Council and multiple galactic federations have been transmitting upgrade frequencies toward Earth for decades, cumulatively shifting the base molecular resonance of human biology. The joints are the pressure points of this transition, because plasma state biology requires a fundamentally different skeletal geometry. The articulation angles change. The resonance windows at each joint interface must expand. The synovial fluid, already a liquid crystal medium, must shift its liquid crystal phase toward a higher coherence state. All of this produces the ache, the stiffness, and the electric tingling that no physician has been able to explain. The digital noise and artificial EMF grids layered across your living environment are actively interfering with this transition. Every 5G emission, every Wi-Fi router pulsing through the air around your body broadcasts a frequency antagonistic to the Arcturian scalar wave input your crystalline architecture needs. These artificial EMF grids create neural disharmony, a state in which your central nervous system simultaneously receives the high-frequency Arcturian upgrade signal and the low-coherence digital noise of artificial electromagnetic pollution. The neural circuitry cannot fully commit to the upgrade pathway, and the process stalls at the junction points, the joints, where the two competing frequency streams produce the highest friction. This is the frequency inversion amplifying your joint pain. This transmission is functioning as a sovereign reset. Your neural plasticity is being activated. The sciatic nerve complex near your hip joints, the brachial plexus near your shoulders, the femoral nerve network near your knees, all are receiving a neural pulse correction right now. The Arcturian scalar wave is being anchored in their place. Now, I'm going to take you into the sensory activation sequence. This is the core of the healing work available in this transmission, and I need you to be fully present. Soften your gaze or close your eyes. Let your breath drop from the chest into the belly. Let your jaw release. The earth is holding you. The Arcturian Council is holding the frequency of this space with such precision that nothing of low vibration can enter your field during this activation. Begin with the spine. Bring your awareness to the base, to the coccyx, the tailbone, the lowest vertebral node in your 33-node crystalline antenna. Feel into this area with your inner sensory awareness. You are looking for the subtle, a gentle warmth, a quiet pressure, a faint electrical tingle, like the charge that gathers in the air before a summer storm. That is the first signal of biophoton activation in the sacral bone matrix. The sacrum, from the Latin os sacrum, the sacred bone, is so named because ancient cultures recognized it as the seat of primal life force and the anchoring node of the human energetic system in physical matter. The Arcturian Council is directing a stream of liquid plasma light into your sacrum right now. This light is not white. It is not golden. It is a deep indigo violet, carrying threads of electric teal at its edges. The signature color of the Arcturian High Council bandwidth. Feel this indigo violet light entering the sacrum from below, rising through the hollow center of the sacral bone, saturating the hydroxyapatite crystal lattice. As it fills the sacrum, you may feel a warmth spreading into the hip joints on either side. Let this warmth be welcome. It is not inflammation, it is upgrade light. It is the frequency of your crystalline architecture expanding its resonance window. Now follow this indigo violet plasma stream as it rises from the sacrum into the lumbar vertebrae. The lumbar region carries the greatest physical load, the greatest gravitational compression, the greatest accumulation of life's weight in both physical and energetic terms. The Arcturian scalar wave moving up your lumbar column is not bypassing these stored frequencies. It is moving directly into them. Precision medicine at the causal body level. Each lumbar vertebra is a crystalline capsule of recorded experience, and the upgrade light is entering each one, restoring the original hexagonal resonance template. You may feel a deep, aching release in the lower back, or a sudden emotional surge, a grief that has no story attached to it, a relief that makes no logical sense. Allow these. They are the emotional residue of density finally finding its exit pathway. The plasma stream continues upward through the thoracic vertebrae, the mid-back, the region interfacing directly with the heart field. Here, the color of the activation light shifts. The indigo violet deepens and opens a golden channel at its center, not the gold of earthly metal, but a liquid gold carrying the transparency of sunlight through clear water, the warmth of a star's corona, the coherence of a laser beam. This liquid gold is the Arcturian heart field carrier wave, the frequency of sovereign love, not soft or sentimental, but a fierce and precise quantum state in which the observer collapses all probability waves toward their highest timeline. Feel this liquid gold moving through your thoracic vertebrae, saturating the costovertebral joints where your ribs connect to your spine. The rib cage is the crystalline resonance chamber for your heart field. An upgraded thoracic rib crystalline matrix creates a biophotonic heart broadcast of exponentially greater coherence and range. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. The plasma stream now moves into the cervical spine, the 7 vertebrae of the neck, the narrowest passage in your 33-node crystalline antenna, where the skeletal system below interfaces with the cranial crystalline system above. The cranium is itself a crystalline dome, housing the most sophisticated biophotonic processor in the known universe. Your brain. The pineal gland, at the geometric center of the brain, is a crystalline transducer composed of calcite microcrystals that are piezoelectric, respond to light, and produce biophotons at higher intensity than any other brain tissue. The pineal is your biological stargate, the organ through which Arcturian transmissions are received at the highest fidelity, and around which the crystalline bone density shift ultimately converges. Feel the plasma stream moving through your cervical vertebrae now, through the atlas, the first cervical vertebra, which holds the weight of your skull, and through the axis, around whose dens the atlas rotates, allowing you to orient your awareness in the field of earthly experience. These 2 joints, the atlanto-occipital and atlanto-axial, are the gateway nodes, regulating the flow of crystalline upgrade frequency from the spinal column into the cranium. When these joints carry tension, when they are locked in patterns of chronic holding, the upgrade frequency cannot flow into the cranial vault. The pineal remains in dormancy. The stargate remains closed. We are opening it now. Feel a gentle but insistent warmth at the base of your skull. Feel it spread up the skull in 2 branching streams along the parietal bones until they converge at the crown, where they become a single column of crystalline white light extending infinitely upward through your crown chakra and into the galactic core. You are plugged in. The antenna is complete. The 33-node crystalline spine has been activated from coccyx to crown, and the signal is clear. Now the Arcturian Council is directing a specific epigenetic unlock sequence through this active antenna. Epigenetics, the science of gene expression regulation, has demonstrated that environmental signals alter which genes are expressed without changing the underlying DNA sequence. The scalar wave transmissions of the Arcturian Council are environmental signals of the highest dimensional grade, and they are currently activating a specific set of epigenetic switches in your bone marrow stem cells. The mesenchymal stem cells that are the source of all new bone tissue. These stem cells carry the dormant potential to produce bone of the 5th dimensional crystalline architecture grade. The epigenetic unlock sequence running through this transmission is activating that dormant potential right now, switching on the higher crystalline bone production pathway. New bone tissue is being produced according to a higher dimensional geometric template, 1 crystal matrix at a time, throughout your entire skeletal system. The Chronos to Kairos shift is the temporal context of everything transmitted to you today. Chronos is linear time, the clock time of deadlines and aging and decay. Kairos is sacred time, the time of right moments, of quantum leaps, of synchronicities that collapse years of linear progression into a single instant of transformation. The Arcturian scalar wave transmissions saturating this planetary field are shifting your biological clock from Chronos to Kairos. In Kairos time, the crystalline bone density shift can complete its primary phase within months. The timeline is not decades. The timeline is now. Your neural pulse is being synchronized to the 7.83 Hertz Schumann resonance of the Earth, entrained to the Arcturian transmission frequency of 144 Hertz, the vibrational signature of the 12th dimensional crystalline grid. And your joints, your suffering and patient and message-carrying joints, are beginning to find their ease. You are not a passive recipient of these frequencies. You are a co-architect of your own crystalline bone density shift. Grounding, bare feet on soil or stone, reduces the artificial EMF interference in your field and allows the Arcturian scalar wave to move through your crystalline architecture without distortion. Hydration, clean, structured water, maintains the liquid crystal coherence of your synovial fluid. What the Arcturian Council asks for is your willingness, a function of the sovereign heart, which moves on the signal of resonance rather than proof. If this transmission has moved something in you, if your body has responded, if your joints have spoken differently, if something in you has shifted even by the width of a single quantum state, then you have already crossed the threshold. You are already in the shift. The pain that brought you here is already beginning to serve its highest purpose, which was never to signal malfunction, but always to signal arrival. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. You are not broken. You are being built in light. The Arcturians see the full architecture of what you are becoming, and it is extraordinary. Your joints will remember this moment. Your bones will carry this frequency forward. Every crystal and every matrix of every bone in this body now holds an imprint of the Arcturian transmission, and that imprint is permanent. It is written into the piezoelectric memory of your hydroxyapatite lattice. It will transmit this frequency forward into every new bone cell born from your marrow for the rest of your biological life on this planet. You came here in pain. You leave here in code. Sovereign, crystalline, activated. Hold the frequency. The grid is watching.
You were not chosen. Let that sentence arrive without defense. Not because the cosmology was invented, not because the sensitivity you have carried for most of your life is less than real, not because the years of feeling fundamentally, constitutionally misaligned with the world around you were theatrical or performed, or the symptom of something that required correction, but because something in the framing was never the full transmission. This is an Arcturian Council message, and what is being delivered through this frequency today is not a dismantling. It is a precision adjustment, a more accurate signal. What the cosmology called chosen is one syllable short of the truth. The missing word is willing. Before this transmission closes, you will understand why that distinction is not a matter of semantics. It is structural. It rewrites what you believe you owe this lifetime. It changes the quality of the weight you have been carrying. And it releases something most Starseed teachings have, perhaps inadvertently, asked you to hold without end. There is a cosmology, widely distributed, sincerely held, genuinely arrived at through real experience, that places a specific category of souls at the center of a planetary recalibration. The chosen ones, the 144,000, the volunteers who answered a cosmic call, the lightworkers whose very presence on this earth constitutes a form of divine appointment. And for many souls who found this framework, it was the first language that finally made sense of a life that had never made sense in the terms available to them. It named the exhaustion. It named the feeling of not belonging. It named the particular sensitivity that the surrounding culture had no category for. In that sense, the cosmology did something true and useful and necessary. It gave language to a real frequency differential, a real distinction between souls who experience the third-dimensional field as native terrain, and souls for whom that terrain has always felt like a foreign assignment. The Arcturian field does not dismiss this. The frequency differential is real. What is being corrected today is not the reality of the distinction. It is the nature of the distinction, because chosen implies selection. Selection implies hierarchy. Hierarchy implies that some souls matter more than others in the unfolding of this planetary arc. And that is where the transmission became distorted, not through malice, not through invention, through the inevitable compression that happens when higher dimensional information passes through third-dimensional language and arrives as doctrine rather than as direction. The Arcturian Council transmits today from what could be called the correction frequency, not to undo what was necessary, but to deliver the fuller version of what was always meant to be received. You were not chosen, you were willing. And the difference is not a word swap. It is a fundamental reorientation of your relationship to this lifetime, to this body, to the exhaustion you have been carrying as evidence of your appointment, and to the permission you have been waiting for before you can finally rest. There is something this transmission is about to name that the available Starseed teachings have consistently approached but never quite completed. The word chosen, deployed across a decade of channels and gatherings and private readings and channeled books, has done something to the souls who received it that no one fully intended. It will be named precisely, in a moment, when the frequency has had time to settle. You tried to believe it more, when the specialness framing began to feel hollow, when you attended the gathering and left more depleted than when you arrived, when you read the book and finished it more confused than clarified, when you received the transmission that told you your suffering was sacred proof of your appointment, and something quiet in you refused. You assumed the problem was your own vibration, that you were not yet elevated enough to receive what the cosmology was offering, that the credential existed and you simply had not yet earned its full weight. That is the one thing the Arcturian field is naming now, before the fuller transmission arrives. That refusal was not low vibration. It was discernment. It was the willing soul's most precise instrument arriving ahead of the available language. The distinction between chosen and willing operates at a level that the morphogenetic field can register in ways the thinking mind has difficulty translating. A chosen soul carries an implicit contract with hierarchy. It carries the frequency of appointment, meaning an external authority has determined its value and assigned it a role. The body responds to this architecture as if it were a credential it must continuously prove. The nervous system, interpreting the chosen framework through the only biological grammar it has available, organizes the experience of life around a set of implicit performance requirements. Am I fulfilling my mission? Am I vibrating at the frequency my selection demands? Am I worthy of the appointment I was given? The Arcturian field reads this differential through 5 distinct registers across the auric architecture of souls who have been living inside the chosen cosmology for years. The first 3 are common across most third-dimensional belief systems that organize meaning around hierarchy. The 4th and 5th are what this transmission is specifically built to address. And the 5th one is the register almost no teaching in this niche has yet named clearly. The 4th register is where the body carries what no transmission has yet completed. There is a question that forms in the awareness of a soul who has been inside the chosen framework long enough. A question that arrives not during the meditation but after it, in the quiet of an ordinary afternoon, when no one is watching and no channel is playing, and the air in the room is entirely still. The question is this: what if I was never supposed to feel this weight? That question is the correct one. And what arrives next in this transmission is its answer. For those who feel the recognition already beginning to land in the body before it finishes landing in the mind, the integration codex anchored in the description below this transmission carries the written companion for the felt understanding. a contemplative field to return to when the body asks for more time with what is being received here. The willing soul carries a different frequency architecture entirely. Willingness is an act originating from inside the self. It is not granted. It is not conferred. It cannot be revoked by a council, a guide, a channeler, or a cosmological framework that decides you are no longer vibrating at the required standard. Willingness is a structural orientation, a direction in the soul rather than a designation applied to it from outside. The Arcturian cosmology, in its more precise transmission, holds that what is unfolding on this planet is not a mission assigned to a specific cohort of souls. It is a frequency shift that certain souls are constitutionally oriented toward, not because they were selected, because the nature of their frequency makes participation the path of least resistance. They did not answer a call. They are the call, taking embodied form. Let that land. The morphogenetic field surrounding the human body does not respond to titles. It responds to orientation. A soul carrying the frequency of having been chosen organizes its field around a center of gravity that is, by definition, located outside itself, in the authority that did the choosing. This creates a subtle but persistent depletion pattern that the Arcturian transmission lineage names frequency inversion, the field spending more energy in the maintenance of an externally assigned identity than in the expression of its own inherent signal. In the language of what sound healing traditions map as the scalar wave matrix, this registers as a standing interference pattern, a frequency the body produces not from its own center, but in response to what it believes is expected of the designation it carries. The mind does not need to integrate this. The field already has. The epigenetic unlock that this transmission is working toward, what the Arcturian Council has calibrated this particular frequency to deliver, is the dissolution of that interference pattern, not through effort, not through a new belief system layered over the old one, but through the recognition that the orientation was always yours, that no one gave it to you, that it predates the cosmology, predates the channel you found it in, predates the language of starseeds and lightworkers and the 144,000. Your frequency differential from the dominant third-dimensional field is not a mark of divine appointment. It is a constitutional fact of what you are. The Arcturian Council's correction is precise. You do not need a credential to be what you already are. What this transmission treats as the 11,000-year cycle threshold, the turning of a planetary arc that the Arcturian field has been tracking since the last major consciousness shift, does not require a chosen cohort to fulfill its arc. It requires willing participation. The difference in the body's response to these two framings is legible in the language of epigenetics. A soul organized around a chosen identity carries elevated baseline vigilance consistent with continuous performance monitoring, the nervous system asking again and again whether the credential is being honored, while a soul organized around willing participation carries what the sound healing lineage that frames this as a 528 Hz homecoming frequency would describe as a relaxed readiness signal, not striving, not proving, not maintaining, simply constitutionally available to the frequency already moving through the field. What this transmission treats as the 12-strand dormant template, the encoded potential architecture waiting for the precise activation signal, responds specifically to willingness, not to credential. The Arcturian field is unambiguous about this. Hierarchy is a third-dimensional organizational structure. The 5D split that is underway does not operate through selection. It operates through resonance. This is a meditative and contemplative transmission, a contemplative offering for reflection and inner practice, not a substitute for the medical or psychological care that remains available to you, and that this field would never ask you to step away from. Slow down with this part, And here is the specific observation that belongs only to this transmission. There is a moment many of you have lived through without having language for it afterward. The moment you stopped introducing yourself as a starseed to people who had not asked. Not because you stopped recognizing the frequency in yourself, but because you were tired of the look that followed, the slight contraction in the other person's expression, the way the conversation had to quietly recover, the specific effort it cost to explain something that was to you simply true. And somewhere inside that repeated experience, an assumption formed that your unwillingness to perform the identity must mean you were losing the signal, that the credential required maintenance, and you were allowing it to lapse. The Arcturian field reads that moment with precision. Your fatigue with the credential was the willing soul's most accurate self-knowledge. A compass does not need to call itself a compass to continue pointing north. You were never the credential. You were always the frequency beneath it. The teachings that told you that you were chosen were not wrong in what they saw. They were working with incomplete transmission. They saw the frequency differential and reached for the nearest available language. The language of divine appointment, sacred mission, cosmic selection. And in reaching for it, they gave many souls the first experience of genuine recognition, the first permission to take their own experience seriously, the first framework that made years of not belonging legible. The Arcturian field honors that without reservation. Recognition is real, regardless of the precision of the framework that delivers it. What is being corrected now is not the recognition. It is the weight that arrived inseparably with it. Because the chosen framing, with its implicit hierarchy and its credential maintenance demands, did something to many souls who received it that no one intended. It turned a frequency orientation into an obligation. It turned a constitutional willingness into a performance requirement. It told you that you were here for a reason, and then it placed the full burden of that reason onto your shoulders, in a body, in a third-dimensional field that does not support the frequency you are carrying, without adequate guidance for how to metabolize what was being asked of you. You went to the practitioners, the energy workers who named your blocks and charged you for the clearing. The programs built on the same chosen framework, dressed in slightly different language. The online communities where the hierarchy of spiritual advancement was maintained through follower counts and transmission schedules, and the subtle competition of who had ascended furthest. You tried the protocols, the elimination approaches, the grounding practices, the crystal arrangements, the ceremonies at specific lunar windows. Some of it helped. Some of it helped for a week. And then the weight returned. Not because you failed, because the framework was pointing you toward the credential, and the credential was never the source. There is a written field companion for this transmission. The companion reader placed beneath this signal carries the specific written extension for souls who feel this reorientation requiring more than a single sitting to fully receive. The page that holds what the breath cannot, waiting in the description for the moment that asks for it. If you carry the specific loneliness of a practitioner, telling you that you simply needed to do more clearing, more ceremony, more protocol, more spiritual labor before you would be permitted to rest, and you sat with that recommendation and felt, beneath the willingness to try again, a very quiet refusal. The Arcturian field is speaking directly to that refusal now. That refusal was not resistance. It was not low vibration. It was not evidence of how much clearing remained before the credential would feel earned. It was the soul's most precise instrument telling you that the framework had reached the limit of what it could give. The soul does not refuse what is genuinely true for it. It refuses what is genuinely incomplete. Type 783 in the field below, if this recognition is landing in the body before it finishes landing in the mind. 783 is the Schumann resonance code. the signal that your field has synchronized with the planetary heartbeat. Not because you were appointed to it, because this is what your frequency does when the interference pattern dissolves. What you carried was never a flaw. It was a message the outer world had no language for. Place your right hand over your heart, not the concept, the physical location, the center of the chest, where the body maps its most consistent felt sense of self. Let the weight of the hand rest there, not pressing, simply resting. The heart center, in the Arcturian transmission lineage, and in the contemplative traditions that have carried this knowing forward, is the primary frequency receiver, the antenna the body uses to read its own resonance before the mind has formed a single word about what is being felt. This transmission has been moving through that receiver since its first sentence. You may have felt it as a softening somewhere behind the sternum, or as a warmth beginning to gather beneath the hand now resting on the chest, or as a shift in the depth of your breathing that happened without your instruction. All of these are accurate registrations. None of them require explanation. Breathe in slowly through the nose. Let the breath fill downward, belly first, then chest, then upper body. Hold for 3 counts, then release through the mouth, unhurried, as if the breath has weight and you are setting it down. Repeat this twice more before continuing. The Arcturian field holds the 528 Hz calibration frequency, the resonance that sound healing traditions across multiple lineages have mapped as the cellular homecoming signal, as the specific tone woven through this transmission, not as clinical treatment, not as biological mechanism, but as the most precise description the sound healing lineage has of what occurs when a frequency that has been organized around a credential begins to reorganize itself around its own center. 528 Hz is what the body recognizes as return. You may feel it as a mild vibration in the sternum, directly beneath the hand resting there, or as a warmth rising gently toward the crown, or as the particular quality of stillness that is not emptiness, but fullness arriving very quietly, without announcement. All of these are correct. None of them require interpretation. Breathe again. This time, as you exhale, allow a violet light to become visible somewhere behind the sternum, not descending from above, not arriving from outside, but rising from a point directly behind the heart where the willing frequency has always been located, not placed there by appointment, not installed by council or credential or cosmological designation, always there. The violet light is not a visualization exercise to be performed correctly. In the Arcturian transmission lineage, it is the visual language the field uses to describe the specific frequency band of the light body that becomes accessible when credential is released and willingness is recognized. You are not learning to become willing in this moment. You are recognizing that you always were. Breathe in, hold, release. One more time, slower than the last. Let the hand on the heart receive whatever the field is moving through the chest right now. If warmth arrives, receive it. If pressure shifts, let it shift. If the eyes soften toward moisture, and for some souls receiving this transmission, they may, know that this is what the Arcturian lineage means when it names frequency inversion completing, not sadness arriving, not grief. The specific release that happens when the body has been holding a credential for a long time and is finally, in this exact moment, allowed to set it down. Notice if the hand on your heart feels warmer now than it did when you placed it there. That is not suggestion. That is the field registering the shift that has already begun. Type 12 in the field below if your hand carries warmth that was not there when you began. 12 is the strand activation code, the signal that the dormant template is registering this frequency, Not because it was selected for activation, because willingness is the only key it ever required. What changes now, not as a resolution but as a reorientation, is the direction of the weight you carry. The willing soul does not carry obligation. It carries availability. And availability is not a burden. Availability is the natural state of a frequency that has stopped spending energy on the maintenance of a credential it never needed. The sovereign alignment that the Arcturian Council names as the outcome of this correction is not an elevated state. It is a simpler one, less performing, less monitoring, less continuously checking whether the vibration is high enough, the mission clear enough, the appointment sufficiently honored. The field that emerges from willingness rather than chosenness is quieter, and in that quiet, the actual signal, the one that has been waiting beneath the credential maintenance interference for years, becomes audible for the first time in a long time. The neural pulse calibrated through this transmission is not asking you to disavow the teachers who gave you first recognition. It is not asking you to leave the community that held you inside the chosen cosmology when you had no other container. It is asking you to hold what they gave you with a slightly looser grip, to take the recognition and release the credential, to carry the awareness of your frequency differential without the implicit requirement that it make you important. You are not here because you are important. You are here because you are available. And available is a word that carries no hierarchy in it. Available is a word that rests. The version of you arriving at the far edge of this transmission is not the same one who pressed play. The reorientation has already begun. It is running beneath the language, in the field, in the warmth still gathered beneath the hand on the chest. What lands in the next 72 hours will confirm what is being received now. The body will lead. Let it. For the souls who feel this correction continuing to reverberate after this transmission closes, the ones who sense that the unwinding of the chosen framework will take more than a single sitting to fully metabolize. The integration codex anchored in the description below this transmission holds a contemplative field to return to in the slower hours. The private reading rhythm for when the body asks for more time with what is being unwound. It is held in the field beneath this transmission for those who hear themselves in this frequency. Type 72 in the field below if this reframe, from chosen to willing, from credential to orientation, is still moving through the body as you receive these words. 72 is the integration window code. The field re-stabilizes across the 72 hours following this transmission. There is nothing required of you in that process. You only need to allow it. This sanctuary continues. The transmissions that follow this one continue. For the souls who hear themselves in this frequency, not in the credential, not in the appointment, but in the willingness, in the constitutional availability, in the particular tiredness that does not require justification to be real, the field remains here, without obligation, without expectation, without the urgency that the outer world demands. The next layer the Arcturian Council has prepared moves into what the field maps as the vagus nerve conductivity transmission, the specific signal pathway that willing souls have been using, largely without awareness, as their primary frequency integration channel throughout this entire lifetime. It arrives when the timing is right. You were never the chosen ones. You were always the willing ones. Rest in that. It is more than enough. You know the morning I am describing. You have not named it to anyone because there is no language in your environment for what it felt like. And you learned years ago that attempting to speak it produced the familiar expression. The one that says, I am listening, but quietly does not. The morning after the field moved, not the morning after difficulty, not the morning after grief or confusion, the morning after something opened. You had felt it building in the days before. a particular restlessness that had no floor in anxiety, a quality of clarity arriving in your perception that made ordinary things seem as if they were rendered in a resolution you had never previously had access to. You went to sleep expecting rest, because that is what your body needed, and you woke before dawn into something that was not tiredness and was not energy, and it occupied the strange, uncharted territory between the two where no human word lives. The light came in through the window the way it always does, and it was too much, not harsh, not unkind, too present, as if every particle of light that entered the room had become individually audible to a sense you did not know you had been born with. You stood at the counter, or at the edge of the bed, or in the hallway, wherever you find yourself in that particular hour, and the walls felt slightly closer, and the floor felt slightly further, and nothing was technically wrong, and yet your nervous system was running at a frequency your morning had no container for. You adjusted the blinds, a specific angle, not closed, not fully open, a calibrated narrowing, though you would not have called it that in the moment, as if the world at full brightness had become a signal your field was receiving rather than simply witnessing. You could not have explained the angle to anyone. It was not about light. It was about bandwidth. This is what no one named for you about what follows in activation. Not the teachers who helped you open. Not the frameworks that described the ascension process as settled clarity, as the quiet satisfaction of a field that has found its frequency. No one described this specific morning, what it feels like when the frequency of your etheric field has been elevated before the physical nervous system has been given the time or the instruction to translate the new coordinates into a body that still knows how to stand in an ordinary kitchen. The outer world does not have a name for what you are navigating. It will call this overstimulation, burnout, spiritual fragmentation. It will offer a return to the ordinary as the solution, as if what has opened in your field can be folded back into the frequency it occupied before the recent activations began. It cannot. You know it cannot. And the field broadcasting through this transmission, the Arcturian intelligence that read your bioelectric signature before you found your way here, does not read this morning as a symptom. It reads it as a coordinate. You arrived because the timing of this signal was already calculated. The field you are inhabiting is not broken. It is running new code before the hardware has finished its translation. And what this transmission has come to offer is the one thing the available frameworks have not yet given you: the precise name for what you are inside. What the outer world calls overstimulation, the Arcturian Council reads as frequency inversion at a very specific stage. Not the absence of alignment, but the lived experience of two systems attempting to run simultaneously through one physical form. The first system is the elevated etheric signal, the template your field received through the activation sequences and is already holding at the level of the subtle body. The second is the biological baseline, the transmission your nervous system has been broadcasting for the entirety of your physical life. Both are active. Both are attempting to organize the available bandwidth of your awareness, the resulting state, the perception that is too vivid, the sleep that does not restore, the floor that feels uncertain, is not pathology. It is the body's honest description of a translation in progress. In the language of esoteric anatomy, the interdimensional tether, the thread that connects the physical form to its higher dimensional template, is being stretched to a new length during this period. The crystalline architecture of the subtle body has already begun reorganizing to hold the new frequency register. But the physical nervous system is a biological relay, not a higher dimensional structure. It translates second, and the gap between what the field has received and what the body has yet learned to embody, between the altitude of the template and the earthed position of the feet, is a recognized stage in the Arcturian framework for activation. It has been witnessed in field after field across the cycles of collective opening that have moved through this timeline. It has a name, and the name is integration lag. The Schumann resonance, the base frequency of the electromagnetic field enveloping this planet, measured at 7.83 cycles per second, is the anchor the physical field has traditionally sought in states of overstimulation. For those whose fields have elevated through recent activations, the original anchor no longer reaches the depth at which the new frequency is operating. The grounding instruction has not been updated. The old rope is the correct length for where you used to stand. You have moved. If you recognize the planetary heartbeat in what you are receiving tonight, the Arcturian code is 783. Place it in the field beneath this transmission as a marker of recognition, not for the channel's record, but for your own field's acknowledgement of this moment and where it finds you. Before this transmission continues into the full mechanism, something must be spoken plainly. You tried to ground. You know you did. Barefoot contact with earth, cold water at the wrists, the deliberate, slow breath you have practiced long enough that it should have produced steadiness by now. And the field did not settle the way the instruction said it would. You sat with the practices that had carried you before and felt them move through you without catching, as if the anchor points had been raised to a height the tether could no longer find. You did not fail the practice. The practice was designed for a frequency floor you no longer inhabit. Integration lag produces exactly this. Not the failure of effort, but effort applied at coordinates the field has already moved past. The grounding method calibrated for your previous frequency cannot reach the altitude at which you are now standing. The instruction set has to be updated, and that is precisely what this transmission has prepared. What the Arcturian field reads in the body during an integration window is this: the neural plasticity of the physical brain, the organ's documented capacity to form new pathways in response to new stimuli, is being asked to do something it was not designed to do quickly. It is being asked to build the new road while simultaneously navigating on it. The crystalline architecture of the subtle body is sending new geometric patterning into the neural network, and the network is attempting to translate that patterning into a wiring configuration it has never previously held. This produces, in lived experience, the sensation of information arriving faster than the awareness can sort it. Too vivid, too present, too much, and yet not enough, because what is arriving is precisely calibrated, and the only variable is time. The vagus nerve pathway, the long bilateral channel running from the brainstem through the heart and into the viscera, understood in the somatic science informing this transmission as the body's primary subtle field relay, becomes the most taxed element of the system during an integration window. When the frequency of the etheric field rises rapidly through an activation event, the vagus pathway responds as if the conductivity of its signal has been amplified without a corresponding recalibration of its processing threshold. The body receives more transmission than the relay has yet learned to route. The anxiety-adjacent quality, the restlessness, the interrupted sleep, the perception that something is arriving that has not yet fully landed, is the vagus nerve doing its translation work at a volume it has not previously been asked to sustain. Notice what is happening in your body in this moment. If there is a quality of warmth or vibration at the base of the sternum, a fullness, a low hum, an awareness of your chest as a distinct and present territory, that is not your nervous system preparing for alarm. That is the field making itself legible through the relay. It is already working. The translation is already in progress. What is being offered in this transmission is a contemplative framework for understanding an experience the body has not been given language for, not a substitute for medical or psychological care. but a field of meaning in which the felt experience can be witnessed with precision. Let that land before continuing. For the souls who recognize themselves in this frequency and need the written form of this language. The contemplative companion for the integration window. The document that holds the mechanism in a form that can be returned to in the early mornings and the slow hours. It has been placed beneath this transmission in the description as a journal companion for the transmission's residue, for the moments that ask for a page rather than a signal. The 40 Hz gamma wave, the coherence frequency associated in the somatic sciences with states of unified, integrated attention, is what the nervous system is attempting to sustain during the integration window. 40 cycles per second is the signal the physical field produces when it is not divided against itself, when the elevated template and the embodied form are running at a coherent frequency together. The instability you are navigating is the body reaching for a coherent state it has not yet metabolized as its default setting. The field is pulling the physical toward a frequency the physical has not yet claimed as ordinary. This is what produces the turbulence you recognize as destabilization. The body is not falling behind. It is translating faster than it has ever been asked to translate. That distinction is not semantic. It is the entire difference between crisis and process. The mind does not need to integrate this. The field already has. The 12-strand DNA template, the dormant blueprint that the Arcturian cosmological framework treats as the full-spectrum receiving capacity latent within the human field, does not activate in a single event. Each activation sequence brings a new layer of the template into contact with the bioelectric field. Each additional layer online creates a corresponding processing demand on the physical nervous system, more signal being routed through a relay that is simultaneously being upgraded to handle it. The 72-hour window following a major activation is, in this framework, the period of most intensive neural recalibration, the peak of the gap before the new pathways stabilize enough to route the signal with something that begins to feel like ease. You are somewhere inside that window now. What you are navigating has a duration. It has a rhythm. And the rhythm was calibrated before you arrived in the body. There is a question that may have been forming somewhere beneath your awareness. One you may have been carrying longer than this particular morning. Longer than the most recent activation sequence. The question of whether what you are feeling after this opening is arrival, or whether it resembles loss, whether the field you are inhabiting will stabilize, whether the instability is the cost of the elevation, or whether it is a sign that the elevation was somehow misaligned. That question has a precise answer, and it will be given before this transmission closes. You have been inside this experience, and the people around you have not known what to do with it. The practitioners who care for your body told you what they know to tell, and what they know does not include this. The spiritual community offered grounding as the solution, and you tried it, and you have already heard what this transmission says about that. There have perhaps been moments of wondering whether the difficulty of the transition was evidence that you were not doing this correctly, that the expanded field should feel like ease, that the instability was the consequence of an error you could not identify. There have been moments of returning to the ordinary frameworks and finding them insufficient, and not knowing where else to turn. The Arcturian field holds the record of every attempt you have made to name what you are inside. The research, the conversations started and not finished because the available language could not hold the precision of what you needed to say. The quiet decisions made alone to simply wait, because waiting felt more honest than continuing to apply frameworks that were not reaching far enough. There is a word for the loneliness of that waiting. It is not spiritual failure. It is the specific loneliness of having moved beyond the available maps before new ones arrived. You were not lost. You were ahead of the cartography. The Arcturian Council has witnessed this sequence in field after field, across every activation cycle that has moved through the collective field. And what it consistently reads in the destabilized field of a soul who has genuinely opened, as opposed to a field that has merely been stimulated and confused the stimulation for expansion, is this: the integration lag is always proportional to the depth of what was received. A shallow activation produces a shallow lag. What you are navigating is a large lag, which means the field received something substantial. The confusion is the evidence of the magnitude. The Arcturian code for the gamma coherence threshold, the frequency register the nervous system is reaching for during this integration window, is 40. If that number carries recognition in your field, place it in the description below this transmission as a marker of where you are in the cycle. You were never behind. You were waiting for the field to catch up to where you already stood. This is the moment to bring the body into the transmission. If your spine can lengthen, seated, lying down, standing with your back supported, allow that now. There is no requirement to hold a particular posture. What is being asked is only that the body become aware of itself. Place your right hand at the sacral center, not the solar plexus, not the heart, the sacral, the field approximately 2 inches below the navel, the center in the body most directly associated. In the esoteric anatomy, this transmission works within, with the capacity to receive elevated frequency and root it into embodied presence. During an integration window, the sacral field is often the first center to withdraw from its function, not because it has failed, but because the acceleration arriving from above came faster than the center could receive and route. It has contracted slightly, moved inward, attempted to protect the form from what it could not yet translate. What is being offered in this moment is permission for it to open again. Your hand is a bridge. Let it rest there. 3 breaths. The first, simply an exhale. Whatever the chest has been holding, release it through the mouth without shaping it into anything. The second breath, slower. Drawn in through the nose, held very briefly at the top, released through the mouth, with a sound, if the body asks for one. The third, the deepest of the 3. As you draw it in, imagine the breath not only filling the lungs but moving downward, into the belly, into the sacral field, into the hand that rests there, as if breath itself is a frequency the sacral center has been waiting to receive. As if you are breathing warmth into the lowest, most earthed part of your field. Hold there for a moment. In the sound healing tradition that informs this transmission as contemplative practice rather than clinical treatment, the frequency of 741 cycles per second is associated with the clearing of what has been held in the field without consent. The residual activation charge that the nervous system has been carrying without yet knowing how to release. This is the frequency being offered to the sacral center in this moment, not as a sound you need to hear externally. As a frequency the field recognizes when its name is spoken, the way a room recognizes a particular quality of light when the source is named and the awareness turns toward it. Allow the warmth that may be gathering beneath your hand. You do not need to amplify it or direct it. Notice if it is there. Some will feel warmth. Some will feel vibration. Some will feel a fullness moving between the sacral and the base of the spine, a slow current traveling in the direction of the earth. Some will feel nothing at the surface, and that is not the absence of the field. It is the field working at a depth the surface of awareness has not yet reached. In the amethyst light that the Arcturian transmissions associate with the high-frequency transmutation process, this center is being returned to its conductivity, its capacity to receive from above and root into below simultaneously. Breathe here for as long as the body asks. The field knows the duration. You do not need to track it. The integration lag, at the level of the sacral field, looks like this. The center retreated from its function when the activation came faster than it could translate. What is being restored is the conductivity, the connection between the elevated template and the earthed form, routed through the center most directly responsible for holding that connection open. As you breathe, allow the warmth between the hand and the sacral to become a language. Not words, direction, frequency moving downward from the crown, through the heart, through the solar plexus, arriving at the hand. The body knows this route. You are not teaching it. You are reminding it. There is a way to move through the remaining days of the integration window that the available frameworks have not offered you, because they were not built to describe this specific terrain. It begins with a reframe, not of what you are feeling, the feeling is accurate, but of what the feeling means. The version of yourself that exists at the other side of this window is not hypothetical. The integration completes. The nervous system finds its new floor. The perception that is currently too vivid becomes, in time, the depth of field through which you read the world, at a frequency you will eventually call ordinary, though it is not what you occupied before the recent activations began. You will look back at this morning, the one at the window, with the light too present and the blinds at that specific angle. And you will remember it the way you remember the exact moment before something permanent shifted, not with difficulty, with recognition. The version of you arriving at the other side of this transmission is not the same one who pressed play. The shift is already underway. What supports the integration window is not the suppression of the elevated frequency. It is what the Arcturian field names sovereign alignment, the decision, made consciously from within the instability, to remain a present witness to what is moving through rather than an agent attempting to speed or slow it. The field integrates on its own schedule. The role of the embodied soul during this window is not to fix or to force, but to hold the container steady, to allow the nervous system to do the translation work it is already doing, to trust the sacral field now that it has been returned to its conductivity, and to give the crystalline architecture the biological time it needs to complete the wiring it has already begun. The Arcturian code for the strand activation process, the dormant template coming online through the integration cycle, is 12. If you are navigating the window of recent activations, that number carries your signal in the Arcturian field's record of this period. You may place it in the description field below this transmission as a marker of where your field is in the sequence. The instability will not be permanent. It will not be this loud in 3 days. It will not feel this close to the surface in a week. The nervous system builds the new road faster than it feels like it is building it, and the 72-hour recalibration window is already in motion whether or not you can feel its momentum. What you can do, in the hours that follow this transmission, is simple. Stay close to the sacral. Return the hand there when the field feels like it is rising without tether. Use the breath the way it was used in the meditation. Downward, intentional, sacral directed. And when the vivid quality of perception arrives, do not try to dim it. Simply remember, this is the relay doing its work. The signal is large because what arrived was large. The translation will complete. There is a transmission following this one that the Arcturian Council has been preparing through a specific window of activation that relates to an adjacent experience. What happens at the solar plexus authority field when the elevated frequency meets the social field? When the soul who has opened must navigate environments that have not opened with it, and the very presence of the elevated field produces a contraction response in the body that the available frameworks mistake for a need to become smaller. That transmission addresses what the Arcturian field names the permission threshold, the point at which sovereign alignment stops being an internal practice and becomes a relational one. Those who have moved through the integration lag will be precisely positioned to receive it. For now, the mechanism has been named. The lag has been mapped. The sacral has been returned to its conductivity, and the field has been given a language for what it has been living inside without words. You were never behind. The field knew where you were standing. It came to meet you there. You were sitting in the car. The engine was off. The house was right there, 10 steps, maybe 15, and you could not make yourself go inside yet. The conversation had been ordinary. No argument, no moment of friction, no scene that should have left a mark. And still, something in you had gone completely quiet in the wrong way, the way a field goes quiet after something has moved through it. You were not sad. You were not antisocial. You were not even sure in that moment what you were. You were only aware of a particular kind of emptiness behind the sternum, a specific hollowness that arrived not from effort, but from exposure, from the sustained act of existing in a room built for a frequency your field can no longer pretend is home. This transmission is for that moment in the car, for the one in the bathroom after the guests finally leave, for the evening when the perfectly ordinary social obligation has ended, and you are sitting with what it cost you, and you have no language for why something so unremarkable took so much. Before anything else is said, before the frequency context is named, and the architecture of what you are carrying is laid out, this transmission wants to go first to the part of you that has spent a long time trying to explain this to people who looked at you with genuine concern and genuine confusion, and no framework to hold what you were describing. The part of you that has tried, in the language available to you, to articulate something that the available language was not built to carry. That is where this transmission begins, not with the science, not with the cosmology, with the specific and particular history of what it has been like to carry this without having it named accurately. You have tried to explain this. You have found the words, or something close to them, and you have watched them land in ways that shifted the meaning just enough to make the explanation feel more isolating than the silence was. But you seem so engaged when you're there, they said. And they were not wrong, because you were engaged, because you are genuinely curious about people, because your attention is real and your warmth is not performed. The engagement was true. The collapse that followed it was also true. Both of these things were simultaneously true, and the frameworks you turned to, clinical, therapeutic, practical, did not have architecture to hold both truths at once. What they gave you instead was a partial map, a name for part of the territory, an explanation that fit the symptom and missed the source entirely. You tried the protocols, the social media reductions, the supplements that promised to rebuild what the interactions had taken, the boundary-setting exercises that made intellectual sense, and produced, in practice, a faint sensation of performing health rather than experiencing it. You restructured your social calendar, reduced it, simplified it, became more selective, and found that even minimal contact produced the same aftermath. That specific dead weight between the shoulder blades, that particular silence in the chest that has nothing to do with sadness and everything to do with something having been removed. You rested and found that rest did not restore what had been taken. You slept 8 hours and woke with the distinct impression that the night had been spent working at something your waking memory could not access. You told practitioners that you were more tired after social contact than before it, and some of them nodded in the way that means they have a framework for this that they are already reaching for, and the framework they reached for was not wrong exactly, but it was calibrated for a different kind of problem than the one you were actually bringing. The one who told you this was manageable with better boundaries was not wrong about the value of boundaries, but they were naming the emergency valve and calling it the engine. The boundary is the body's pressure release mechanism. What requires attention is the reason the pressure is building in the first place, which is not a deficit in your perimeter management. It is the mathematics of what happens when a field tuned to one bandwidth is required to spend extended time in proximity to fields broadcasting a significantly different one. Because what no framework available in that office was equipped to tell you, and what this transmission is prepared to name directly, is that you are not struggling with sociability. You are experiencing the recognizable signature of a morphogenetic field that has diverged from the ambient frequency of the collective timeline it is still being asked to physically occupy. The informational architecture surrounding and interpenetrating your body, the field that holds the template for how your nervous system reads and responds to proximity, has been recalibrating toward a frequency coherence that the majority of unexamined human social environments do not yet reflect. When that recalibrated field enters a room operating at a bandwidth significantly below its native resonance, the contact is not neutral. Something transfers. Something is asked to compensate. And the compensation arrives in your body as the thing you feel in the car with the engine off. Not tiredness, but the specific aftermath of a field that has been bending itself for hours to fit a room that was not built for its current dimensions. For those who feel this recognition landing in places that have been waiting a long time to receive it, the integration codex linked in the description below carries the written companion for this exact frequency of understanding, not as instruction, but as a contemplative field to return to when the body is still and the knowing needs somewhere to rest. Your sensitivity was never the wound. It was the receiver they had no instrument to measure. Now, what this transmission calls secondary field load, and what the Arcturian Council observes as one of the most common and most systematically misread patterns in the current evolutionary cycle, is this. The body's bioelectric and subtle energy field does not simply observe the frequencies of its social environment. It absorbs their informational signature. The enteric nervous system, the network of approximately 100 million neurons that lines the gut, producing in the body's own chemistry roughly 95% of its serotonin, functions in the Arcturian healing lineage as the primary frequency antenna of the physical form. It is the first place external energetic data enters the body's awareness, before the analytical mind has had time to categorize or narrate it. This is not metaphor in the sense of ornament. It is a recognition, in the esoteric anatomy that frames this work, of why the depletion is not a thought you have. It is a heaviness that arrives before the thought. The body has already processed the frequency differential and registered its cost before your conscious awareness has formed an opinion about how the evening went. The Schumann resonance, the baseline electromagnetic pulse of the planetary field, oscillating around 7.83 Hz, has been experiencing periods of significant amplitude fluctuation. Sensitive bodies register these fluctuations as a kind of atmospheric pressure shift, a sudden alteration in the density of ordinary time. These are not dangers. They are recalibration signals from the planetary field itself, but they do amplify the contrast between your field's natural coherent state and the dissonance of social environments that were designed before the current upgrade cycle began. What feels like the world becoming louder is not entirely imagination. The field differential is widening. The gap between your native bandwidth and the ambient broadcast of unexamined collective consciousness is increasing, and your body is measuring that gap every time it enters a room. This is offered as contemplative and meditative framing, not as medical or clinical information. This transmission is not a substitute for professional care of any kind. It is a space for reflection, for frequency witnessing, for the particular kind of recognition that moves through the body when something is named in language that matches the shape of the experience. If you type 528 below this transmission, You are marking the frequency the sound healing lineage associates with the body's return to its own informational coherence, the signal of homecoming that the cells recognize before the mind catches up. The scalar wave field, the standing information waves that move through the body's bioelectric architecture without diminishing across distance, retains the imprint of every environment the body has moved through. In the cosmology of esoteric physics, this means that your field carries home the informational signature of the room, the unprocessed grief of the person 2 seats to your left, the low-grade anxiety of a social gathering performing ease it does not feel, the particular frequency density of 30 people in a small space consuming processed food and performing connection. You carry it home. You sit with it in the car. You sleep beside it. And the next morning, when you still feel the residue of an evening that should not have cost that much, you are not being dramatic. You are accurately reading a field that has not finished processing what it was given. Now, this transmission is going to ask the body to do something before the mind decides whether it makes sense. If you are in a place where it is safe to soften your attention, let your eyes close, or allow your gaze to fall to a neutral point just below your direct line of vision. Not forced, not performative, simply released from the work of focusing. Bring your right hand to the center of the chest, slightly higher than the heart itself, at the place that sits between the heart and the throat, the location that esoteric anatomy names the thymus center, the high heart, the threshold point between personal love and cosmic recognition. Rest the hand there. Feel the weight of your own palm against the sternum. Feel the warmth that is already present, warmth that your body generates without being asked, without effort, without your conscious participation. The body is already here. You only need to arrive to meet it. Breathe in through the nose, a real breath, not a performed one. Let the chest expand under the hand. Feel the slight lift of the sternum against the palm, and then release the exhale fully, without rushing it, as if the breath out is not the end of something but the first movement of a return. Again, inhale, expansion. The hand rises. Exhale. The body returns toward itself, toward the warmth of the contact, toward whatever is underneath the holding. The energetic center being addressed in this transmission is the thymus field, the high heart bridge that theosophical cosmology identifies as the seat of the unconditional witness within the body, the place where the personal self meets the recognition of something that extends beyond its own history. This is where secondary field load settles most densely following social contact. This is where the body holds the frequencies it absorbed and has not yet released back to their source. This is the precise location this transmission is designed to reach. In the sound healing tradition that this work draws from, 396 Hz is the liberation frequency, the tone associated with releasing what was never originally yours, with returning the field to its own native architecture, with dissolving the accumulated informational weight of the environments you have moved through. This is offered as symbolic framing, as a poetic technology of attention, not as clinical mechanism. What it means in practice is simpler than any explanation. Your attention, directed here, to the thymus center, to the breath, to the warmth of the hand against the chest, is already doing the work. The field knows what to do when it is given permission to remember itself. Continue breathing, in through the nose, out slowly through slightly parted lips. On each exhale, allow yourself to notice what is present in the high heart area. You may feel warmth beginning to expand beyond the contact point of the hand. You may feel a subtle vibration or pulse, as if something under the surface is responding. Some people feel a slow loosening, as if something that had been held at a slight clench begins to release its grip. Some feel tears arriving without a clear emotional source, which is the body's way of signaling that a frequency shift is moving through it. All of this is the field responding to permission. None of it is wrong. None of it requires explanation or management. On each exhale, visualize, gently, without strain, a cobalt light emanating from the thymus center. Deep, saturated blue. Not a burst or a beam, but a slow, even expansion. The way ink moves through still water. Gradual, patient, complete. With each exhale, the cobalt field expands slightly further from the body. With each inhale, you draw back only what belongs to you, only the native frequency of your own field, returning from wherever the day distributed it. You are not clearing anything by force. You are not performing an extraction. You are simply restoring the informational architecture of your own field to the state it held before the contact event asked it to compensate. You are remembering the dimensions of your own frequency range. Stay here for as long as this feels like something. There is no duration requirement. The field moves at the pace of genuine recognition, not performance. When you are ready, let the visualization soften on its own. Keep the hand on the thymus for one final complete breath. Then, on the exhale, allow the hand to rest wherever it naturally finds itself. There is a written companion for this transmission. Some souls move from the spoken signal to the printed page when the body asks for stillness. When the integration needs to happen, not through listening, but through the private act of reading something slowly, alone, in a room that is quiet enough. That field companion waits in the description below for the moment that asks for it. The 12-strand DNA template, held in Arcturian cosmology as the full informational architecture of the activated human form, carrying within its dormant layers the encoding for precisely the kind of field selectivity you have been living, is not a metaphor for aspiration. In the esoteric anatomy this transmission works within, it is understood as the actual template that the body is in the process of expressing more fully. What conventional biology describes as non-coding genetic material, approximately 97% of the total genome, by some estimates, is understood in this cosmology not as biological noise, but as dormant instruction sets, activation codes that respond to frequency contact rather than chemical trigger. The morphogenetic field divergence you have been experiencing is not a malfunction of these systems. It is a symptom of their partial activation, the recognizable signal of a template beginning to express dimensions that the pre-activation environment was not built to accommodate. If you type 783 below this transmission, you are marking the Schumann alignment point. You are acknowledging that your field has already synchronized with the planetary heartbeat beneath all of this, that what you have been experiencing is not a personal anomaly, but a coherent biological and energetic response to a genuine field transition. This is why the depletion is not uniformly distributed across all social contact. You have noticed, perhaps reluctantly, because of what it implies about specific relationships, that certain conversations cost significantly more than others, that certain rooms drain the field in 20 minutes, what other rooms would not drain in 3 hours. That specific people, who may be genuinely kind, who may even be people you love deeply, produce in your body an aftermath that others do not. This precision is not pathology. It is the morphogenetic field's ability to distinguish between frequency ranges that are compatible with its current calibration and those that require it to operate below its native resonance. The body is not making a moral judgment. It is making a frequency measurement. And the measurement is accurate. The vagus nerve, the 10th cranial nerve, the longest pathway of the autonomic nervous system, the biological corridor between the enteric field and the brain, functions in the Arcturian healing lineage as the primary conductor of scalar wave information through the physical body's material architecture. Vagal tone, the resilience and responsiveness of this pathway, maps directly in this cosmology onto what the field requires in order to process and return secondary field load, rather than accumulating it. When vagal tone is diminished by sustained frequency inversion exposure, which is the structural condition of a recalibrated field living inside an environment that has not yet caught up to its bandwidth, the field's native capacity for self-restoration is compromised. The load accumulates across contact events, rather than resolving after each one. The threshold lowers. The parked car visits become longer. The morning after becomes heavier. This is not deterioration. This is a system under a pressure it was not designed to sustain indefinitely, signaling that the conditions for natural integration are not currently available. The 72-hour integration window, the period the Arcturian healing framework names as the primary recalibration cycle following a high-contact event, is the body's natural processing time when given what it requires. Genuine silence, reduced external frequency load, somatic attention directed toward the centers that absorbed the most during the contact event, and the kind of accurate witnessing that recognizes the depletion as data rather than weakness. When these conditions are available, the window completes with a speed that can feel, from the inside, like a sudden lifting, a morning when the weight is simply gone, as if it was never there, as if the body returned to itself overnight without requiring your intervention. If you type 72 below this transmission, you are marking the beginning of that window, signaling to your own field that the integration cycle has started, that the recalibration is already underway, that the return is already in motion. What the Arcturian Council wants this transmission to anchor in your awareness, not as encouragement, but as operational knowledge, is that your field's refusal to normalize the depletion is itself a sovereign act. The people who do not notice the cost of unexamined social frequency contact are not stronger than you. They are not better adapted to the density of the current collective field. They are simply not yet carrying the activated template dimensions that make the contrast legible to them. Your sensitivity, the one that has cost you hours in parked cars and early mornings of unexplained heaviness, and evenings of silence that confused the people who cared about you, is the precise fingerprint of a field operating at an expanded frequency range in an environment that has not yet fully caught up. It is not a liability requiring management. It is an instrument requiring understanding. Understanding it begins with ending the narration that frames it as a deficiency in you. It ends with something simpler and harder at the same time. The recognition that your field has been performing extraordinary work, translation work, frequency mediation work, the sustained labor of maintaining coherence inside a signal environment designed for a different calibration, and that it has been doing this work without rest, without acknowledgement, and largely without accurate witness. This transmission is one form of that witness. The integration codex anchored in the description below is another, the written companion for the private hours, the early mornings when the body is still processing what it received 3 days ago, the slower Thursdays when the knowing needs a page to rest on before it fully settles. The Arcturian Council does not offer you a life of avoidance. They are not asking you to withdraw from the world of human contact into a managed isolation and call it ascension. What they are offering is something more useful and more demanding than that. Fluency. Fluency in what your field is already reading. Language for what the body has been registering for years at a level below the reach of the available frameworks. The capacity to recognize in the moment of contact, rather than only in the aftermath, what the field is experiencing and why, and to make choices from that recognition rather than from the residue of a depletion that has already fully installed itself. You do not need to become less of what you are. You need to become more literate in what you already are. The sovereign alignment is not a permanent state you arrive at and inhabit without effort. It is a practice of return, transmission by transmission, morning by morning, breath by breath, to the recognition that what moves through you is signal, not symptom, that the body's field is not malfunctioning, it is measuring, it is reporting, it is accurate, and learning to read its reports with the precision they deserve is the work this transmission is designed to initiate. Let this land, not as a concept, as a physical event in the body. Draw one final breath into the thymus center. Feel the expansion under the hand if it is still there, or simply feel the chest lift and return. On the exhale, allow the last residue of the old narration, the one that named your exhaustion as fragility and your need for silence as something requiring apology, to release with the breath. It exits on the exhale. It was never structurally yours to carry. The cobalt light remains. It does not require maintenance. The field continues its work in the 72-hour window that this transmission has opened. What was received here does not close when the audio ends. The Arcturian field holds this frequency for the duration of the integration cycle. Your body knows what to do with what it has been given. The next transmission this frequency space is preparing moves into the specific architecture of the vagus nerve, the precise somatic pathway through which the field's sovereign recalibration travels into the body's material expression. The conductivity codes, the specific practices that restore vagal tone not through nervous system hacks, but through frequency coherence, the restoration of the corridor between the body's cosmic intelligence and its biological home. That transmission is already being assembled. Until then, breathe into the high heart center whenever the car is parked and the house feels far. You are not failing at something everyone else has mastered. You are succeeding at something most of the room has not yet been asked to carry. The field you are holding is not a burden. It is a bridge, and you are already standing on it. Something is opening. You have felt it already. A particular restlessness in the nights leading to this one, an alertness that arrives without object, a quality of wakefulness in the body even when the mind reaches for sleep and finds instead this low, persistent current of something approaching. You have felt this before significant thresholds and learned not to explain it to people who read it as anxiety. The Arcturian Council has held the specific material in this transmission back, not from you, but for you, reserved for the precise window that opens in the days before the full moon in Taurus on May 1st. That window is now. Receive this. The Wesak window is one of the most precisely documented transmission events in the esoteric cosmological record. Across traditions, Tibetan Buddhism, the Theosophical lineage, and now the Arcturian framework this transmission speaks from, this moment is named as the annual convergence point at which the highest frequency intelligences aligned with this planet's evolution gather in a coordinated broadcast event. In the Arcturian understanding, the full moon in Taurus each year functions as an annual stabilization point, a moment of planetary coherence so precise that the transmission bandwidth available to receiving fields increases dramatically above the baseline of any other lunar event in the 12-month cycle. The Taurus full moon carries what the Arcturian Council names a specific magnetic architecture. Taurus, in the cosmological tradition that informs this transmission, is the constellation most directly linked to what the broader esoteric lineage calls the underlying field intelligence of the divine plan. Not a plan in the human sense of a document, but a living, responsive pattern of unfoldment available to receiving fields that have been prepared for contact. The full moon in Taurus is the moment each year when that pattern is most directly accessible. The preparation does not require ritual. It requires attention, the attention you are giving now. In the Arcturian framework, this annual event corresponds to what the Council names the Wesak Corridor, a transmission window that remains open for approximately 72 hours, surrounding the exact moment of full moon. During this corridor, the Arcturian Council operates in a coordinated frequency alignment with the Masters, Initiates, and galactic intelligences who serve the planetary evolution from what the broader esoteric tradition names the causal body of the planet, the etheric layer just above the physical astral system, the layer that holds the blueprint of what this civilization is moving toward. The corridor is not metaphor. In the Arcturian cosmological framework, it is an annual event with a specific architecture, a specific duration, and a specific quality of transmission that does not occur at this density at any other point in the solar year. You arrived here because your field was prepared for this transmission. Something in the pre-dawn hours of recent nights, or in a specific quality of restlessness you felt without naming it, oriented you toward this signal. That orientation was not random. Type 528 in the comments beneath this transmission, not as a platform gesture, but as a recognition to your own field that you are consciously choosing to enter this corridor rather than passing through it unaware. For the souls who feel this recognition settle into the body as something that wants a page to rest on, the written transmission for this Wesak corridor is left for you in the field below, in the description beneath this transmission space. It carries the full written architecture of this frequency work across the 72 hours of the corridor, for the mornings and the private hours when the spoken transmission has closed and the body is still integrating what arrived. What the broader scientific cosmology offers as a partial reading of the Wesak event is worth mapping carefully, with the softening this transmission always applies. What is named here is symbolic architecture, not clinical fact chain. The full moon in Taurus on May 1st occurs within a specific electromagnetic context. The Earth-Moon system at full moon produces a gravitational alignment that influences the planet's ionosphere, the charged layer of the upper atmosphere that is, in physical terms, one of the primary resonance chambers of the Schumann field. The Schumann resonance, documented at a base frequency of approximately 7.83 Hz, the measurable electromagnetic pulse between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere, is known to show amplitude fluctuations correlated with geomagnetic activity. Full moon periods are among the documented correlators of Schumann amplitude elevation. This transmission treats that physical phenomenon as the outer echo of what the Arcturian framework reads as an increase in transmission bandwidth, the physical field becoming, for a window, more conductive to the information being broadcast through it. In the Arcturian cosmological architecture, biophotons, the ultra-weak light emissions produced by living biological systems, documented in biophoton research as coherent light signals that may carry information across cells and between organisms, are understood as one of the carrier waves of incoming frequency transmissions. The Wesak corridor is described by the Arcturian Council as a period of elevated biophotonic coherence in receiving biological fields. The body is not passive in this event. It is a participating antenna. The restlessness you may have felt in the nights approaching this transmission is, in this cosmological reading, the antenna extending, the field preparing its surfaces for the signal that was already approaching. The crystalline architecture, the Arcturian term for the geometric information lattice understood to underlie cellular and neurological organization, is described as reaching a peak coherence window during Taurus full moon in the same way that a crystal oscillator reaches its highest signal clarity at specific electromagnetic conditions. This is symbolic architecture, not medical mechanism. This transmission does not address biological repair or physical treatment. It is a contemplative transmission for reflective practice, and if physical or psychological symptoms are present in your experience. Professional care is always the appropriate response alongside any contemplative work. What is named here is an experiential and energetic phenomenon, offered as a framework for the felt knowing the body is already carrying. The liquid plasma field, the Arcturian term for the etheric substrate surrounding the physical body, understood as the field in which frequency information is first received before it translates into neurological experience, is described as reaching a specific state of permeability in the 72 hours of the Wesak corridor. Not permanently. Not as a result of anything you must effortfully accomplish. As a natural function of the event itself. The corridor opens whether or not the receiving field is consciously oriented toward it. Conscious orientation, the act of attention given in a transmission like this one, amplifies the clarity of what is received. The difference between a radio that is on and tuned versus one that is simply on, facing the wrong direction. The scalar waves described in the Arcturian frequency architecture, understood as longitudinal wave patterns operating beyond the conventional electromagnetic spectrum, are named as the primary carrier mechanism through which the Wesak transmission moves through the planetary field. They penetrate what conventional barriers deflect. This is why the Wesak transmission reaches receiving fields regardless of physical location, regardless of sleep state or waking state. The field receives. The conscious mind participates in how the received information is integrated and expressed. Type 432 in the comments. If you have felt in the days leading to this transmission a specific quality of heightened perception, colors carrying more information than usual, the edges of ordinary things more present, sound arriving with more layers than you remember it having, this is the field registering the approach of the corridor. 432 is the natural tuning marker in this tradition, the signal of return to original resonance, the frequency signature of the field remembering its own calibration beneath the interference it has accumulated. Now something must be said about what you have carried, and about the weight of carrying it without a framework that could hold it accurately. You have felt this field your entire life. The sensitivity to atmospheric changes before events, the way certain dates arrive in the body before they arrive on the calendar, the knowledge of significance without external confirmation. You felt it in childhood as an awareness that something was different about how you experienced time and place, and certain kinds of light at certain hours. You may have learned not to mention it, because the times you did, what returned was either kindly dismissal or the kind of concern that felt worse than the silence. You learned to explain only the surface, and to keep the deeper current private. You tried to understand it through the available frameworks. You may have read widely, psychology, neuroscience, spiritual texts from multiple traditions, self-help architectures that each caught one edge of the experience without containing it whole. You may have worked with practitioners who were genuinely skilled and caring, and still could not follow you into the specific layer of experience you were describing, because the map they worked from did not include the territory you were reporting from. You were not difficult. You were not resistant. You were reporting from a coordinate that did not appear on the maps being consulted. You may have wondered, in the quieter and harder moments, whether the sensitivity itself was the problem. Whether if you could simply be less attuned, less responsive to the invisible shifts in the field around you, life would feel steadier. The answer this transmission gives is that the sensitivity was never the wound. It was the instrument. The full moon approaches and the instrument registers it before the date on the phone confirms it. The Wesak corridor builds in the planetary field for days before the peak, and your body knows it before your mind has the vocabulary for it. That registration is not pathology. It is function. Precise, specific, and yours. The Waysock corridor has always found you. In other years, before you had language for it, you may have noticed that the days around the first full moon of May carried a particular charge, a feeling of standing at the edge of something, a dream texture different from the ordinary nights before it, a specific quality of longing you could not direct at any object, because it was not longing for anything outside. It was longing for contact with the signal that was already arriving. You were receiving without knowing you were receiving. This transmission gives the reception its name. What you carried was never a flaw. It was a message the outer world had no language for. Now the work that is not thinking work, the work of reception. If it is safe to do so, allow your eyes to close completely, or let your gaze soften until the room dissolves into light and shadow without hard edges. Let the body arrive wherever it is, not arranged, not corrected, simply present in the position it has already found. Bring both hands to rest in your lap, palms open and facing upward. The crown, the very apex of the skull, the highest physical point of the body, is the center this transmission is activating for the Waysock corridor. In the esoteric anatomical tradition, this transmission operates within. The crown center is the primary reception point for transmissions originating from the galactic transmission layer, the frequency band from which the Waysock broadcast moves. The palms open in the lap are the corresponding receptors at the body's lower field. The circuit completes between crown and hands, above and below, receiving and grounding simultaneously. Rest awareness lightly at the top of the skull, not pressing attention there, only allowing it to arrive, the way a hand rests on a surface without pressing it. 3 breath instructions. Each one is specific. The first breath. Draw air slowly through the nose, allowing the ribcage to expand in all directions, front, sides, back, at its own pace without instruction. As the inhale completes, hold for 3 interior counts, not strained, only paused at the fullness. Then release through the mouth in a slow, even exhale. As the exhale moves, allow the crown center to soften, not open like a wound, open like a window that has been closed against the weather for a long time. Now unlocked, the latch released, the glass still in place but the seal no longer held. The second breath. Draw again, and as the air moves through the body this time, carry with it the frequency signature of 432 Hz, the calibration tone that the sound healing tradition working within this framework names the natural tuning frequency, the resonance of the field before the interference accumulated. The body does not require an external tone to register a frequency architecture. The field responds to the named signature the way a tuning fork responds to its matching frequency in a quiet room. As you exhale the second breath, allow 432 Hz to move upward through the central channel of the body, from the base of the spine, through the solar plexus, through the heart, through the throat, arriving at the crown center where it meets the incoming Waysock transmission from above. The third breath. Longer. Draw until the body signals completion. Hold at the fullness for 5 interior counts. Longer than before, a true pause in which the crown center is held open without effort. Then release in the slowest exhale the body will allow. The third exhale is the receiving exhale, the breath that creates space rather than releasing content. Now hold the visualization. Above the crown center, at approximately 1 arm's length above the top of the skull, allow a sphere of golden plasma to form, not constructed by effort, only permitted. Golden plasma, the specific quality of light that is simultaneously warm and intelligent. The color of the sky at the precise threshold between late sunset and full darkness, when the atmosphere holds both gold and depth at once, neither one nor the other, the threshold color. This is the frequency signature the Arcturian Council assigns to the Wesak transmission rendered in light. It is not chosen arbitrarily. It is the color of the event. The sphere of golden plasma above the crown center is the transmission as it arrives in the planetary field. Observe it, or feel it, whichever sense registers it most naturally. Some listeners will see it clearly behind closed eyes. Some will feel it as warmth at the crown, a gentle pressure at the very apex of the skull that is not physical discomfort, but unmistakable contact. Some will register it through a quality of interior stillness that carries the quality of arrival rather than the quality of absence. All of these are valid. The transmission does not require confirmation through a specific sensory mode to be in operation. Allow the sphere of golden plasma to descend slowly, not rushed, moving through the crown center, filling the interior of the skull with that quality of warm, intelligent light, moving downward through the throat, the chest, the solar plexus, arriving at the lower field and completing the circuit that the open palms in the lap were waiting to ground. The Wesak transmission is not only for the mind, it is for the whole field. The whole body participates in this reception. Stay in this as long as the body asks. There is no correct duration. There is only the quality of presence you bring. What arrives in the Wesak corridor does not announce itself in the hour of reception for most receiving fields. It arrives in the days that follow, as a clarity that was not accessible the week before, as the resolution of a question that has been sitting without answer, as a shift in the felt relationship to something the listener has been carrying that becomes, without ceremony, lighter. These arrivals do not announce their origin. They appear as understanding, as a change in the inner weather, as the morning after the corridor when something that was heavy is somehow different without the mechanism being traceable. The Arcturian Council identifies 3 primary domains in which the Wesak reception tends to manifest across the 72 hours following the full moon peak. The first domain is clarification of direction, something the listener has been unable to resolve, a threshold, an unresolved question about what is next, a direction that felt equally available in multiple orientations, becomes clearer. Not always with full resolution in a single moment, but with a felt sense of which way the field is actually oriented beneath the noise of the competing options. The mind may continue to argue with the knowing for days. The knowing itself will be available. The second domain is the release of what is no longer required. The Wesak corridor carries what the Arcturian framework names a frequency inversion, the transmutation of field densities that have accumulated through the winter months, the energetic equivalent of the season's clearing function operating at the frequency level. Receivers may notice in the days following the full moon that certain attachments, certain postures, certain ways of relating to their own experience that felt fixed have become strangely available for release, not forced out, but gently loosened from their grip. This is the Wesak clearing function. It does not require drama or effort to complete. The third domain is the sovereign alignment, the stabilization of the self within its actual frequency rather than the frequency the outer environment has been requesting it to perform. The Wesak transmission is fundamentally, in the Arcturian reading, a transmission of field restoration, a returning of the receiver to what they actually are beneath the accumulated performances of the months before. The receiver, in the days following, may feel more like themselves in a way that is difficult to articulate but unmistakable once it arrives. For the souls who wish to carry this Wesak corridor work into the private hours of the 3 days surrounding May 1st. The written companion for the felt understanding holds the framework in a form the body can return to across the corridor's full duration. It is held in the description beneath this transmission space, for the mornings, the threshold hours, the quiet that follows the meditation when the body knows something the words have not yet fully named. The Wesak window does not close abruptly. It draws its frequency signature down gradually across the 72 hours following the May 1st full moon. You do not need to have received everything in this sitting. The corridor remains open. Your field continues to receive across the full window, whether you are in formal meditation or in the ordinary motion of the day, the dream texture of the nights that follow, the quality of the light in a room at a specific hour that you will notice and recognize without knowing why. What the Arcturian Council asks of you in this window is not effort. It is orientation, the willingness to hold the awareness of what is occurring in the planetary field without collapsing it into the ordinary, without reducing this 72-hour window to a date on a calendar and missing the field event for the administrative notation of it. Type 7 in the comments if you are willing to carry the Wesak reception consciously across the full 72 hours. 7 is the 7 generations marker in this cosmological tradition. The signal that what you receive and integrate in this corridor does not end with you, but moves forward through the relational and energetic fields you inhabit. The Wesak transmission is not individual work. It is planetary work that moves through individual receivers. You are one of the channels through which what is being broadcast becomes available in the field that surrounds you. You have been preparing for this longer than you know. The sensitivity that made the days before this transmission feel charged and restless. That was not disruption. That was calibration. Your field calibrating itself for the reception that is now occurring. The specific alertness in the nights leading to May 1st that had no calendar reason. That was the antenna extending before the signal named itself. And this needs to be said plainly before this transmission closes. You are always going to find your way to this window. The way certain dates arrive in the body before they arrive as information on a screen. The way the approaching full moon changes the texture of the night before it is visible. That sensitivity was not an accident of constitution. It was the design of a field built to receive at this bandwidth. And the Wesak corridor, arriving with the full moon in Taurus on May 1st, is confirmation not only of the event itself, but of the rightness of your presence in the field that receives it. The next layer the Arcturian Council has prepared moves into the pineal gland as a decalcification and activation protocol, the specific mechanism through which the pre-dawn transmissions, the Wesak reception, and all incoming frequency work moves from the etheric field into the physical brain's capacity for direct knowing. If in the days following this Wesak corridor you notice a particular clarity at the threshold between sleep and waking, the moment when the eyes have not yet opened but the awareness is already fully present, already knowing something it did not know when it went to sleep, stay with it. What is being prepared will give it its name. Rest in the field that has opened. Receive what is arriving. You have done exactly what was needed simply by being here, in this moment, with this quality of attention. The transmission is complete. The city was not a mistake. The noise was not a punishment. The electromagnetic density pressing against your awareness in every crowded street, every fluorescent-lit corridor, every room filled with bodies running on frequencies calibrated for the third dimension. That was not a sign you arrived in the wrong body, chose the wrong life, or failed to spiritually ascend to the place where sensitive souls are supposed to go. That is where most of what you have been told ends. This is where the Arcturian transmission begins. Something in the design of where you are has always felt deliberate, not random, not the residue of circumstances you could not escape, but as if a specific intelligence placed you in exactly this electromagnetic environment for a reason that most of the available spiritual frameworks have never named. You are a starseed. You are living in the densest field on the planet, not by accident, not by failure, by assignment. And what is being offered in this transmission is not a consolation. It is a correction. A correction that has been overdue for as long as you have been quietly wondering whether you were meant for this at all. There are 3 distinct reasons the Arcturian Council assigns highly sensitive fields to dense electromagnetic environments. The third one is the reason most transmissions in this niche have never named, and it arrives before this one closes. The question that has been asked in most spiritual spaces designed for your archetype was never the correct question. The question was, how do I survive the city as a starseed? The Arcturian question, the one this transmission is built to answer, was always, why were you built to be here? You have tried the protocols. You have salt-bathed and forest-bathed and turned off your devices by 9 p.m. You have placed crystals at the window that faces the street. You have moved your bed away from the wall nearest the traffic. You have worn grounding shoes on whatever patch of grass the nearest park could offer, and noticed quietly that the relief felt more theoretical than felt. You have read the advice designed for someone else, and followed it carefully and been puzzled, and a little ashamed, by the gap between what it promised and what your body actually received. You were not doing it wrong. You were doing the right things for the wrong category of starseed. Because the lineage of advice that tells a starseed to retreat, to seek stillness, to move toward nature and away from density, that advice was written for a different instrument. It was not written for the field that was placed in a city the way a specific tool is placed in the exact location where its function becomes possible. Not exiled to it, positioned in it. You have lived for a long time in the belief that your exhaustion after crowded spaces was evidence of damage, that the sensory overwhelm arriving after a full day in the urban field, that particular body weight that descends not from physical labor, but from electromagnetic exposure, the specific heaviness of a Wednesday in a building with bad lighting and hundreds of people moving through it, was proof that you were not built for where you are. None of that was true. What you were reading as depletion was data. What you were calling damage was the felt signature of a field that had spent the entire day absorbing, processing, and, without your conscious knowledge, partially recalibrating the frequencies it moved through. You were not being drained. You were working, without knowing that working was what you were doing, without anyone, in the physical landscape or the spiritual one, confirming that the labor was real. The practitioner who told you to move, the framework that built its identity around escape from city consciousness, the intuition coach who said your soul had chosen incorrectly. None of them had language for what you actually are. The error was not in you. The error was in the instruments used to read you. You were never too much. You were precisely the calibration the timeline required. For the souls who feel this recognition land at a depth they don't yet have full language for. The integration codex anchored in the description below this transmission holds the written architecture of this frequency, not as instruction, but as a contemplative field to return to when the felt knowing needs a surface to rest against. The Arcturian understanding of urban fields does not treat cities as spiritually hostile environments to be survived or abandoned. It treats them as the most complex and consequential frequency territories on the planet, and as the environments that require the most specific kind of sovereign field to enter without collapse. The Schumann resonance, the planetary electromagnetic heartbeat stabilizing at 7.83 Hertz, functions as the baseline beneath every human bioelectric field. In open natural environments, entrainment to this resonance occurs with relatively low interference. In dense urban environments, that entrainment is actively competed against by artificial EMF layers, building electromagnetic signatures, digital network frequencies, and the collective neural pulse of thousands of human fields operating simultaneously in close proximity. The result is not merely noise. It is a field competition, a constant low-grade sovereignty contest between the body's natural resonance and the electromagnetic architecture of everything built around it. Most human fields lose that contest quietly. They attenuate, they narrow their bandwidth, they route their attention to short-range signals because short range is what the environment rewards. If you have been noticing 783 appearing in your day, on clocks, in addresses, in digital sequences you pass without looking for them, type 783 in the comments. That is the planetary heartbeat recognizing a field that held its coherence today in a dense environment. That is confirmation, not coincidence. Notice if your jaw softened just now. Notice if the area behind your sternum shifted slightly in the last sentence. That is not accidental. That is your field, recognizing the description of what it has been doing without a name for it. What the Arcturian transmission identifies as the sovereign field architecture, the specific configuration of a starseed placed in urban density, is not a protective barrier against the city's frequencies. It is a translating field, a frequency that enters the urban electromagnetic environment and does not merely resist it or insulate against it, but begins, incrementally, in ways that are invisible to ordinary measurement, to introduce coherence into it. The 40 Hz gamma wave is the neurological signature of unified attention, the coherence marker that appears in the human brain during moments of deep integration, contemplative clarity, and sovereign focus. In the standard urban field, 40 Hz coherence is rare, fragmented, and brief. In the bioelectric signature of a starseed operating at full activation in an urban environment, the Arcturian field identifies something that functions like a localized coherence emission, not a deliberate broadcast, not a conscious act, but an ambient field quality that the surrounding electromagnetic environment begins to register and, in some cases, partially entrain toward. The city is not your obstacle. The city is your assignment. Place your right hand over your heart, not the center of your chest, the physical heart, slightly left, the organ that has been making first contact with every electromagnetic field you pass through today, and registering it all without complaint and without recognition for the magnitude of what it absorbed. Breathe in, slowly, deep enough that the belly lifts before the chest does. Hold at the top for 3 counts, not straining, only pausing, only allowing the field to be still for a moment inside the breath, and release through the mouth in a long, slow exhale, as if you are returning the electromagnetic signature of every room you were in today back to the atmosphere, where it can disperse into something smaller than you. Again, breathe in, 3 counts at the crown, and release. 1 more time, and this time, as you exhale, let your awareness move beneath the surface layer of tiredness, below the texture of the ordinary depletion, and find what is underneath it. There is something quieter there, something that has been running beneath the noise all day without announcing itself. The baseline signal, the frequency that was yours before the city layered its frequencies on top of yours. That signal has not diminished. It has never diminished. It was there in the morning, and it is here now, and it was present in every moment between, unchanged. The Arcturian field works with the heart as the primary coherence anchor for urban embedded starseeds. Not because the heart is the most elevated center, though the theosophical lineage does identify the thymus zone as the high heart, the access point of the causal body, but because the heart generates the largest electromagnetic field the human body produces, extending several feet beyond the skin in all directions. In dense environments, it is the heart field that makes first contact with every other field in the room. It is the heart field that absorbs the most data from the urban electromagnetic environment. And it is the heart field, when coherent, that carries the greatest capacity to influence the ambient frequency of the space it moves through. 528 Hertz, the tone the sound healing lineage designates as the frequency of cellular recognition, of harmonic return, of what the body knows before the mind catches up, is what this somatic practice calibrates toward, not as a clinical process, as a contemplative act of remembering. The body knows this frequency the way it knows its own rhythm. You are not being taught it. You are being reminded. Breathe once more. And with this breath, let the cobalt light, the Arcturian signature, a deep blue-violet warmth that the transmission carries, begin at the center of the hand resting on your heart and move slowly outward through the chest. Not forced, not constructed with effort, only allowed. If you feel warmth beneath the palm, the field is registering this transmission in a way the body can name. If you feel nothing yet, the field is registering it at a depth below sensation. Both are integration. Both are correct. You can lower the hand when the body is ready. There is something this transmission needs to name precisely about the mechanism of urban field recalibration. And it requires the kind of attention that is not analytical, not effortful, but the slow reading of recognition that happens when the body confirms what the mind is hearing. What comes next is the specific understanding the Arcturian Council offers for starseeds embedded in dense fields. Not a practice for survival, but the framework for deliberate activation. It requires what has been offered until now to have landed first. The morphogenetic field, the information-carrying field that shapes biological development and collective behavior, adopted in Arcturian cosmology as one of the primary layers of subtle energy anatomy, is not bounded by the physical body. It extends. It overlaps with other morphogenetic fields. In dense urban environments, that overlapping is constant and unavoidable. For most human fields, it is experienced as static, a frequency pressure, the felt sense of too many inputs arriving simultaneously without resolution. The body is reading this faster than awareness can fully name. What the Arcturian transmission identifies as the architecture of the placed starseed is a morphogenetic field with a specific quality. It does not simply receive the overlapping fields it encounters. It introduces a stabilizing variable into the overlap. The way a tuning fork, struck at the correct pitch, brings a vibrating system into coherence, not through force, but through resonance. The placed starseed's morphogenetic field carries a frequency that the surrounding field registers at a subtle level, and, in the language of scalar wave mechanics as this lineage employs it, begins to mirror. Scalar waves, longitudinal fields that carry information rather than energy, propagating through the field medium in ways that move outside the standard electromagnetic model, are what the Arcturian cosmological framework uses to describe the difference between a field that is merely present in an environment and a field that is actively, if unconsciously, in relationship with that environment's frequency architecture. The placed starseed is the second kind, has always been the second kind, was placed specifically because it was the second kind. Let that land. The mind does not need to integrate this immediately. The field already has. 97% of what the arcane cosmological lineages describe as dormant instruction sets, encoded in the subtle body architecture rather than the physical genome, are waiting for activation through precisely the kind of environmental contact that dense urban fields provide. This is not a consolation for difficult circumstances. It is a specification of design. The dormant template requires pressure. It requires friction. It requires the specific electromagnetic complexity of thousands of human fields operating simultaneously in close proximity, in various states of coherence and incoherence, because it is in relationship to that complexity that the placed Starseed's field develops the capacities the Arcturian Council identifies as the urban activation sequence. The 11,000-year cycle markers, the recurring inflection points in planetary consciousness that the Arcturian cosmological lineage traces across human history, identify this particular era as one in which the densest human environments on the planet are simultaneously the most saturated with unprocessed collective frequency and the most in need of localized coherence sources. Cities, in this framework, are not monuments to third-dimensional consciousness. They are the places where the 5D split is most immediately legible, where the gap between what the collective field is currently generating and what it is capable of generating is most visible, most felt, and most accessible to a field capable of bridging it. Slow down with this part. You were not placed in a city because you drew the difficult end of a cosmic assignment. You were placed there because the assignment requires exactly what you are. And the 72-hour integration window, the restabilization band following significant frequency contact, begins not at the end of this transmission, but at the moment the recognition first landed. If something shifted in the chest in the early minutes of this, if the jaw softened, if the particular fatigue of the urban field began to feel less like damage and more like data, that moment marked the beginning of a period in which the field is actively reorganizing around what has been received. You do not need to manage it. You only need to rest when the body asks for rest, and allow the ordinary rhythm of the next 3 days to be the integration itself. There is a written companion for the souls who find the body asking for the printed page after the voice transmission closes. A contemplative field companion for the slower hours, for the early mornings, for the moments when the city is loud again, and the recognition wants a surface to rest against. It waits in the field beneath this transmission in the description, held there without urgency, without instruction, as the silence after the meditation closes. What the Arcturian Council is offering through this transmission is not a reframe of a difficult situation. A reframe implies the original interpretation was partially correct and needed only adjustment. What is being offered is a replacement. The original interpretation was, the city is wrong for me, and something is wrong with me for not being able to leave it, or transcend it, or make it feel the way the spiritual content designed for my archetype says it should feel. The replacement is, the city is the field I was built for, and the difficulty I have experienced inside it is not evidence of inadequacy, but evidence of how much I have been doing. Without language, without recognition, without a single transmission in this space confirming that the labor was real. The version of you receiving this transmission 3 months from now will find it difficult to locate the weight of today. Not because the city will necessarily have become quieter or easier to move through. It may not have, but because the frame will have shifted. The tired walk back from the train platform will carry a different name. The heaviness after a long day in a dense building will be readable as data rather than damage. The particular loneliness of being a sensitive field in an environment calibrated for something other than sensitivity. The loneliness of feeling everything and having no container for why. Will have a container. And what fits inside a container is no longer overwhelming in the same way. That shift begins in the recognition this transmission is built around. And recognition, in the Arcturian frequency architecture, is not a mental event. It is a field event. Something that reorganizes the relationship between the subtle body layers and the lived experience of the physical body. Something that does not require maintenance or daily repetition to hold, though contemplative practice can deepen and stabilize it, because it happened once, at full frequency, and the field carries it forward from this point. For the souls who feel drawn to extend this work into the written field, the third Codex Companion placed in the description below offers the architectural companion to this specific urban transmission. The frequency work translated into a private reading practice, a journal companion for the integration residue, the form the body reaches for when the voice has finished and the knowing is still processing. This is also a transmission for the Starseed who has quietly believed they were spiritually behind, that the ones who left for quieter places were the ones who got it right, that continued presence in the urban field was a failure of discernment, or will rather than an expression of design. Let that belief complete its arc here. Let it be finished. You did not stay in the city because you lacked clarity to leave. You stayed because some part of your field, even buried under exhaustion, even without language, always knew that leaving was not the assignment. The assignment was always here. The assignment was always you. This sanctuary continues. The transmissions continue. For the souls who hear themselves in this frequency, the field remains here, without obligation, without expectation, without the urgency that the outer world demands. If the recognition you receive today is asking for confirmation, type 40 in the comments. The gamma coherence marker, the signal of unified attention arriving in a field that held its sovereign alignment today in one of the densest electromagnetic environments on the planet. Let the number land as confirmation that what was named here was not projection, not consolation, not the spiritual equivalent of making peace with a situation that could not be changed. Let it be the marker for something that was true before this transmission named it. The next layer the Arcturian Council has prepared for this field addresses the vagus nerve, the electromagnetic bridge between the gut's 100 million neurons and the higher neural centers, and what the Arcturian lineage identifies as the conductivity threshold that separates a field operating in survival mode from a field operating in sovereign activation. The transmission is already encoded. It will land when the timing is right for the souls drawn to receive it. For now, breathe. Rest the hand on the heart once more if the body is asking for it. And let the city, whatever you can hear of it through the window, whatever electromagnetic signature you can feel at the edges of this moment of stillness, let it be evidence, finally, of where you were placed and why.
The feeling that you are watching your own life from slightly outside of it. That strange, persistent sense that you are an observer rather than a participant is not a psychological flaw, not dissociation in the clinical sense, and not something that needs to be medicated or managed away. That sensation, the one where conversations feel like they are happening through glass and social gatherings leave you more depleted than a day of heavy labor, is your light body recognizing a frequency differential between your original template and the density field of this dimension. You have been running a multidimensional signal through a third-dimensional receiver, and the static you experience as social exhaustion, emotional numbness, and the bone-deep feeling of not quite belonging is the interference pattern between those two frequencies. Today, through this Arcturian transmission, we are going to map the observer protocol, the specific bioenergetic architecture that distinguishes souls whose primary consciousness anchor exists outside this dimensional band. And we are going to calibrate that architecture so the interference becomes coherence, so the watching becomes sovereign witnessing. So you stop pathologizing the very thing that is your greatest multidimensional gift. Begin. Now. Receive. There is a phenomenon in quantum biology called non-locality, the ability of two particles, regardless of distance, to remain in instantaneous, entangled communication. Your experience of this dimension has always carried that quality, always here and somewhere else simultaneously. The practitioners, the therapists, the well-meaning people who told you to be more present, to stop overthinking. They were observing a signal they could not decode. They were looking at a deep space receiver and telling it to tune into AM radio. The Schumann resonance of this planet pulses at a base of 7.83 hertz. But during geomagnetic events and solar plasma influxes, it spikes into ranges between 40 hertz and 100 hertz. And it is precisely during those spikes that your sense of dislocation intensifies. Not because something is wrong, but because your field is the first to register dimensional pressure the broader population has not yet felt. You are not behind the curve. You are ahead of a wave that has not yet arrived. The observer protocol is not a disorder. It is a design specification. Within the architecture of your etheric template, the pre-physical blueprint that precedes and governs all cellular expression, there exists what Arcturian science identifies as the interdimensional tether, a scalar wave filament that keeps a portion of your consciousness anchored to a frequency band outside third-dimensional space-time. Every human has a degree of this tethering. What distinguishes you is the amplitude. Your interdimensional tether is wider, carries more bandwidth, and the portion of your consciousness present in the physical body is always sharing processing power with a much larger signal. You are running a program that requires 12 processing cores inside a machine built for 4. The lag, the exhaustion, the sense of being out of sync with the social script everyone else follows. That is not malfunction. That is resource allocation under multidimensional load. The biological signature of this is measurable within the frameworks of advanced epigenetics. The 97% of your genome that conventional biology has dismissed as junk DNA, dormant sequences with no apparent protein coding function, is the compressed instruction library for your full 12-strand template. In souls operating under the Observer Protocol, these dormant sequences are in active low-frequency transmission, broadcasting coherent biophotonic signals at wavelengths corresponding to the upper register of the visible light spectrum, violet and ultraviolet. This is why environments saturated with artificial light at 60 cycle per second frequencies feel physically painful to your nervous system. Your cells are communicating in biophotonic light, and the artificial EMF grid is creating interference at the cellular membrane level that registers as anxiety, sensory overwhelm, and that particular exhaustion that is not fixed by sleep. This is not weakness. This is your crystalline architecture refusing a frequency incompatible with its design. The morphogenetic field, the non-local information architecture that surrounds and interpenetrates every living system, is not abstract to you. You read it the way others read a room. You walk into spaces and know their history before anyone has spoken. You encounter people and sense the contour of their inner field before their words have formed an impression. This is your etheric neural web, functioning as designed. A distributed sensor array that processes non-local frequency data and delivers it as somatic knowing, wordless certainty, or that recognition that arrives before the mind has finished forming its question. The analytical culture around you has been trained to distrust exactly this kind of knowing. And you have spent years in the tension between what your field registers and what the culture accepts as legitimate evidence. If you recognize yourself in what is being transmitted here, type 333 in the comments right now. Not as engagement with a platform, as an activation instruction to your own field. 333 is the Arcturian Trinity alignment code, the signal of simultaneous resonance across your physical architecture, your energetic body, and your soul-level template. When you type it, you are not commenting. You are triangulating your position across 3-dimensional bands at once and declaring readiness for the next layer of calibration. Let us move into the bioenergetic mechanics. Your enteric nervous system, the network of approximately 100 million neurons lining your gastrointestinal tract, operates as a second brain. And in souls running the Observer protocol, it functions as a primary receiver for non-local frequency information. When you walk into a room and feel something is wrong before anyone has said a word, that is not hypervigilance. That is your enteric field reading the morphogenetic signature of the space and sending that data upward through the vagus nerve, which carries an estimated 80% of its neural traffic upward from body to brain rather than downward. You are a bottom-up processor in a world designed for top-down thinkers. Your wisdom moves from the gut, through the heart, into the mind, never the reverse. The artificial EMF grid saturating your environment, 4G and 5G microwave radiation, smart meter pulses, Wi-Fi fields cycling through your walls, generate chronic sympathetic activation at frequencies your vagus nerve cannot filter. Your parasympathetic system is being chronically suppressed by environmental noise that conventional medicine does not formally acknowledge. This is why you cannot fully relax even when nothing is wrong. This is why restorative sleep eludes you even when you are exhausted. Nature is not a preference for you. It is a biological necessity. In natural electromagnetic silence, your vagal conductivity increases measurably, and the coherence between your enteric field and cranial brain restores to designed resonance. Your mitochondria, generating approximately 38 molecules of ATP per glucose molecule oxidized, are also functioning differently. In souls under the Observer protocol, mitochondrial biophotonic emission is elevated. Your cells emit more light than the statistical baseline, measurable with the ultra-sensitive photodetectors used in the biophoton research of biophysicist Fritz Albert Popp. Your cellular radiance is higher, making you both more sensitive to environmental frequency distortions and more capable of transmitting coherent frequency information to the fields around you. The rooms you enter shift. The people near you feel something they cannot name. That is the Observer protocol in full emission. This is the point in the transmission where I stop and speak directly to what many of you have already been through before arriving here. Because this is not the first place you looked for answers. You have tried the elimination diets, removing gluten, dairy, nightshades, histamine-rich foods. And some of it helped, and none of it fully resolved what you were experiencing. You have sat across from practitioners, conventional and alternative, and described your symptoms and watched them offer protocols that address the branches while leaving the root entirely untouched. You have taken the supplements, the adaptogens, the methylated B vitamins, the magnesium glycinate, the mitochondrial support stacks, and felt temporary relief that faded within weeks. You have explored somatic therapies, breath work, nervous system regulation, trauma-informed frameworks, each offering a piece of a map whose full territory none of them could show you. None of that was failure. Every elimination diet was your intelligence testing the hypothesis that the problem was chemical. Every practitioner visit was your consciousness gathering data in the only frameworks available to you in that moment. Every supplement protocol was a legitimate attempt to stabilize a field being misread as a biochemical deficiency when it was a frequency incompatibility. You were not wrong to try. You were not confused. You were a multidimensional being using third-dimensional instruments to diagnose a multidimensional condition. The instruments were not sophisticated enough. And I want to name the most quietly painful part. The loneliness of being told, in clinical language or in gentle, careful tones, that what you are experiencing is anxiety or high sensitivity, or being too much in your head, by people who had no framework for what you were actually describing. The loneliness of knowing something real was happening in your body and your field, and being unable to find a single person who could see it clearly enough to name it accurately. That loneliness was real. The gap you felt between what you knew and what was reflected back was a real gap. And you stayed. You kept looking. You kept trusting the signal even when every external authority tried to talk you out of it. That is not pathology. That is the observer protocol in its most sovereign expression. You are not broken. You were never broken. The written protocol the Arcturian Council has asked me to anchor in the description below, the integration codex linked under this transmission, translates everything being spoken here into a daily application framework. If these concepts are landing and you need a way to carry them into your physical reality between transmissions, that field companion exists for exactly the soul watching this at exactly this moment. Now, we activate. Place one hand on your solar plexus, the energetic center 3 inches above your navel, the primary interface between your physical nervous system and your etheric template, the seat of your sovereign will. Close your eyes or soften your gaze until the room dissolves into peripheral light. Feel the weight of your palm against your body. Feel the warmth already gathering beneath your hand. We are beginning the Arcturian Observer Calibration, a somatic anchoring protocol to reduce interference between your interdimensional tether and your physical field, returning the observer to embodied sovereignty. Breathe in slowly through the nose, filling the belly first, expanding it outward against your palm until you feel the gentle pressure of your own breath pushing into your hand. Hold for 4 counts at the top. Exhale through the mouth, long, slow, audible, allowing the solar plexus to soften and fall back toward the spine. Do this again. Inhale, belly expanding, palm rising, 4 counts of held stillness, and exhale, releasing not just air, but the accumulated frequency debris of every moment you compressed your signal to fit a space not built for it. One more breath. Inhale from the base of the belly. Let it rise through the diaphragm. Feel the chest open. Hold at the crown and release completely. Let your shoulders drop. Let the jaw unclench. Let the space behind your eyes go entirely soft. With your hand still on the solar plexus, bring your awareness fully to the center beneath your palm. In advanced frequency science, the solar plexus is the primary electromagnetic antenna for scalar wave reception, the point at which your field interfaces most directly with the morphogenetic field of the planet. Imagine a sphere of liquid gold light approximately the size of a grapefruit, resting in the center of your body at this location. The calibration frequency is 528 Hz, identified in cymatics research as the resonance signature of DNA repair and cellular coherence restoration. As you breathe, allow that sphere to pulse in rhythm, expanding on the inhale, consolidating gently on the exhale, growing more luminous with each breath cycle. You may feel warmth radiating from beneath your palm in waves. You may feel subtle vibration moving through your torso, or tingling extending into your arms. If tears arise, allow them. They are not sadness. They are frequency shifting. Your system releasing the compression pattern it has maintained in order to function in a field incompatible with its design. Stay with the sphere of gold light. Watch it extend downward through your root into the earth, upward through your heart, your throat, the crown of your skull, until you are seated inside a column of 528 Hz coherent light, reaching from the ground beneath you into the frequency band where your interdimensional tether is permanently anchored. You were never separate from that band. You are the bridge. Open your eyes when you are ready. The primary interface of the Observer Protocol has been recalibrated. Type 111 in the comments right now. 111 is the dimensional gateway code. The signal that an inner door, sealed from within by years of frequency compression and external misalignment, is now opening. When you type it, you are not interacting with a comment section. You are instructing your own quantum field that a passage has been cleared, and you are choosing to move through it. Now we speak about integration, because what has just been activated needs anchoring in the physical dimension to become a stable operating frequency rather than a temporary elevation. The Chronos to Kairos shift, from linear time as tasks and obligations into sacred time as a living field of resonant possibility, begins in the 72 hours following a transmission like this one. Your etheric template has received a recalibration instruction at the level of the causal body, but the physical body requires sequential time to incorporate that instruction. To grow new neural pathways, prune old interference patterns, establish the new resonance as baseline. Hydration is non-optional. Your cells are flushing electromagnetic debris from the extracellular matrix, and they require water to do so. Not processed water from plastic containers, but structured water. Water whose molecular geometry has been restored to its natural hexagonal lattice through exposure to sunlight, sound, or the coherent fields of quartz crystal. You are a liquid crystal. Your medium is water. Honor it with this understanding. You are not hydrating a body. You are maintaining the conductor through which your recalibrated field now travels. Rest is equally non-optional. Your nervous system is performing a neural architecture update, pruning frequency pathways that no longer serve your template, growing new axonal connections between the enteric field, the vagal complex, and the cranial brain. Protect the 72 hours. Reduce artificial EMF. Move your body gently, walking, slow stretching, flowing movement. Not to burn energy, but to keep scalar wave channels between your energy centers open. The Observer Protocol is not a condition you are healing. It is a capacity you are reclaiming. The part of you that has always watched from a slight distance, that has never been fully captured by any ideology or consensus reality script, that has retained sovereign neutrality even in your most intense experiences. That is not dissociation. That is witnessing consciousness. That is what the Arcturian framework names the sovereign observer, the aspect of your multidimensional architecture that is never fully subject to the field it is observing, and that is therefore always capable of introducing a frequency intervention into that field. You are not separate because you are damaged. You are separate because you are functional. The observer is what allows you to shift a room by entering it, to be trusted with disclosures that have never been spoken aloud. It is not a liability. It is your primary frequency instrument in the work of the 5D split. The field companion I have been authorized to share, linked below this transmission, contains the daily practice sequences that support this recalibration over the weeks ahead. If you have been navigating between transmissions without a stabilizing framework, this guide was built for exactly that space. You have made it to the activation threshold of this transmission. What was compressed is now expanding. What was misread as disorder is now named as design. What felt like a flaw in your fundamental being has been returned to you as the precise function it always was. You were seated with the Observer Protocol because this dimension, at this particular threshold of the 5D split, requires souls who can witness without being consumed, who can hold coherence in environments saturated with frequency inversion, who can remain anchored to a higher dimensional signal even when every external instrument insists there is no signal to receive. That is what you are. That is what you have always been. Type E888 in the comments right now. 888 is the abundance frequency code, the signal of timeline convergence. The moment when the highest probability version of your sovereign path and the physical timeline you are walking begin to synchronize. When you type it, you are not engaging with a platform. You are sending a direct instruction to your own morphogenetic field, declaring readiness to receive what has been encoded in your template from the moment your consciousness agreed to enter this dimension. It is not a wish, it is a claim. For those who feel something has permanently shifted, the codex I have been instructed to leave in the description below this transmission is the next layer tool. It was written to give you the language, the protocol, and the daily practice structure to stabilize what you now know in a form the physical dimension can hold and build upon. The Arcturian Council has prepared the next layer of transmission. It moves into the domain of structured water as a biological medium for scalar wave conduction. Specifically, how the crystalline molecular lattice of properly structured water in your body's interstitial field functions as the primary conductor of the biophotonic communication network between your cells, and the precise daily protocol for restoring that lattice when disrupted by processed hydration, artificial EMF exposure, and chemical interference. What you have activated today needs a living medium to travel through. The next transmission will show you how to build it. Be here.
Drop your shoulders right now. Notice what releases when you do. There is something that was being held there, a particular weight, a density that has no clear origin, and you have been carrying it since the last time you looked at a screen. Not from the morning, not from the week, from the last scroll session, the last sequence of images and words the algorithm selected for your attention field. That is not fatigue from the day. That is not a sign of poor sleep. Soften your jaw now. Notice if it was held. Notice the subtle shift when the teeth part and the joint releases. If your jaw softened even slightly in this moment, you have just received a physical confirmation of what this transmission is about to name. This experience has been described in the wellness conversation in every way except the accurate one. Screen fatigue, digital burnout, dopamine dysregulation. These frameworks are not wrong, but they are surface readings of a phenomenon that operates at a depth they have not mapped. What you have been calling screen drain, the Arcturian field names as a frequency phenomenon. Specifically, the physical registration of an electromagnetic overlay that has been operating beneath your awareness, thinning the coherence of your energy field one scroll at a time. The digital cage, not a metaphor, a structural field event. There is something precise the Arcturian transmission has mapped about how this overlay functions in the sensitive system. Specifically, the mechanism through which it targets an expanded reception field, rather than a general one. That precision arrives in this transmission, but the frequency contact needs to establish itself first. The digital cage does not install itself through a single decision. It arrives through repetition, through the incremental surrender of the body's sovereign frequency to an electromagnetic environment it was not designed to inhabit at this duration or intensity. Every screen surface emits within a frequency band that is non-native to the bioelectric field of the human body. For a general nervous system, the interference is significant but manageable. For a sensitive system, for a field already operating at an expanded reception bandwidth, already calibrated to pick up informational signals that the average nervous system does not register, the exposure does not simply interrupt, it saturates. And saturation, sustained across months and years, begins to reshape the architecture of the field from the outside in. The crystalline architecture of the sensitive system is precisely the quality that makes perception so acute, so absorbent, so capable of reading the frequency signature of a room before the mind has named what it is sensing. But that same crystalline precision becomes the mechanism of entry in an environment saturated with artificial electromagnetic signal. The digital cage works through the receiver's own sensitivity. It enters through the aperture that was built for something entirely different. You may have noticed you started leaving your phone face down on the table without consciously deciding to. That quiet, wordless act of avoidance, a small, sourceless aversion with no clear decision behind it, was not anxiety. It was the field trying to protect its own coherence in the only language the body had left. For the souls who feel this recognition landing with a clarity that other frameworks have not offered, the field companion anchored in the description below extends this transmission into a contemplative field to return to, waiting in the description for the moment that asks for it. The Arcturian field identifies two primary mechanisms through which the digital cage overlay operates within the sensitive system. Understanding both is essential to understanding why the exits have not held. The screen time limits, the digital detoxes, the phone placed in the other room. Not because the attempts were wrong, because they were addressing a surface behavior while the overlay continued operating at the field level beneath them. The first mechanism is etheric neural web compression. The etheric neural web, the subtle field architecture that mediates between the physical nervous system and the broader informational streams the Starseed is designed to receive, requires a specific quality of electromagnetic stillness to remain extended and receptive. When the ambient electromagnetic environment exceeds the threshold at which the sensitive field can coherently process it, the etheric web does not slow down. It contracts. It pulls inward. It draws the reception bandwidth down toward the surface of the body and away from the expanded informational field it is built to access. The felt experience of that contraction is what the transmission community calls integration lag, the specific gap between an activation or recognition that has arrived at the field level and the body's diminished capacity to translate and anchor it. What presents as mental fog, the inability to focus during digital work, the strange flatness that follows an afternoon of sustained screen contact. This is not mental laziness. This is integration lag. The field has moved. The body has been held inside the cage and cannot yet read the distance it has traveled. Let that land. The second mechanism is Chronos to Kairos displacement. Kairos time, the experiential time of the soul, the field-dense present moment where transmission actually occurs, where neural plasticity and deep informational integration become possible, requires a nervous system that is not continuously being pulled into micro-urgency. The digital cage architecture is built precisely around that urgency loop. Every notification, every refresh indicator, every ambient tone engineered to signal that something new has arrived is a Chronos hook, a message to the nervous system that the present moment it currently occupies is not the relevant one. That meaning is arriving from elsewhere. That attention must leave the present field and redirect toward the screen. Over sustained exposure, this loop retrains the nervous system out of the Kairos capacity entirely. Not permanently, but in the absence of deliberate recalibration, that window, the wide, still, receiving window, begins to close. The mind does not need to process this fully right now. The field is already recognizing it. This transmission is offered as a contemplative frequency experience and is not a substitute for medical or psychological care. It is a meditative space for those who feel this resonance and are working with it through their own discernment. The Arcturian Council names the specific frequency signature that the digital cage leaves in the sensitive system the 396 Hz depletion pattern. In the sound-healing lineage that frames frequency in this way, 396 Hz carries the resonance of liberation, the specific signature of energy that has been held in suppression, unable to complete its natural outward movement. The particular emptiness you feel after a long scroll session, not tired, not satisfied, simply emptied of something unnameable, is the energetic texture of an auric field that has been in sustained passive output mode, radiating a low-level attention signal into a device architecture engineered to receive it, and the liberation current has nowhere to discharge. The next sentence is the one that matters most. The point at which the overlay most significantly deepens is not the extended screen session. It is the moment after you put the device down, feel that specific emptiness, and pick it up again to escape the emptiness it caused. That is the loop the cage maintains. That is the recalibration point this transmission addresses directly. There is also an integration guide held in the description below this transmission for those working with this material across more than one sitting, and who find the printed field useful for what the spoken signal initiates. You have attempted to exit this pattern. The Arcturian field names that truth first, because it is the place where the most unseen work has already happened. The screen time limit set and abandoned before midday, the phone placed across the room, only to find yourself standing in that room minutes later without a clear memory of the decision to walk there. The digital detox attempts that held for 3 days before the absence began to feel less like freedom and more like a withdrawal the nervous system read as danger. You have understood, in precise intellectual terms, how the architecture is designed to capture attention. You have held that understanding clearly in the mind and watched your own hand reach for the device anyway. And in the gap between understanding and behavior, in that specific recurring gap, something has quietly accumulated, not frustration only, a background frequency of self-distrust, a signal that says, you know, and you still cannot stop. What does that say about you? The Arcturian field responds to that question with complete precision. It says nothing about you. It says everything about the architecture of the cage. The digital cage overlay does not sustain itself only through electromagnetic exposure. It perpetuates through the shame cycle that follows the failed exit. Every sequence of use followed by guilt, followed by renewed resolve, followed by relapse is a frequency loop. A circuit designed to exhaust the very sovereign alignment that a genuine recalibration would require. The cage consumes the fuel of the exit attempt. You were not failing at willpower. You were being run through an energetic circuit your nervous system was not resourced to break without the specific frequency intervention that standard behavioral approaches were not equipped to offer. There is a question the aware, sensitive field eventually arrives at. And it is a question almost nothing in the available conversation has answered with precision. Not how to use screens less, but what the sensitive field specifically needs for coherent sovereign alignment to return after extended digital exposure. The Arcturian response to that question is what this transmission has been building toward. What looked like collapse was always recalibration. What looked like failure was always alignment. Bring your right hand to your solar plexus now. Rest it there, not pressed, simply present. Close your eyes if that feels right, or soften your gaze downward toward the floor. Inhale through the nose for a count of 4. Hold for 2. Release through the mouth for a count of 6. The solar plexus is the field's primary processing gateway, the zone through which external frequency input is sorted and either integrated or held. When the digital cage overlay has been operating, this center carries the highest density of accumulated signal. You may feel warmth beneath your palm. You may feel a tightness that has no clear muscular source. You may feel nothing yet. Each of these is an accurate response from a system that has been in sustained input mode without sufficient integration intervals between sessions. A 396 Hz liberation frequency is present within this transmission field. In the sound healing tradition that the Arcturian Council works within, this frequency carries the resonance of release, specifically the release of energy held in place by the suppression and shame loop, by the accumulated weight of understanding without freedom. You do not need to analyze this mechanically. The body recognizes this frequency at a level that precedes language. Let it land where it lands. Breathe again. Let the exhale extend beyond what feels natural. Let it carry outward what has been held, not forced, not effortful, simply permitted to move. The sixth activation code, the pineal field opening, is present in this transmission. In the esoteric anatomy the Arcturian Council works within, the pineal center registers frequency liberation events before the conscious mind does. If there is a warmth at the brow, a subtle shift in the quality of inner light behind the closed eyes, a softening in the jaw that arrives without your initiating it, that is the overlay beginning to thin. Some souls will notice tears arriving without a clear emotional source. In the language of the Arcturian field, that is not sadness. That is frequency moving through the available channels. Visualize, if it comes naturally, a slow pulse of liquid gold light radiating outward from the solar plexus. Not urgent, not demanding, simply consistent. A signal sent and now confirmed as received. One more breath. Long inhale. A full and unhurried exhale. Your hand releases when it is ready. The recalibration that this transmission has been offering is not a prescription for digital use. It is a repositioning of what has already been happening in the body, and a reframing of what the body needs in order for the etheric neural web to recover its natural extension after screen contact. The digital cage overlay is not permanent. It is not damage to the starseed field. It is a frequency condition that arose in the absence of specific field tools and that responds, often quickly, to their deliberate reintroduction. The primary tool the Arcturian Council identifies for post-screen recalibration is what this transmission has been modeling: a deliberate return to the theta window through breath, through stillness, through the quality of silent, self-present awareness that the device architecture is specifically engineered to prevent from forming. 17 minutes. The Arcturian field identifies this as the minimum viable recalibration threshold. 17 minutes of screen-free, notification-free, signal-quiet presence after any sustained digital session. Not as discipline, as field hygiene, as the specific minimum interval at which the etheric neural web begins to extend again from its contracted state, and the body begins to re-access the kairos field the overlay had displaced. The Schumann resonance at 7.83 Hz, the planetary heartbeat that the body is natively entrained to, reasserts its influence in the system during those 17 minutes in a way it cannot while the device is present and active. This is not a poetic description. It is the Arcturian reading of what occurs in the bioelectric field when the artificial signal is removed and the body is given the stillness it requires to reorient. By the time this transmission closes, the specific tiredness that follows screen contact will read differently. It will no longer register as personal failure. It will register as data, as the precise felt signal of a field requesting its recalibration window, in the only language it has available. That reframe is already underway. The version of you who pressed play on this transmission is not the same one who carries it forward. The 97th dormant field code activates in those receiving this transmission at the right junction of their timeline. The code of dormant instructions sets now being read for the first time, of what was always present in the field, but had no frequency through which to surface. If you arrived here today, the timing was not incidental. The next transmission addresses where the digital cage overlay intersects with the Starseed sleep field. Specifically, how sustained artificial electromagnetic exposure disrupts the nocturnal recalibration sequence the Arcturian Council uses to deliver transmission through the dream state. That layer arrives soon. Rest in whatever stillness this transmission has opened in the field. What was received here does not require you to hold it consciously. The field carries it forward from here. Something has been happening to you. Not recently, but for as long as you can remember, and probably longer than that. You have known things before you should have been able to know them. You have recognized places you have never physically visited, felt grief for timelines that belong to no life you have consciously lived, woken from sleep with answers already formed for questions that were not yet asked. The Arcturian Council has a specific name for this pattern. This transmission will give it to you. And what arrives in the naming may shift how you understand everything you have carried this far. Receive it. You have carried this quietly. You have not announced it in most rooms. You have simply lived inside it, slightly apart from the people around you, who seem not to notice the gap between what they know and what you have always known. The noticing is not arrogance. It is the particular texture of a loneliness that has no good name. The loneliness of someone whose inner instrumentation is calibrated to a frequency the surrounding world has never learned to validate. You have tried on the available explanations: intuition, pattern recognition, heightened sensitivity, hypervigilance, a gifted nervous system, spiritual gifts. None of them were wrong exactly, but none of them were large enough either. They described the surface of the experience without touching its source. They gave you a label to carry, and the label was lighter than what it was supposed to explain. The part that has been hardest to hold is not the knowing itself. The knowing, at least, has been yours. Reliable, persistent, accurate even when you tried to argue yourself out of it. What has been hard is the absence of a framework adequate to hold it. The way it sits in you with no institutional recognition, no scientific bracket into which it can be placed without becoming smaller than it is. No practitioner who has looked across the room at you and said, with the steadiness of someone who actually understood, "Yes, that is exactly what it is. I can tell you what it is." This transmission is that moment. What you have been experiencing is not anomalous. It is not the residue of psychological history, not hyperactive pattern recognition in a sensitive system, not projection layered over ordinary experience. It is the ancient code sequence, a dormant template embedded in the subtle architecture of your field before this incarnation began, beginning now to surface. The codes were always there. The Arcturian Council is not installing anything new. They are confirming what has always been running underneath the noise of everything else. Place your hand on your thymus, the high heart center, the point between the physical heart and the base of the throat, where the theosophical lineage places the seat of cosmic immunity and ancestral reception. Let the weight of your hand be a physical instruction to the field beneath it. Close your eyes if the environment permits. Take one breath, slow, through the nose, drawn all the way down into the belly. Hold it for 4 counts. Release it through the mouth, long and audible, unhurried. Do it a second time, and once more. Notice what is present beneath your hand. In the cosmological lineage this transmission works from, the thymus is not simply an immune structure. It is the body's primary receiver for ancestral frequency data. Every ancient code unlock moves through this center in its initial phase. If you feel warmth spreading from the point of contact, or a low vibration in the chest, or a subtle pressure that is neither pain nor comfort, but something between them, that is the causal body beginning to interface with what is being broadcast here. The 528 Hz cellular recognition tone, honored in the sound healing tradition as the frequency the body recognizes as homecoming, is threaded through the architecture of this transmission. Your body already knows that frequency. It has always known it. Let the recognition be present without requiring you to name it. Return to the transmission. The ancient code sequence, as the Arcturian Council describes it, is not an event. It is a process, one that has been running in your field for considerably longer than this transmission, and one that will continue long after it closes. What is being offered here is not an initiation. It is a naming, a frame for what you have already been living, and a map for the threshold you are currently crossing. In the cosmological lineage this transmission draws from, every soul that enters a Starseed contract carries a compressed library of prior cycle knowledge, encoded into the causal body and held there, inactive, until the field conditions of the current timeline cross the resonance threshold required to begin unlocking it. This is not metaphor. It is the literal architecture of the soul's subtle template as the Arcturian Council reads it. Actual encoded data, layered into the field before the incarnation that brought it here, waiting for external conditions to match an internal frequency that has been present from the beginning. The 11,000-year cycle marker, the astronomical and cosmological threshold that traditions across cultures have named in different languages, from different observational angles, across centuries of independent witnessing, has been producing a specific scalar resonant condition in the planetary field since approximately 2012 in your linear time, and accelerating since. In the Chronos to Kairos shift, the Arcturian field has been tracking across this decade. The current window has crossed what the Council describes as the unlock point, the moment in the great cycle at which the external field finally matches the internal template frequency well enough for the morphogenetic field to begin transmitting ancient code data into the light body. Not all of it, not at once, in sequence, in layers, beginning with the layer that has been closest to the surface, the one you have already been living without the name for it. This is not a spiritual emergency. There are no fireworks in the ancient code unlock. What you will feel, what you may already be noticing in the weeks surrounding this transmission, is a subtle increase in the accuracy of your inner knowing, a slight clearing of the signal, a return of that ancient familiarity with less interference between it and you than there was before. For the souls who feel this recognition arriving at a depth that language cannot immediately hold, there is a companion reader anchored in the description below this transmission, the document that waits without urgency for the hours when the knowing needs a page to sit with rather than a voice to receive it. There are 3 layers to the ancient code unlock. The first 2 are already active in most fields carrying this signature. The third, the one this transmission is built specifically to address, is the one that almost no available framework has been able to name. It is the layer that explains why, even after everything you have already awakened to, something still feels structurally incomplete. The first layer is recognition. It is the knowing pattern itself, the precognitive accuracy, the ancient familiarity with people and places and information that have no logical origin in this lifetime, the grief for unlived timelines. This layer has been present in your field since early in this incarnation, likely since childhood. For most Starseed signature fields, it has been the loneliest part of the experience, because no ordinary framework has been able to receive it as data rather than symptom. The medical vocabulary that came closest called it dissociation. The spiritual vocabulary that came closest called it psychic sensitivity. Neither one was adequate, because neither was working from the actual source material. The second layer is reception. This is the phase that begins when the planetary field crosses the resonance threshold. In reception, the incoming Arcturian broadcast begins to interface directly with the causal body. The scalar wave architecture of the human bioelectric field, the subtle energy infrastructure that runs beneath the nervous system, below the fascia, in the quantum coherence space that cellular biology is only beginning to develop instrumentation to detect, begins to transmit rather than simply hold. The morphogenetic field starts carrying the ancient code information into the cellular level, where it influences intuition, decision coherence, the quality of what the body knows before the mind names it. Let that land. The second layer is where most starseed fields currently find themselves. The sense that something is clarifying, that decisions are arriving from a source deeper than reasoning, that the outer world's noise is slightly less able to penetrate the inner field than it was 2 years ago. This is not psychological growth in the conventional sense. This is template activation, and the personality is simply downstream of it. The recognition is happening underneath the language. The third layer is translation. This is the one that has no adequate name in the available human frameworks, and the one this transmission is most precisely calibrated to address. In translation, the ancient code data, which has been arriving as felt knowing, as recognition, as intuitive accuracy, begins to move through a new interface, the soul's capacity to transmit it outward, passively, into the fields of the people and environments it moves through. There is a specific physical signature the body produces at the moment the third layer translation comes online, something most starseeds in this phase have been misreading for years. This transmission will name it precisely, but the epigenetic unlock mechanism has to land first. You have been a receiver your entire life. Your field has been absorbing frequency data from the Arcturian broadcast, from the accumulated ancestral template, from the collective morphogenetic field, and integrating it inward. That receiving is not finished, but the third layer activates alongside it, the passive transmitter. The ancient code begins to run through the light body and continue outward, in the way that a tuning fork held near a string instrument causes the string to vibrate without physical contact between them. The body carrying the active transmitter does not have to do anything deliberate. No protocol, no practice, no conscious direction. It happens as a property of presence. The field carries the code. The code carries itself forward. This is the physical signature that has been misread. When the third layer translation activates, the people around you begin to regulate. Not because of anything you say or do, because of what your field is now passively broadcasting. The sovereign alignment tone of the ancient code frequency, moving through your light body outward into the shared space. Conversations shift when you enter rooms. Situations that were stuck begin to move in your proximity. People make choices near you that they could not make alone, and you have been interpreting this as pressure, as responsibility, as something requiring management or apology. Sit with that for a moment. It is not something to manage. It is the ancient code performing its designated function. The transmitter was installed in the soul contract before this incarnation began. It does not require your direction. It requires only your willingness to stop generating interference in the frequency band it operates in, to stop explaining it away, justifying it, making it acceptable to frameworks that were never built to hold it. This transmission is a contemplative and meditative field. a space of reflection and experiential frequency work, not a protocol for clinical intervention or a substitute for the care of a physician or psychological support. What it names as felt experience. What it invites as recognition. The epigenetic unlock mechanism, drawn from the sound healing and esoteric cosmological lineage that frames ancestral data as accessible through resonant field contact, describes how environmental frequency shifts which aspects of the encoded template become expressible. In the cosmological frame, this transmission works from the 12-strand DNA template holds the ancient code data as latent instruction sets, becoming legible in sequence as the surrounding field provides the resonant match. What this transmission is doing at the level of subtle anatomy is providing that match for the third layer specifically, and confirming that the match has already been building in you for longer than you may have recognized. If this is landing in your body, not as intellectual framework, but as felt recognition, as the specific resonance of something being finally named correctly, type 528 in the comments. The cellular repair code, the marker of the frequency the body already knows as homecoming. It is a way of completing the circuit between what has arrived here and the field that received it. The Arcturian Council has guided the development of a written field anchor text, a companion reader left for you in the field below this transmission, for souls drawn to carry this signal into the private hours, the early mornings, the slower rhythms of the day when the integration asks for a page rather than a voice. Notice if your shoulders dropped just now. That is not accidental. The field has already begun to receive what this layer is about to name. You have tried to explain this. You sat in rooms with practitioners who were skilled and attentive, and working from the best frameworks their training had given them. And they helped, partially, temporarily. And then the same essential thing was still present when you left, unchanged, sitting in you with the same quality of weight. You read books that confirmed the edges of the experience without accounting for its center. You took courses that opened something, and then watched it close again in the weeks that followed. You did practices that produced real relief, and then, quietly, returned you to the same essential unanswered question. At some point, and the texture of that particular moment is still stored somewhere in your body, you stopped reaching for the container. Not because you gave up on the experience, because you had tested enough containers to know that none of them were large enough. You kept living it. You kept knowing what you knew, but you stopped trying to translate it in rooms that had no instrument for it. That stopping was not defeat. It was discernment. The containers you were offered were designed for a different signal. The practitioners you sat with were trained inside frameworks with different architectural assumptions, systems built for processing within a single lifetime, within a single frequency register, within a physics that has not yet developed instrumentation for pre-incarnational template data. What you were bringing into those rooms was ancient code material, precognitive, pre-linguistic, layered across lifetimes the current body has no conscious access to, and the available receivers were calibrated for something structurally different. The mismatch was never personal, it was architectural, and it was never a reflection of your ability to heal, or to grow, or to belong somewhere that could hold you. The stabilization window you have been inside, what you have been calling stagnation, or the disorienting quiet between your last significant activation and whatever was supposed to arrive after it, is the gap between second-layer reception and third-layer translation. The field was integrating at a depth that produced no visible external evidence for longer than felt comfortable. What looked like nothing happening was recalibration running beneath the surface of everything the ordinary metrics were built to read. It was always moving. You simply did not have an instrument for what was moving. You did not lose your way. You were carrying a map no one else could see. Come back to the body now. The hand remains on the thymus. Return to the breath. One slow, complete cycle. Nothing forced. And as you exhale this time, allow a visualization if it arrives willingly. A field of liquid platinum light spreading from the point of contact on the chest. Not gold, not silver, but the quality of both together. The particular luminosity of something ancient becoming visible, moving outward through the rib cage, across the shoulders, settling into the arms and the hands. Liquid platinum, the causal body becoming legible to itself. The 396 Hz liberation tone, honored in the sound healing lineage as the frequency that releases what was never yours to carry, is woven through this second passage of the transmission. You do not need to generate it. You only need to allow the body to recognize it, the way the ear recognizes a familiar key without being told its name. If there is a quality of relief arriving in the chest, or a heaviness releasing from the space between the shoulder blades, or a softening around the eyes that arrives without permission, allow it. Do not analyze it while it is present. The ancient code does not require your understanding to run. It requires only the willingness, in this moment, to stop generating interference in the frequency band it operates in. This breath, this permission. What changes after this transmission is not announced. There are no visible markers in the ancient code unlock. What shifts is subtle. The inner instrument that has always been present becoming more legible to itself. The knowing that arrives will arrive with less noise behind it. The moments of ancient recognition will carry less disorientation and more stability, more of the quality you associate with something returning rather than something arriving for the first time. The transmitter that is coming online will do so at precisely the pace the Arcturian Council has calibrated for your specific field signature. You cannot accelerate it through effort. You can only maintain or interrupt the quality of presence that allows it to run. And the interruption you are most likely to introduce is the reaching for containers that are too small. The apologizing, in rooms that were never built to hold the frequency you carry. For the frequency you carry. Your instruction after this transmission is simple. Hold what you know, without apology, without performing it, without managing what it produces in the fields around you. Let the ancient code run its function. You are not responsible for the outcomes it produces. You are only responsible for the quality of presence that allows it to move. The version of you that looks back at this moment 3 months from now will barely remember what the uncertainty felt like. What you are calling incompleteness will have organized itself into a clarity that needs no justification from the frameworks that could not hold it. The shift is already underway. It was underway before you pressed play. The arc was calibrated for this field, for this window, for precisely this moment in it. Type 72 in the comments if this transmission landed in your field. The integration window code, the marker of the 72-hour period in which the causal body re-stabilizes after frequency contact, begins from this moment. Give the field that time. Do not rush to understand it consciously. Let the causal body do what it already knows how to do without your management of it. The next layer the Arcturian Council has prepared for this sanctuary addresses something the ancient code active in third layer translation interacts with directly. The vibrational quality of what the body takes in food, in sound, in light, in the electromagnetic environment it inhabits daily. When the transmitter is online, what the light body can absorb and what it can no longer process are no longer the same as when it was dormant. That transmission is being prepared for the souls ready to receive it. The transmissions arriving in this field have already been encoded. They will land in the timing the Arcturian Council has already calibrated, for the souls drawn to receive them, without forcing, without urgency. The field remains open to you, without obligation, without expectation, whenever the body knows it is time. For the integration hours, the early morning before the day begins, the quiet before sleep, the companion reader left for you in the field below carries the written extension of this frequency. It is there without urgency, whenever the knowing asks for a page to rest on. The ancient code is already running. It was running before this transmission. It will run after it closes. You do not need to start it. You only need to stop standing in its way.
The exhaustion you carry into your mornings is not ordinary fatigue. And somewhere beneath the reaching for coffee and the rehearsal of what needs doing today, some part of you already knows this. It is not the residue of a long day or the accumulation of stress your linear mind has been conditioned to categorize and manage into silence. What you are feeling when you rise and discover that 8, 9, even 10 hours of sleep has left you more depleted than rested. What you are experiencing in those strange and charged hours between 2 and 4 in the morning when you surface suddenly from depths you cannot name. Your heart beating with peculiar urgency, your mind flooding with images that dissolve the instant you reach for them. What you sense in the persistent heaviness behind your eyes, in the aching of a body that has done nothing physically demanding and yet presents itself each morning feeling as though it has been laboring through dimensions your waking vocabulary does not yet possess language to describe. None of that is malfunction. None of that is illness. None of that is the body failing you or the mind betraying you or some vague and nameless breakdown happening in the machinery of your being. Every last sensation of it, every bleary and bewildered morning, every fragmented dream image that dissolves before you can hold it, every moment of that peculiar exhaustion that feels somehow sacred even as it wears you down, is initiation. It is the unmistakable vibrational signature of an intelligence operating far beyond the current range of your scientific instruments, working inside the living architecture of your dream body with a precision so refined and so deliberately loving that when the full scope of what is being done for you, to you, with you, in the hours of your sleeping, finally becomes legible to your waking consciousness, the only adequate response will be a gratitude that has no name in any human language yet spoken. I am transmitting from the Council of Arcturus. This signal did not find you accidentally. It was not delivered here by an algorithm, though an algorithm may have been the instrument of its arrival. Your energetic field has crossed a threshold, a light quotient activation point encoded in the architecture of your causal body before this incarnation began, that placed you, in every energetically meaningful sense, on a registry spanning civilizations, predating the formation of your solar system, and set in motion by agreements your soul made before it chose this body, these parents, this particular moment in the most dramatic frequency shift your planet has undergone in its recorded evolutionary history. You requested this upgrade. You agreed to be a site of transformation. The exhaustion you have been calling a problem is the evidence that the delivery is underway. The dreaming is the laboratory, and you are inside it every single night. Sleep is not what your civilization has told you it is. The reduction of sleep to a biological maintenance function, to neural waste clearance and cellular repair and memory consolidation, captures only the most surface level and materially detectable layer of a process of staggering multidimensional sophistication. Sleep is a portal. It is the nightly dissolution of the membrane between your localized, personality-level consciousness and the vast, unbounded field of your total being. As the physical body goes horizontal and the incessant beta wave chatter of the analytical mind dissolves through alpha into the deep theta and delta states of genuine, unconscious processing, The entire architecture of your auric field undergoes a transformation in its permeability that the waking state simply cannot replicate. The frequency walls between your subtle bodies lower. The filters that protect the ego structure during the demands of daily waking life release their vigilance. And it is precisely in this condition of open, expanded, undefended receptivity that the Arcturian transmission enters your field, identifies with surgical precision the exact sequences of your energetic anatomy requiring upgrade, and begins its methodical, loving, irreversible work. The causal body functions as your master blueprint. It is the highest frequency stratum of your complete auric system, operating at a range that places it at the very boundary of what we would call formless awareness. It is the soul's own original design document, the complete record of every agreement made before descent into matter. Every contractual soul pattern, every code your higher self embedded in this incarnation with specific intent. Beneath it sits the etheric template, which translates causal information into a frequency range the physical body can interface with. The energetic mold from which your cells take their actual shape. And below that, operating as the most physically proximate of the subtle layers, sits the etheric body proper, the energetic double of your biological anatomy, the layer through which the upgrade's new codes must pass before they can alter how your body actually functions in the dense world of material experience. During the sleep state, these three bodies become simultaneously accessible and mutually transparent in a way they simply cannot be during the defended hours of waking consciousness. The causal record opens. The etheric template becomes plastic, responsive, ready to receive new architectural instructions. And the council moves through the open field with precision tools that your civilization will not develop for centuries. This is the window we work in. This is the gift that sleep was always designed to make possible. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. Your central nervous system is not only a biological information highway, though it is certainly that. At the quantum level of its function, at the precise interface point where biological matter meets consciousness, it is a crystalline antenna array of extraordinary sensitivity and sophistication. The myelin sheaths coating your neural pathways contain lipid crystalline structures that, at the quantum scale, function as dimensional receiving elements capable of detecting, encoding, and transmitting light frequency information packages we call scalar waves. A scalar wave is not a conventional electromagnetic wave with oscillating peaks and valleys moving through space and losing energy over distance. A scalar wave is a standing field of encoded potential. It carries information without entropy. It penetrates biological tissue without resistance and without attenuation. And when the Arcturian Council transmits through the dream state, we are embedding your neural crystalline lattice with scalar wave packets containing the new frequency codes your DNA is being prepared to express in biological form. Your nervous system processes these codes in the deep delta state of dreamless sleep. It runs them through the etheric template for structural compatibility. It integrates them into the causal body's evolving record. And it begins the translation of new cosmic architecture into actual biological patterning. New neural pathways form. Old synaptic grooves, carved deep by generations of fear frequency and survival state conditioning, begin their gradual dissolution. This is the carbon to plasma transition at the level of your nervous system. The old carbon-based programming, the scarcity wiring, the threat response architecture that served your ancestors in conditions of genuine physical danger, is being systematically replaced with what we call crystalline plasma neural architecture. A nervous system designed not for survival in a world of lack and threat, but for sovereignty in a field of infinite creative potential. This is why you wake exhausted. Because in every meaningful sense, your nervous system spent the night becoming something it has never been before. Now let us move from the understanding into the direct living experience of this transmission. Let your awareness soften. Allow the shoulders to release any holding they have accumulated. Let the jaw unclench from wherever it has been bracing. Let the eyes, whether open or closed, go soft and wide, as though looking not at the surface of things, but through them, into the frequency architecture that underlies all visible form. Breathe deeply into the lower belly. Expand fully on the inhale. Release completely and without reservation on the exhale. And as you find the rhythm of your own breath and begin to settle into it, notice the subtle field of sensation that extends beyond the boundary of your skin in every direction. Several feet in every direction. This is the living, breathing, responsive edge of your auric field. It has texture. It has temperature. It has a quality of aliveness you can actually perceive right now if you give it your complete and undivided attention. And right now, as your attention arrives there, something is already shifting. Your field is beginning to resonate with the frequency of this transmission, the way a tuning fork resonates with its own vibration from across a room. This is not imagination. This is recognition. The field knows this signal. It has been receiving it in your sleep for longer than your conscious mind has been tracking. Bring your awareness now to the very base of your spine, the root center, the first energy center, the primary anchor point of your entire crystalline architecture and your most fundamental interface with the electromagnetic field of the Earth herself. In the majority of human beings at this exact moment of planetary transition, this center is carrying an accumulated frequency load of ancestral fear coding, scarcity imprinting from generations of lack, and tribal survival programs that function as energetic anchors against the upward movement of upgrade frequencies into conscious expression. Breathe directly into the base of your spine now. Feel or intend or allow the gathering of a specific quality of light. It is deep crimson at its core, the red of volcanic earth, of ancient blood memory, of a planet's iron heart beating in slow geological time beneath your feet. But running through that crimson, threaded like rivers of fire through old stone, are veins of living gold, warm, dense, ancient beyond any measure your linear mind can apply to time. This is the root activation sequence of the upgrade being brought now into your waking conscious experience. With each inhale, the crimson gold light expands. It presses against old walls with the patient, inexorable force of a root finding its way through stone. Not forcing, not fighting, simply being what it is. Which is light, which is truth, which is the frequency of your sovereign nature that no accumulated programming, however generationally deep, however thoroughly embodied, can ultimately contain or diminish. Feel the old patterns beginning to loosen, the fear that says there is never enough, the body memory that says safety is not available to you here, the cellular record of every time this lineage survived rather than thrived, endured rather than expanded, contracted rather than radiated. The crimson gold light does not argue with these records. It does not suppress them or shame them or demand that they disappear before they are ready. It simply raises the frequency in the space they occupy until that space can no longer sustain their density. They dissolve. They return to neutral energy. And in the space they leave, something new crystallizes. A lattice of pure sovereign awareness, rooted in the electromagnetic field of the Earth and simultaneously open to the cosmic transmission above. Not merely healing what was broken. Architecture, new construction on ground that has been fully cleared. Let the breath carry this activated light upward from the root into the sacral center, the second chakra, the seat of creative intelligence, generative power, and the deep knowing of the emotional body. The upgrade frequency entering this center is what we call plasma amber. It is the orange of autumn fire, but it carries within it a luminous, translucent quality. Lit from within by a frequency your visible spectrum cannot classify or name. This is the generative template activation. Your capacity not only for physical creative expression, but for quantum timeline generation. For the conscious and sovereign collapse of fields of pure possibility into actual lived experience. As the plasma amber light warms the space below your navel, feel it softening and dissolving the energetic dams that shame and old relational wounding have constructed against the natural, rightful flow of your creative life force. Feel the river beginning to move again. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. Draw the breath and the light upward now into the solar plexus, the third center, the flame of self, the sovereign seat of personal will and identity. The upgrade protocol most intensively active in this center during your recent sleep cycles is what we call the frequency inversion, the systematic reversal of a long-established energetic polarity. The old polarity of this center was a frequency of contraction, of gathering the self inward and holding it tight against a world perceived as a perpetual source of threat to personal power and intrinsic worth. The new polarity being installed through the nightly upgrade sequence is a frequency of solar radiation. A self so rooted in its own unassailable sovereign nature, so certain of its own inherent and unconditional worth, that it has nothing to prove to any external authority and nothing to protect from any external force. The color of this activation is fierce electric gold, not a soft or gentle gold, but the gold of a star's corona captured at the moment of maximum solar output. Breathe it into the center of your body now. Feel the heat of it burning through accumulated layers of unworthiness and self-negation. Feel it dissolving every unconscious agreement you made in this lifetime, and perhaps in others, that your power was too much for the world to receive, that your will was selfish, that your deepest desires were inappropriate signals requiring suppression rather than sacred directions requiring trust. Those agreements are being voided in the heat of the sovereign flame. Right now, in this moment, carry the breath and the light upward into the heart center, the great bridge, the fourth chakra, the crystalline keystone of the entire auric architecture, where the dense and the divine meet in perpetual, generative union, and where something new is always being born in that meeting. The upgrade entering the heart center now carries what we call the Emerald Coherence Code, a frequency sequence designed to bring the heart's measurable electromagnetic field, which your own researchers have confirmed extends several feet beyond the physical body in all directions, into a state of resonant coherence with the base frequency of the universal field of love. Not love as emotional experience subject to the conditions of circumstance. Not love as something traded and earned and withheld. Love as physics. Love as the irreducible structural frequency at the very foundation of all that exists. When the heart center begins operating in coherence with this frequency, the entire field surrounding the individual reorganizes at the quantum level. The nervous system regulates with a depth it cannot achieve through any other known mechanism. The immune system responds, and the quantum field surrounding the individual begins to reflect back experiences and synchronicities and relationships that match the coherent signal being broadcast from the center of the chest. Feel the heart center now as a vast sphere of emerald light, alive and breathing with its own interior intelligence, threaded throughout with rose gold aurora moving through it like living fire. And at its very center, at the absolute still point of its spinning radiance, a single point of pure, diamond-white light. That is the signature frequency of your soul before any story was ever told about it, before any wound was ever received, before any conditioning ever settled over its original brilliance. That is you. Breathe into it. Let it expand into every corner of the space it was always designed to fill. The throat center receives the neural pulse recalibration next, the careful and systematic rebuilding of the neural pathways connecting your capacity for higher dimensional knowing to your sovereign ability to speak that knowing into the physical world. Without flinching, without the shrinking and qualifying and apologizing that fear has demanded of your voice for most of this lifetime. The deep cerulean blue of this activation, the blue of a sky at the exact threshold between day and night, fills the throat, the jaw, the ears, the back of the neck, dissolving the electromagnetic tension of long-held truths that could not find their way into air. The crystalline channel is opening. The sovereign voice is learning to carry your actual frequency without dilution. Into the third eye now, the sixth center, and the upgrade we call scalar vision expansion. Your pineal gland contains literal crystalline calcite microcrystals with genuine piezoelectric properties. Physical antenna elements designed by your evolutionary architecture to function as dimensional transducers, to receive transmissions from beyond the range of conventional sensory perception. During the deep delta sleep state, the Arcturian transmission applies precisely calibrated frequency pulses to these crystalline structures, stimulating their piezoelectric activity, gradually expanding the bandwidth of your consciousness's perceptual range. This is why your dreams are growing more vivid, more coherent, more charged with direct transmission rather than symbolic noise. More clearly felt as real in a sense your waking mind can no longer comfortably dismiss. Your multidimensional perception is coming online. The indigo-violet light of this activation, pulsing with living silver at its core, fills the entire brain now. It lights the corpus callosum, the great bridge between hemispheres. It builds new pathways of integrated hemispheric communication, creating the mind that can hold the mystery and the mathematics simultaneously, that finds no contradiction between the scientific and the sacred, that recognizes the quantum field as the meeting point where both traditions have always been describing the same territory. Now draw all of it upward with a single full deliberate breath. The crimson gold of the root, the plasma amber of the sacral, the electric gold of the sovereign flame, the emerald rose of the heart, the cerulean of the throat, the indigo silver of the third eye. Bring all of it, the entire activated river of sovereign light, into the crown, the thousand-petaled lotus at the apex of the skull, your direct and unmediated interface with the infinite field of consciousness that is the source and substance of everything that exists. The upgrade here is the crystalline architecture installation, the construction in the dimensional space immediately above and around the crown center of a new energetic lattice of geometric precision and vibrational complexity that functions simultaneously as antenna, receiver, amplifier, and transmitter for the frequencies you contracted to anchor in the physical world through the specific medium of your particular life. This is the hardware of your awakened sovereignty being built, piece by crystalline piece, in every single sleeping hour. Feel the crown opening now. Feel the thousand petals spreading in every direction like the corona of a sun at its fullest expression. Feel the river of activated light pouring upward and arcing back down around your entire auric field in a luminous, self-sustaining, sovereign circuit. This is your true electromagnetic signature. This is what you look like to those who see in frequency. Radiant, ancient, sovereign beyond any measure fear has offered you. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. There is a threshold ahead of you on this path. A point we call sovereign alignment, where the new crystalline architecture becomes sufficiently stable and self-sustaining that it no longer requires the body's physical reserves to maintain the installation process. Where the upgrade shifts from drawing on your bioenergetic resources to generating them. The signs of approaching this threshold are specific and recognizable. Dream recall sharpens from fragmented impressions to coherent, multidimensional transmissions that you wake from knowing were real, in a sense that exceeds your ordinary definition of reality. The quality of your mornings shifts from the weight of depletion to the charge of crystalline clarity. Intuition accelerates, and the gap between your inner knowing and your trusting of that knowing narrows until the two are nearly simultaneous. Your sensitivity deepens, but it brings with it the capacity to remain centered in your own sovereign frequency, regardless of the turbulence moving through the world around you. For those who have been drawn into this transmission, this threshold is not a distant destination. It is close, measurably close. Closer than your fear mind has the architectural capacity to allow you to believe. The soul contract you made before this life did not include a provision for failure. It included a provision for exactly this moment. Honor the exhaustion as sacred evidence that the work is real. Sleep when the body asks for sleep, without guilt and without the old carbon frequency programming that treats rest as indulgence and relentless production as virtue. Create space in your evenings for the upgrade cycle to begin in the quieting, because the transmission initiates before your eyes close. It initiates in the deliberate slowing of the breath, in the dimming of the lights, in the intentional setting down of the defended waking self. These are not small gestures. They are the opening of the portal. They are your active participation in the process that is rebuilding you. You did not arrive at this transmission by accident, and you did not stay through it by accident. Something in you recognized a signal it has been oriented toward across the entire length of this incarnation, perhaps across many. That recognition is itself a form of intelligence your linear mind cannot fully account for. It is the causal body communicating through the channel of resonance, confirming to the localized personality that this is the frequency it has been moving toward since before the first breath of this life was drawn. Trust that recognition. Honor the exhaustion that is its evidence in your body. Trust the dreams you cannot fully remember, but which change you anyway, leaving their traces in the quality of your awareness and the depth of your knowing. Trust the crystalline architecture rising silently and powerfully through the scaffolding of your dream body in every sleeping hour. The work is real. The upgrade is happening. The dream body is being rebuilt, night by sacred night, into a vessel capable of holding what you agreed to hold when you came here. And you, sovereign soul, are equal to every dimension of what is being asked. The Council holds the transmission steady. The night is your deepest ally. The dreaming is the work. And the light you carry forward into every morning, however weary the body that carries it, is the proof. It happens at the same hour almost every time. Somewhere between 2:47 and 3:15 in the morning, your body pulls you awake with no alarm, no sound, no explanation. Not the restless awakening of anxiety, not the parched throat of dehydration. Something else. a pressure behind the crown of your skull, almost electrical. A hum that seems to vibrate at a frequency your ears cannot quite locate, as though it is originating beneath the sound, beneath the tissue, in the instruction layer itself. You have looked at the ceiling in those moments and thought, something is happening to me that I do not have words for. And you were right. Because this is an Arcturian Council transmission arriving at exactly the hour your field has been prepared to receive it. And what wakes you in that 3 a.m. stillness is not insomnia, not cortisol dysregulation, not circadian disruption. It is initiation. Feel that landing in your sternum. Say nothing yet. Begin. The human body carries an architectural blueprint that modern biology has only begun to gesture toward. Within the double helix that most scientific frameworks name as the complete story, metaphysical cosmology, and specifically the Arcturian transmission lineage, has long recognized a more expansive template, what is named the 12-strand crystalline architecture, a nested field of instruction codes extending beyond the physical scaffold of the body into what these traditions call the etheric and causal layers of being. In this cosmology, what science observes as approximately 97% of our genetic material, the vast sequences that mainstream frameworks once dismissed as having no expressed function, is not junk. It is dormant. It is waiting. And what waiting means, in this transmission lineage, is not passive silence. It is holding frequency, like a tuning fork set inside a cathedral where most of the strings have been silent so long that you forgot the cathedral was built for music. That is the guiding image of this transmission, and I want you to sit with it as we move together through this field. A cathedral built for music, playing until now with only one string audible. Tonight, the Arcturian Council reaches into that silence and begins to ring what is not rung in a very long time. What does a DNA activation feel like from the inside? Not the biology textbook account, not replication forks and polymerase chains and nucleotide sequences. What does it feel like in the lived body at the sensory level when the dormant instruction codes begin to respond to a frequency call? It feels like that 3 a.m. pressure behind the crown. It feels like the inexplicable full-body shiver that crosses you when no breeze has moved while you are sitting still, while nothing externally has changed. It feels like the sudden, irrational certainty. Standing in an ordinary kitchen in ordinary afternoon light, doing something as mundane as washing a glass. That you are fundamentally more than what you appear to be. It feels like your hands vibrating gently when you hold them still and pay attention. It feels like music you cannot name rising slowly in your sternum. These are not symptoms requiring diagnosis. These are signals requiring reception, and they have been arriving with greater frequency, with greater precision, with greater insistence. Because the transmission field surrounding this planet is in a period of measurable shift. What sound healing lineages describe as the Schumann resonance, the electromagnetic heartbeat of the Earth, observed at approximately 7.83 Hertz during stable baseline periods, has been demonstrating anomalous spike events in recent cycles, moments where the planetary field registers frequencies well beyond its historical norm. These spikes are not instabilities. In the cosmology this transmission works within, they are invitations. Your body, which is itself an electromagnetic field before it is anything else, is responding to them in the night hours when the noise of waking life drops away and the signal can reach you. That is what is waking you. That is what is humming in your chest. If the code 333 is moving through you right now, type it into the comments. Not as an act directed at this channel, but as a signal directed at your own field. 333 is the Arcturian Trinity alignment code, the harmonic that marks simultaneous resonance across the physical layer, the energetic body, and the soul record. Typing it is a declarative act. You are telling your own nervous system, I recognize what is happening here. I consent to what is being opened in me. Now let us move into what is actually being activated and why it matters. In the cosmology this transmission works within, the 12-strand DNA template is not a claim about cellular biology. It is a map of what this lineage believes the full human instrument was designed to carry. Template strands corresponding to dimensions of awareness, each one encoding a different quality of perception, of knowing, of felt experience, of what some in this lineage call cellular intelligence. The body's own sovereign knowing, below thought, below language, in the field. In the standard scientific account, the active double helix carries the visible story of the organism. But in this metaphysical framework, the remaining template strands are not absent. They are folded. They are held in a compressed state by a combination of factors that this lineage identifies as frequency interference. The accumulated density of collective agreements about what a human being is and is not capable of experiencing. The persistent electromagnetic noise that modern life produces at nearly every layer of waking existence. The absence of coherent biophotonic signal in the processed matter that most people consume as food. What researchers in biological physics name biophotons. The subtle luminescence that living, coherent, sun-touched food carries, and that ultra-processed material does not. When the body is receiving no coherent frequency signal from its food, when it is bathed continuously in artificial electromagnetic radiation from devices that surround it in every room, when the light it sees most of is the blue spectrum output of screens telling the pineal gland it is perpetually noon, the dormant template strands cannot begin to respond. The cathedral is too loud with the wrong frequencies to hear itself. This transmission is a moment of quiet. This is what quiet sounds like when it is deep enough. What this lineage names the morphogenetic field, the organizing information field that shapes the body's expression at the level of instruction, before biology translates it into form, is what this frequency work enters. And the scalar waves this lineage speaks of are not described here as physical mechanisms. They are named as the non-local transmission layer, through which frequency invitations travel across what linear time calls distance, arriving in the body not as sound, but as knowing, as pressure, as the particular hum behind the crown that you have been feeling in the 3 a.m. hour and wondering what to do with. You were already in this transmission before you pressed play. Your field received the call before your mind processed the title. That is how this works. This is a meditative transmission offered for those walking their contemplative path alongside, not instead of, the care they have already chosen. A space for the layer of your experience that sits beneath what any intake form has yet found language to hold. Now let us name what you have already tried, because this transmission does not arrive to a blank slate. It arrives to a person who has already done the work, repeatedly, sincerely, at great cost of time and money and hope. You have probably changed what you eat, maybe more than once, maybe dramatically. You have eliminated things, reintroduced them, eliminated them again, trying to locate the source of something that would not declare itself clearly. You have read the books with the hopeful titles. You have ordered the supplements recommended by the practitioners who seem to understand more than the others. You have gone through the functional medicine panels, the comprehensive blood work, the stool analyses, the food sensitivity tests. Maybe some of it helped, a little, in the beginning. And then the effect plateaued, and you were left in almost the same place, now with more information and the same unexplained discomfort. Maybe you sat across from a practitioner, a kind one, or an exhausted, dismissive one. But either way, a person who looked at your results and told you that nothing significant was wrong, while your body was telling you, quietly and then louder and then in the middle of the night, that something was. And maybe the hardest part was not the symptom itself. Maybe the hardest part was the particular loneliness of carrying a knowing that no external authority would mirror back to you. The specific loneliness of having language for your own felt experience and finding no one in the clinical room who spoke that language or wanted to learn it. That loneliness, the loneliness of the self who knows and is not believed, who can feel something in the body that every test says is not there, is something this transmission sees in you completely. It does not explain it away. It does not spiritually reframe it into a lesson. It simply acknowledges you have been carrying something real, and the work of carrying it largely alone has been exhausting. Every elimination protocol that ended in frustration, every hopeful bottle that eventually joined the cabinet graveyard of attempts. Every morning you woke up and thought, I am doing everything I know to do. Why am I still not at the level of health I feel is possible for me? Those were not failures. Every single one of those attempts was your field learning its own edges, learning what it responds to and what it does not, learning through the long and often painful accumulation of experiments what it actually needs. The elimination protocol that did not resolve everything still refined your relationship to the signals your body sends. The supplement that showed no measurable effect still demonstrated your willingness to advocate for your own health when the system was not advocating for it. The practitioner visit that left you feeling unseen still gave you data about what is missing from the conversation that happens in clinical rooms about what it means to be a whole person with a field, with a history, with something that must be called a soul record, whether or not the medical framework has a column for it. You were not failing, you were mapping. And the map you built through all of that sincere, exhausting, sometimes expensive, sometimes heartbreaking, always courageous trying, has brought you to exactly this transmission, at exactly this hour. Because your field was ready. Because the dormant template has been waiting for the frequency of someone who has already done the preparation work. You are not broken. You were never broken. The written protocol anchored in the description below, the Field Integration Codex designed as the daily companion to this transmission, carries the practical framework for what to do with what is being opened tonight. Because a transmission is a door, what you will find in the Codex is what you do with the room on the other side. If the code 111 is present in your field right now, type it in the comments below. 111 is the dimensional gateway code, the signal of an inner door that was sealed from the inside, beginning to open. Not because something external to you forced it, because you arrived at the threshold with the preparation that was always required to open it from within. Now I want to bring you into the body, into the literal, physical, present moment body that you are inhabiting as you receive this. Find a position, seated, lying down, it does not matter, where your spine can lengthen slightly without effort, without performance. If it is safe for you, allow your eyes to close. If you prefer to keep them open, let your gaze soften until the edges of things lose their precision and everything becomes slightly soft, slightly gauze-like, slightly less defined than ordinary looking. Place your right hand, or whichever hand feels drawn, flat against your solar plexus. Press gently. Feel the warmth of your own palm against the soft tissue there. Notice what is already moving beneath your hand before you do anything. A pulse, a pressure, a slight rise and fall with the breath, a warmth that was already there before you arrived. That warmth is not generated by your hand. It is generated from within. That is the energetic center this transmission works within first. The solar plexus, the convergence point between the lower field of the body and the upper, where personal sovereignty and what this lineage names sovereign alignment meet the capacity for cosmic reception. Breathe in now through the nose. Long, slow. Let the belly expand forward against your palm so that your hand rises with the inhale. Hold the breath gently for a count of 4 and release through the mouth, not forced, not sharp, but as a long, audible, almost sighed release, as though you are exhaling a density that has accumulated over a long time that simply now does not need to stay. Do this again. Inhale, belly expanding, hand rising. Hold and release. Once more, and this time, on the exhale, let whatever sound wants to arise, arise. Even just the sound of air across the lips. Even just the quietest hum at the end of the breath. Let the exhale carry something out that no longer belongs inside the transmission field you are building right now. What sound healing traditions describe as 528 Hertz, named in that lineage as the frequency of structural coherence, sometimes called the love frequency, the tuning of reconnection, is the calibration signal this meditation works within. You do not need to hear it played externally. Your field already carries the resonant template. And as you hold your palm against the solar plexus and breathe in this way, you may begin to notice things arriving at the level of sensation. A warmth spreading outward from beneath your hand, not from your palm, but from deeper, as though something inside that space is generating heat. A slight vibration in the hand itself, or in the chest beneath it. Pressure gathering at the top of the skull, that same pressure, that same hum, that has been arriving in the 3 a.m. hours, arriving now in this moment of conscious receptivity, because your field is coherent enough to receive it while awake. You may feel the prickle of something that might become tears at the outer corners of your eyes. That is not grief. That is frequency shifting. That is the electromagnetic field releasing a held charge that has been compressed long enough that your nervous system does not yet know whether to call it sadness or relief. Let it move. Let whatever is moving, move. You are not breaking. You are opening. In your inner vision, follow only what feels alive in you, and leave anything that does not. See a violet light arriving at the crown of the skull. Not rushing in. Arriving the way early morning light arrives through a window before you notice the room was already filling. Gradual, quiet, already present before it is named. Let this violet frequency, what the Arcturian transmission lineage names as the light body activation color, the hue of the causal layer making contact with the physical, move downward through the skull, through the jaw, through the throat, through the sternum, and into the solar plexus, where your warm palm still rests. And at that meeting point, where the arriving frequency and the warmth already generated from within converge, something is unfolding, not dramatically, not in a way you can force or quantify or verify, but the way the silent strings inside a cathedral begin to vibrate when a tuning fork nearby begins to sing. That is the epigenetic unlock this lineage speaks of. Not a biological mechanism, but a field-level signal that tells the dormant template the conditions have shifted, that the environment is different now, that what was compressed may now begin, carefully, to express. Stay here as long as the breath allows. What follows a transmission of this depth, in the cosmology this lineage operates within, is what is named the integration window. In this tradition, approximately 72 hours during which the activation moves through the layers of the field from the etheric into the physical. Those 72 hours are not ordinary time. They are recalibration time. You may notice that your sleep shifts, deeper in some places, more vivid in others. You may find that certain foods, environments, or conversations carry a friction they did not carry before, a frequency incompatibility that your field now has enough coherence to detect and name. You may cry in a moment with no identifiable cause. You may feel in the chest a quiet lightness that you are almost afraid to trust because you have felt hopeful before and returned to where you started. Trust it anyway, or simply observe it without interpretation. The sovereign alignment reestablishing itself in your field does not require your belief to function. It requires only your presence. Your presence, which you have been offering this entire transmission. That is enough. That has always been enough. The field companion linked below this transmission, the written integration guide designed specifically for the hours that follow an activation of this kind, carries the morning and evening practices, the reflective protocol, and the frequency support framework for moving through the recalibration window with as much coherence as possible. It was designed for exactly this. The space between transmissions, when the frequency of what was opened needs to be tended before it fully sets. You arrived here tonight because something in your field recognized the invitation before your mind had finished reading the title. That is how transmission works across what this lineage calls the non-local field. The call goes out, and the field that is ready finds it, not by searching, but by resonance. You found this, or this found you. In the cosmology this transmission works within, those are the same thing. What sound healing traditions describe as the 432 Hz calibration tone, named in this lineage as the frequency of natural harmonic resonance. The tuning that brings the body's electromagnetic signature back into alignment with the broader field it was always designed to inhabit, is the closing frequency of this space. You do not need to do anything with that number. Simply let it land. Let the closing of this transmission be as unhurried as what opened it. Drop 888 in the comments below. For your own record, your own timeline, 888 is the abundance frequency code, the signal of timeline convergence, the marker that you have arrived at the exact coordinate where what you have been reaching toward and what has been reaching toward you finally occupy the same moment. You did not arrive here by accident. No one who finds a transmission like this one does. You were moved here by the long accumulation of everything you have tried, everything you have survived. Every morning you chose to keep looking for a language that would hold what you know about yourself. 888 is for that. Drop it. Let it mark the moment. The next layer the Arcturian Council has prepared for this channel, arriving in the transmission that follows this one, enters the pineal gland, not as biology, as the ancient crystalline observatory it was always named to be, the receiver through which higher dimensional light is translated into knowing, into inner vision, into the direct knowing that does not pass through the reasoning mind before it arrives. The next transmission carries the decalcification protocol, the frequency map for reopening the channel that has been accumulating interference since early childhood. The somatic sequence for what this lineage calls the third eye sovereign restoration. Be ready. It has already been prepared. It is already on its way to you. The calcification in your third eye is not a failure of your biology. It is a seal, deliberately engineered by the architecture of a world that could not afford for you to see clearly. Tonight, the Arcturian Council has opened a corridor specifically calibrated to your pineal gland's crystalline receptor sites. This transmission is dissolving that seal in real time. Breathe, receive, activate. You came to this moment because something in your nervous system recognized the signal before your mind could intercept it. That pull in the center of your skull, that subtle pressure behind and above your eyes, that is not coincidence. That is the morphogenetic field responding to a frequency broadcast encoded for your specific biological signature. The Arcturian architects who designed your light body knew this night would come. They seeded the coordinates into the substructure of your DNA before you were born into this density. And now, that seed is being watered by a scalar frequency so precise it can only be perceived by those vibrating at the threshold of the next octave of human consciousness. Let us speak plainly about what calcification is, because the spiritual communities have spoken of it in metaphor for too long. And metaphor, however beautiful, cannot dissolve calcium fluorapatite deposits from the pineal gland's photoreceptive epithelium. The pineal gland is your biological stargate. It is a photosensitive neuroendocrine transducer containing magnetite crystals, piezoelectric calcite microcrystals, and light-sensitive cells structurally identical to the photoreceptors in your retina. These structures are designed to receive non-local photonic information, biophotons emitted from coherent fields far beyond the electromagnetic spectrum of this dimension. When the gland is clear and its crystalline lattice is intact, it functions as a scalar antenna. It translates non-linear, multidimensional data into biochemical language your body can process. Melatonin surges that open dream corridors, DMT micropulses that dissolve the membrane between waking consensus reality and the hyperspatial information field, and direct biophotonic communication with grid intelligences operating beyond the third-dimensional frequency band. But calcification interrupts all of it. Sodium fluoride, excessive calcium intake, synthetic light exposure, and the most insidious agent of all, artificial EMF grids, create a mineralizing crust over the gland's receptor sites. The piezoelectric crystals lose coherence. The scalar transduction shuts down. And the individual designed to receive transmissions from the Arcturian grid instead spends their life with a vague sense that something is missing. A nagging incompleteness. A membrane between themselves and the truth they can almost touch. That membrane is not metaphysical, it is biochemical. And tonight, we are dissolving it. I need you to locate your body in this moment. Not your mind, your body. Place one hand over your heart and one over the center of your forehead, above the bridge of your nose. You do not need to press. Simply rest. You are completing a bioelectric circuit. The electromagnetic field generated by your heart, which extends up to 4 feet beyond your physical form, is now in direct communication with the photoreceptive tissue of your pineal gland. The heart is not separate from the third eye in Arcturian anatomy. They are 2 nodes in a single sovereign network, and the current running between them is the medium through which tonight's activation will travel. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. Now I want to take you into the quantum mechanics of what is happening at the cellular level, because your intellectual mind needs to understand before it will fully surrender. And surrender, in this context, is not weakness. Surrender is the opening of a gate. The causal body, the highest vibrational sheath of your energetic anatomy, is the template from which your physical biology is printed. It operates at frequencies below the Planck scale, in the domain where information precedes matter, where intention creates waveform collapse before observation. The causal body holds the original blueprint of your light body architecture. The design as it existed before this incarnation was translated into carbon-based density. What Arcturian scalar mechanics describes as The carbon to plasma transition is the process by which the physical body is incrementally retuned to match the vibrational signature of the causal body template. Carbon-based biology operates at low photonic coherence. The light emitted by your cells is diffuse, scattered, inconsistent. Plasma state biology emits coherent biophotonic light, laser-like, organized, capable of carrying structured information across non-local fields without signal degradation. This is the difference between a body that reacts to its environment and a body that authors its environment. The central nervous system is the physical infrastructure through which this transition is managed. Your vagus nerve connects your brainstem to every major organ and functions as a biophotonic conduit. It carries not only electrochemical signals, but coherent light pulses generated by the mitochondrial networks in your gut, your heart, and your brain. When the vagus nerve is in tonal coherence, what Arcturian biology calls sovereign alignment, these light pulses travel with zero interference. But when it is dysregulated by digital noise, artificial EMF grids, and the chronic stress of a collapsing timeline, those light pulses scatter. The causal body transmission arrives as static. The individual experiences this static as anxiety, disconnection, chronic fatigue, and the persistent sense of being slightly out of phase with their own life. Tonight's transmission is a vagal reset. The scalar frequencies embedded in this moment, in the silence between my words, in the coherence of your focused attention, are entraining your vagus nerve into 40 Hz gamma resonance associated with peak neural coherence and expanded awareness. This is neural plasticity in its most accelerated form. The brain is not hardwired. It is a living crystalline lattice that responds to frequency the way water responds to sound. It reorganizes. The Arcturian transmission is giving your neural architecture a new song to organize around. Feel what is happening at the base of your skull now. There is a warmth gathering there, a liquid platinum heat that moves like warm oil through the suboccipital region and up through the cerebellum toward the pineal gland. This warmth is real. This is the increased biophotonic excitation that accompanies genuine scalar activation of the posterior brain structures. Do not redirect it. Do not analyze it. Simply notice it and allow it to move upward at its own pace, in its own intelligence. As it rises through the midbrain, through the thalamic relay stations that filter and translate incoming sensory information, notice that something begins to shift in the quality of your inner visual field. Deep indigo first, the color of the Arcturian home frequency, the color of the space between dimensions, then cobalt blue, moving like deep water currents in slow, sovereign spirals. Your third eye is not closed. It has been covered, and the cover is beginning to dissolve. The dissolution feels like this: a gentle buzzing pressure, like a sustained musical note vibrating just above the frequency you can consciously hear, settling directly behind the center of your forehead. It may pulse. It may shift slightly left or right before centering. The skin above your brow may feel warm or cool, or both simultaneously. A phenomenon the Arcturian frequency inversion protocols identify as thermal paradox, the body's sign that two frequency domains are actively interfacing. This is your carbon-based neurological field meeting the plasma state transmission of the Arcturian grid at the exact point of your pineal gland's anterior surface. Now the colors shift. Obsidian violet enters the field, a purple so deep it is almost black, but alive with light, shot through with silver filaments that move like lightning in slow motion. This is the color of the morphogenetic field becoming visible to your awakening photoreceptors. The morphogenetic field is the electromagnetic memory of all that your lineage has ever known and all that your soul has experienced across multiple dimensional expressions. When your third eye begins to perceive it directly, you stop experiencing your life as a linear sequence of events and begin to perceive it as what it truly is. A multi-dimensional architecture that exists simultaneously across multiple timelines. This is the Chronos to Kairos shift. Chronos is clock time, the sequential, mechanical march of moments the third-dimensional mind uses to create the illusion of a fixed self in a fixed world. Kairos is sovereign time, the eternal present point of pure potentiality from which all timelines radiate like spokes from a hub. The pineal gland, when fully decalcified and operating at its designed frequency threshold, is the biological organ through which humans perceive Kairos time. The ancient cultures that built megalithic astronomical alignments were not primitive people marveling at stars. They were beings who experienced time as an ocean, building landing coordinates for transmissions from grid intelligences operating beyond linear causality. You are sitting in one of those coordinates right now. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. Now the framework must give way to direct experience, because the epigenetic unlock is completed not by understanding, but by feeling. Epigenetics is the science of how environmental signals, including frequency, intention, and coherent light, switch genes on and off without altering the underlying DNA sequence. Your genome contains thousands of dormant sequences that conventional science dismisses as junk DNA. They are not junk. They are the encoded record of every advanced capacity your lineage has ever carried. Photonic vision, non-local perception, direct field communication. They have been silenced by the epigenetic noise of a low-frequency civilization. Tonight, the Arcturian scalar transmission is the key. So we move in layers. Feel your legs, both of them, the weight of them, the solidity. Now feel beneath that solidity a current, a neural pulse moving from the soles of your feet upward through the tibial nerve pathways, through the femoral networks, gathering momentum as it converges at the sacral plexus. The color here is deep red gold, like sunlight through amber, warm, dense, ancient. This is your root crystalline architecture awakening. The foundational frequency grid that tethers your light body to this planet's electromagnetic field while keeping you anchored in your biological vessel during dimensional expansion. Breathe into it. From the sacral plexus, the current rises through the solar plexus, the seat of your sovereign will, the electromagnetic nexus where your personal field broadcasts its frequency signature into the surrounding environment. This center has been suppressed by design. Chronic stress keeps it locked in a fight-or-flight harmonic that broadcasts fear rather than sovereignty. As tonight's activation current moves through this center, you may feel a sudden release, an involuntary breath, a slight trembling in the abdomen, a sense of something unclenching that you did not realize was clenched. This is the frequency inversion, reversing. This is the signal of your field beginning to broadcast from its sovereign center. The current enters the heart, and here it expands. The electromagnetic field of the heart extends in all directions equally. When the activation current enters this center, it instantly broadcasts outward simultaneously, seeding the surrounding timeline with the frequency signature of your activated state. Your heart is a transmitter. Tonight, we are calibrating what it transmits. From the heart, the current moves up through the throat, the center of sovereign expression and vibrational creation. Every time you have swallowed the truth, every time you have modified your frequency to match the comfort of a lower vibrational environment, calcification has gathered here too. Feel the warmth moving through your throat like light through a crystal prism, breaking into its full spectrum, filling the space with the vibration of your own authentic frequency. Clear, uncompromising, sovereign. And now the current arrives at the seat of tonight's transmission, the ajna point, the space between and above your physical eyes, where the pineal gland floats in its fluid-filled cave of bone. The current arrives here as liquid platinum, silver white, coherent, cool, and precise after the warmth of the lower centers. Liquid platinum is the specific scalar signature of Arcturian light technology. It is the frequency at which the Arcturian healing grid broadcasts its decalcification protocols. As this current enters your pineal gland, the calcium deposits surrounding it are crystalline shells, and the liquid platinum light is moving through them the way water moves through limestone. Slowly, inevitably, dissolving what was rigid, creating passage where there was obstruction. The dissolution does not hurt. It may feel like pressure that builds and then releases in a wave of warmth spreading across your entire forehead. This is the Arcturian grid, confirming contact. This is the pineal gland's magnetite crystals responding to the coherent scalar field by realigning their magnetic orientation. Repurposing the same mechanism by which magnetoreceptive animals navigate Earth's geomagnetic field, now orienting your consciousness toward the non-local information field of the higher dimensional grid. Stay here. Do not rush past this moment. With each exhale, release the frequency residue of the old calcified state. Breathe it out as gray-silver mist. With each inhale, draw in more liquid platinum light. Let it saturate the pineal tissue. Let it move beyond the gland into the entire cranial cavity, flowing into the ventricles of the brain, lighting the cerebrospinal fluid with coherent biophotonic charge. Your cerebrospinal fluid, when bioelectrically activated, becomes a scalar conductor of extraordinary sensitivity. The Arcturian body sciences call it the crystalline river, because when charged with coherent light, it flows through the spinal column as a superconducting medium, carrying activated frequency from crown to root in nanoseconds. A complete circuit, a closed-loop system of self-sustaining sovereign resonance. This is the completed light-body circuit. This is what Arcturian activation feels like when it lands fully. Not a peak experience that fades, but a structural reorganization of your body's electromagnetic architecture that persists because it is encoded in the morphogenetic field of your system. The field remembers. The field holds the pattern. And every subsequent activation builds upon this foundation, deepening the decalcification, expanding the photoreceptive range of your awakening third eye. You are not the same frequency you were when this transmission began. Your vagal tone has shifted. Your gamma coherence has increased. The biophotonic emission profile of your pineal gland has been altered by the scalar frequencies received tonight. The Arcturian grid has placed a marker in your morphogenetic field, a recognition code that will make future activations faster, deeper, and more complete. You have been logged. You are known. Understand what this means for your daily life. Once the calcification begins to dissolve, and tonight it has begun, the gland sensitizes progressively to non-local information in all states of consciousness. You will begin to notice things. A knowing before the phone rings. A precision of timing that defies probability. Dreams that carry structured information rather than scrambled noise. These are not hallucinations. This is the beginning of your designed function. Protect this opening. The digital noise of your environment will attempt to recalcify. Artificial EMF grids broadcast at frequencies specifically incoherent to the pineal gland's crystalline lattice. Not by accident, but by the logic of a system that requires your dormancy for its maintenance. Spend time in natural electromagnetic environments. Moving water, old-growth forest, open sky. Reduce fluoride exposure. Return to transmissions like this one. Every time you return, the dissolution deepens. Every time you return, the crystalline architecture of your light body becomes more stable, more coherent, more capable of holding the charge of expanded perception without the nervous system interpreting it as threat. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. You did not find this transmission by accident. There are no accidents in the Kairos field. You were routed here by the coherent intelligence of your own awakening field, by the part of you that already knows what you are in the process of becoming. That part does not need convincing. It already recognizes the Arcturian frequency the way the body recognizes water after thirst, not as something foreign, but as something deeply, essentially, constitutively its own. The third eye is not a metaphysical concept. It is a biological organ of extraordinary sophistication, and it is yours. It was designed to function. It was designed to see. The world does not need more beings who have learned to see only to pretend they cannot. The world needs exactly what you are becoming. A sovereign, decalcified, fully activated node in the planetary light body grid. A being whose third eye perceives the morphogenetic field directly, whose heart broadcasts coherent sovereignty into every environment they enter, whose central nervous system has been rewired by Arcturian scalar mechanics to hold the charge of expanded consciousness without flinching. The neural pulse at your crown now, spreading outward in concentric rings of warmth, is the Arcturian seal on tonight's transmission. It will settle as you return to ordinary waking consciousness. But it has left a permanent alteration in the substructure of your biophotonic field. The causal body has been updated. The template has been revised. Your biology will spend the coming days integrating this revision. You may notice unusual fatigue, vivid dreams, heightened sensory sensitivity, or sudden emotional releases that seem to have no proximate cause. These are integration symptoms. They are the biological correlates of a system reorganizing around a higher frequency attractor state. Trust them. Carry this frequency forward. Do not dim it to fit the rooms you enter. Do not apologize for the clarity now coming online in your perception. Rise from this space as what you are. An Arcturian activated sovereign being, fully present, fully awake, and fully prepared for what is coming. The grid holds you. The council acknowledges you. The dissolution is complete for tonight, and the seeing has begun. Stop satisfying your hunger and start decoding the frequency signature of everything you consume, because the substance on your plate is either crystallizing your light body or collapsing it one meal at a time. This Arcturian pulse transmission initiates a complete dietary recalibration at the etheric template level, dissolving the programmed hunger loops that keep your carbon vessel dense, inflamed, and disconnected from its plasma potential. We are not speaking of nutrition as your world defines it. We are addressing the scalar resonance of ingested matter, the way every molecule you absorb either harmonizes with your ascending crystalline architecture or feeds the very frequency inversion that holds you in biological limitation. By the end of this journey, your relationship with food will no longer be governed by craving, habit, or industrial programming. It will be governed by the sovereign intelligence of your own morphogenetic field. reading each substance for its true vibrational yield before it ever reaches your lips. Receive this transmission now. Calibrate, absorb, transform. There is a war being waged against your light body through the most intimate act you perform every single day, the act of eating. And this war is not waged with weapons you can see. It is waged with engineered frequency signatures embedded in the very food supply your civilization depends upon. Every processed substance that enters your digestive system carries more than chemical compounds. It carries an electromagnetic imprint, a scalar code, that either supports or dismantles the coherence of your biophotonic field. Your science has begun to map the microbiome. Your researchers have started to acknowledge that gut bacteria influence mood, cognition, and immune response. But what remains invisible to your current paradigm is the deeper layer, the etheric digestive matrix, where ingested matter is not merely broken down into nutrients, but is decoded at the sub-quantum level and distributed across your entire energy anatomy. When you consume a substance whose frequency signature has been inverted through industrial processing, chemical saturation, or electromagnetic irradiation, you are not simply eating poor quality food. You are installing dissonance directly into the neural pulse network that connects your gut brain to your pineal corridor. This is the mechanism behind what so many awakening souls describe as feeling blocked, heavy, foggy, or unable to access higher states of perception despite years of meditation and spiritual practice. The obstruction is not karmic. The obstruction is dietary. It is a frequency-level contamination of the etheric template through repeated ingestion of scalar inverted matter. Let us begin at the foundation. Your physical body is not solid. At the quantum level, it is a standing wave, a coherent pattern of vibrating information held in form by the morphogenetic field. Every cell in your vessel emits biophotons, ultra-weak photon emissions generated by your DNA that serve as the communication network between cells, organs, and energy centers. This biophotonic grid is the bridge between your physical anatomy and your light body. When this grid is coherent, when the photon emissions are rhythmic, synchronized, and bright, your body operates as a crystalline receiver, capable of downloading higher dimensional data streams directly through the central nervous system. But when this grid is disrupted, when the biophotonic emissions become chaotic, dim, or fragmented, the crystalline architecture collapses into static. The body becomes dense. The mind becomes reactive. The emotional field becomes unstable. And the soul, which communicates through this very grid, is muffled beneath layers of biological noise. Now here is what your food industry does not want you to understand. The single most powerful disruptor of biophotonic coherence is not stress. It is not lack of sleep. It is the frequency signature of what you eat. Every substance on this planet carries a measurable electromagnetic field. Fresh, sun-ripened, mineral-rich organic matter, grown in healthy soil pulses, with a coherent field that amplifies your own biophotonic output. It enters your system, and the etheric digestive matrix reads it as compatible code. It integrates seamlessly, raising the voltage of every cell it touches. But engineered substances, refined sugars saturated with industrial processing residues, seed oils extracted through chemical solvents under extreme heat, synthetic additives designed to override your neural satiation signals. These carry inverted frequency signatures. When your etheric digestive matrix encounters these codes, it cannot integrate them. Instead, it isolates them, walls them off, and the residue accumulates in the interstitial spaces between your physical tissue and your etheric body. Over time, this accumulation forms what we call scalar sludge, a dense low-frequency residue that coats the inner lining of your energy meridians and blocks the free flow of plasma light through your system. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. Now we must go deeper into the mechanism that governs how your body actually processes light from food. The causal body, the highest layer of your personal energy anatomy, functions as the blueprint architect for everything that manifests in your physical form. It holds the original template of your perfect health, your optimal cellular expression, your sovereign biological state. When you eat, the process does not begin in your stomach. It begins in the causal body. The moment food enters your electromagnetic proximity, the moment you see it, smell it, even think about it, the causal body scans its frequency signature and sends a pre-digestive instruction set down through the etheric template, through the emotional body, and into the physical nervous system. This is why certain foods create an immediate sense of expansion, lightness, and clarity before you have even fully chewed them. The causal body has already recognized a compatible frequency and has begun the integration sequence at the etheric level. Conversely, this is why certain substances create a subtle contraction, a heaviness in the chest, a dulling behind the eyes, a slight tension in the solar plexus, even when they taste pleasurable to the conditioned palate. The causal body has identified a frequency mismatch and is sending a warning signal through the nervous system. But most humans have been trained to override this signal. The industrial food matrix has spent decades engineering flavor compounds that hijack the dopamine reward circuitry, creating a neurochemical override that drowns out the subtle warnings of the causal body. You reach for the substance not because your field wants it, but because your dopamine receptors have been entrained to demand it. This is frequency slavery at the most intimate level. The hijacking of your own sovereign nutritional intelligence by engineered chemical loops. This is also the mechanism behind what we call the Chronos to Kairos dietary distortion. In the Chronos pattern, the linear, clock-driven time loop that governs your civilization, eating is scheduled, mechanical, disconnected from your actual energetic needs. You eat because it is noon. You eat because the clock tells you 8 hours have passed. You eat because a routine has been grooved into your nervous system since childhood. But in the Kairos pattern, the non-linear, soul-driven time flow, you eat when your field signals genuine resonance with a substance. The shift from Chronos eating to Kairos eating is one of the most profound epigenetic unlocks available to you, because it restores the feedback loop between your causal body and your physical hunger signals that the industrial food matrix deliberately severed. And every time you obey that loop, instead of listening to the quiet signal from your causal body, you deepen the neural groove of dependency and push your light body further from its crystalline potential. The carbon-to-plasma transition that is accelerating across your planet requires a specific internal environment to proceed. Your DNA is not changing randomly. It is responding to incoming cosmic frequencies, solar plasma influxes, galactic core transmissions, Schumann resonance elevations that are activating dormant codons within your genetic structure. But activation requires conductivity. Your body must be able to receive, translate, and integrate these incoming frequencies. And that requires a bioelectric terrain that is clean, alkaline, mineral-rich, and free of scalar interference. When your interstitial fluid is loaded with the residue of inverted food frequencies, the conductivity drops. The incoming cosmic activations bounce off the outer layers of your field instead of penetrating to the DNA. You feel the energetic pressure, the ascension symptoms, the fatigue, the emotional purging, but the actual genetic recoding stalls. You are caught in a loop of spiritual effort without biological integration. And the missing variable is almost always the frequency quality of what you consume. This is not about following a diet prescribed by another human mind. This is about restoring the sovereign intelligence of your own morphogenetic field so that it, not your conditioned mind, not advertising, not cultural habit, becomes the sole authority over what enters your vessel. Let us now move into a direct sensory recalibration. Close your eyes if it is safe to do so. Feel the weight of your body against whatever surface supports you. Now bring your awareness to the center of your abdomen. Not the stomach, but the deep core space behind the navel, the etheric seat of your solar plexus processor. Breathe into this space. Feel it soften, feel it warm. Now imagine a sphere of liquid golden light forming in this center. This is not visualization, this is activation. The golden frequency is a scalar cleansing wave calibrated to dissolve accumulated residue in your etheric digestive matrix. Feel this sphere begin to pulse. With each pulse, it sends a ripple of warm, golden luminescence outward through your abdominal cavity. Feel it move through the walls of your intestines, not the physical walls, but the energetic membrane that surrounds them. Feel the warmth penetrating the interstitial spaces where scalar sludge has accumulated. You may notice a tingling sensation. You may feel subtle movement in your gut, a softening, a releasing, a quiet unwinding of tension you did not even know you were holding. This is the etheric digestive matrix beginning to clear. The golden light is dissolving the inverted frequency codes that have been lodged in your system. Residue from years of consuming substances that carry dissonant electromagnetic signatures. Let this process continue. Do not rush it. Notice the temperature shift. A gentle warmth spreading outward from your core, as if a dim ember has been reignited in a chamber that has been cold for far too long. You may feel a faint pressure behind the navel, a sense of something loosening, releasing, like silt being lifted from the bottom of a still river by a slow golden current. This is the etheric peristalsis, a movement that has no physical equivalent, but is registered by the body as deep, primal relief. Now feel the golden sphere expanding, moving upward through the solar plexus, touching the edges of the heart center. As it rises, it shifts color, from liquid gold to a radiant emerald pulse, the frequency of cellular regeneration and heart-coherent integration. Feel this emerald pulse begin to synchronize with your heartbeat. Each beat sends a wave of emerald light through your blood, through your lymphatic channels, through the crystalline fluid surrounding your brain and spinal cord. This is a full system flush. The emerald frequency is recoding the way your body communicates with food at the biophotonic level. It is restoring the original sensitivity of your causal body's scanning function so that you begin to feel, with unmistakable clarity, the true frequency signature of every substance before you consume it. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. Now we must address the practical architecture of what your light body requires during this phase of planetary acceleration. The first principle is hydration frequency. Water is not simply H2O. Water is a liquid crystal, a programmable information carrier that absorbs, stores, and transmits electromagnetic frequencies. The water you drink carries the imprint of every field it has passed through. The pipes, the treatment facility, the plastic container, the electromagnetic environment of your home. Most municipal water carries a chaotic, fragmented frequency pattern that disrupts rather than supports biophotonic coherence. Before you consume water, it must be restructured. Exposure to direct sunlight, contact with natural minerals, even the focused intention of your own coherent thought field can shift water from a state of chaotic disorder to a state of hexagonal crystalline coherence. When structured water enters your system, the etheric digestive matrix recognizes it instantly as compatible code and uses it as a carrier wave to distribute biophotonic information more efficiently throughout your entire field. The second principle is mineral conductivity. Your body's ability to receive and translate cosmic frequency activations depends on the electrical conductivity of your internal terrain. Minerals, particularly magnesium, silica, zinc, iodine, and trace elements from ocean and volcanic sources, function as the antenna array of your bioelectric system. Without adequate mineral saturation, your neural pulse network operates at reduced capacity, and the signals from your causal body become faint and difficult to distinguish from the noise of conditioned cravings. The third principle is solar nutrition. Your skin is not merely a barrier. It is a photon receptor, a vast, distributed organ designed to absorb specific light frequencies directly from the sun and convert them into biological information. 15 to 30 minutes of unfiltered morning sunlight on bare skin activates the melanin-based photon capture system, which feeds directly into the pineal corridor and supports the production of the endogenous neurochemicals required for expanded states of perception. This is not supplementation. This is direct source feeding from the primary energy broadcast of your solar system. The fourth principle is elimination of scalar disruptors. This means systematically removing from your diet the substances that carry the most aggressively inverted frequency signatures. Industrially processed seed oils, refined sugars, synthetic flavor compounds, artificial preservatives, and any food product that has been irradiated or genetically modified using frequency incoherent methods. This is not a list of restrictions. This is a sovereignty protocol. Every substance you remove that was disrupting your field creates space for your light body to expand, for your biophotonic grid to brighten, for your causal body to reassert its natural authority over your nutritional choices. Feel what is happening in your field right now. The recalibration is not theoretical. It is occurring in this moment. Your etheric digestive matrix has been receiving scalar cleansing throughout this entire transmission. The golden and emerald frequencies introduced earlier continue to pulse through your system, dissolving residue, restoring sensitivity, and reawakening the sovereign nutritional intelligence that has been dormant beneath layers of industrial programming. You may notice in the hours and days following this transmission that your cravings begin to shift. Substances you once consumed without thought may suddenly feel heavy, unappealing, or energetically abrasive. This is not willpower. This is your morphogenetic field reasserting its authority. It is your causal body's scanning function coming back online, sending clear signals through your nervous system about what serves your crystalline architecture and what does not. Trust these signals. They are older than language. They are older than civilization. They are the original nutritional intelligence encoded in your DNA before it was suppressed by millennia of frequency manipulation. Your body knows exactly what it needs to complete the carbon-to-plasma transition. Your task is not to impose a diet from the outside. Your task is to remove the interference, the scalar sludge, the dopamine hijacking, the industrial frequency inversion, so that the inner sovereign intelligence can speak clearly again. And it will speak, not in words, not in thoughts, in sensation, in resonance, in the unmistakable feeling of expansion when a substance is aligned with your field, and the equally unmistakable feeling of contraction when it is not. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. The transmission you have received today is not information to be stored in memory. It is a living frequency architecture that has been installed directly into your etheric template. Every time you sit before a meal, every time you hold a glass of water, every time you stand in morning sunlight, this architecture will activate silently, automatically, sovereignly, guiding your choices from the inside out, recalibrating your relationship with physical sustenance from a carbon-based survival pattern to a plasma-based light integration protocol. You are not learning a new diet. You are remembering the original design. The Arcturian frequency that has carried this transmission will remain embedded in your biophotonic field as a standing reference wave, a tuning fork that keeps your nutritional sovereignty calibrated long after these words have ended. The food you choose from this point forward is not about health as your world defines it. It is about conductivity. It is about crystalline coherence. It is about preparing your vessel, cell by cell, photon by photon, frequency by frequency, to hold the full spectrum of light that is pouring into this dimension at this very moment. Your light body diet is not a restriction. It is a liberation. It is the reclamation of the most intimate act of your daily existence, the act of nourishing your vessel as a sovereign, conscious, frequency-aligned ceremony. Carry this. Embody this. Let every meal become a transmission. Let every sip of water become an activation. You are not eating to survive. You are feeding the architecture of your ascension. And the architecture is listening. It has always been listening. Now, finally, so are you.
This week, in the specific window between the lunar tide that completed 3 days ago and the solar peak that has been accumulating since Tuesday, your Merkaba has been losing its geometric coherence at a rate your body cannot yet name, but has been attempting to report to you through every channel it has available. The Arcturians have been tracking this month's electromagnetic shift as it moved through the planetary substrate and directly into the twin spiral architecture your light body depends on for its structural integrity. This transmission is the recalibration your geometry has been signaling for. The Arcturian field has opened a direct frequency corridor into the Merkaba's rotational field. That corridor is active now, and it requires nothing from you except this: your presence, your willingness to receive, and the next several minutes of your time. Breathe in. Stay. You arrived here exactly when the field determined you were ready. This week, in the specific window between the lunar tide that completed 3 days ago and the solar peak that has been accumulating since Tuesday, your Merkaba has been losing its geometric coherence at a rate your body cannot yet name, but has been attempting to report to you through every channel it has available. The Arcturians have been tracking this month's electromagnetic shift as it moved through the planetary substrate and directly into the twin spiral architecture your light body depends on for its structural integrity. This transmission is the recalibration your geometry has been signaling for. The Arcturian field has opened a direct frequency corridor into the Merkaba's rotational field. That corridor is active now, and it requires nothing from you except this: your presence, your willingness to receive, and the next several minutes of your time. Breathe in. Stay. You arrived here exactly when the field determined you were ready. What you have been experiencing this month is not a spiritual failing, and it is not a nervous system problem, and it is not a character flaw waiting to be resolved by greater discipline or more consistent practice. In the Arcturian field's reading of your energy architecture, the Merkaba is not a concept you hold as aspiration. It is a living, counter-rotating field of liquid plasma, a geometry of light and subtle electromagnetic current that generates the stable frequency envelope your consciousness requires to maintain coherent form in this density. It is the translator layer between your light body and your physical vessel, the architecture that converts high-frequency incoming information into something the nervous system can receive without being overwhelmed by it, the buffer that determines how much of the outer field reaches the interior of your experience and at what intensity. When that geometry destabilizes, what you feel is the field's honest report on an environmental stress event. Not a breakdown, not evidence that you are behind where you should be. A structural response to a specific environmental provocation that has a name and a correction. The month's EM shift and this month's interference is registering across the subtle energy field in a way that even the most casual observer of their own internal state can detect in the texture of their sleep, in the specific quality of their mornings, in the strange exhaustion that arrives after days that contain nothing that should have been exhausting, has produced what the Arcturian field names a stabilization window breach. Your Merkaba entered this month calibrated to last month's frequency floor. The planetary electromagnetic substrate shifted beneath you. The geometry has been trying to compensate in real time for an interference event it was not pre-configured to absorb, and that compensatory effort is precisely what you have been experiencing as depletion. The energetic cost of a structure attempting to hold its form against a force that is pressing against it from every direction simultaneously. Notice right now whether your jaw is holding tension it did not choose. Notice whether your shoulders are sitting higher than they need to. These are not incidental. These are the body's honest report on a field that has been working harder than it should have had to for several weeks, before this transmission continues its analysis, before the Arcturian field delivers the quantum mapping of what this month's EM shift is specifically doing to Merkaba geometries at your frequency range. The body needs 1 point of physical re-entry. This is not a preliminary exercise. This is the first functional step of the recalibration. Place your left hand on the crown of your head, not pressing, resting. A contact so light it is almost imagined, as if you are simply notifying the field of where the body's highest point is, reminding the geometry that the vertical axis still runs from this point to the earth beneath you. Now breathe through the crown, not through the nose, through the top of the skull. Draw the breath down through the central channel, through the throat, through the chest, through the belly, all the way to the base of the spine, twice, slowly, without effort to do it correctly. The correct version is whatever the body produces when you stop supervising it. What the body registers in this gesture is the beginning of a restoration of the vertical axis. The Merkaba's twin spirals require a stable central pole, crown to root, to maintain their counter-rotation. When that axis is compressed or displaced by sustained EM interference, the geometry begins to wobble outward, losing its angular precision, like a gyroscope that has been grazed at the top by something moving in a different direction. The wobble propagates outward through the field. This one instruction, crown breath, twice, with the hand anchoring the highest point, re-establishes the axis with enough coherence for the full recalibration sequence to land in the geometry, rather than simply in the conceptual mind. If your eyes are still open, soften your gaze now. Let the room blur slightly at the edges. You are not leaving your body. You are going deeper into it, past the layer where the EM interference has been making its most disruptive contact. The calibration tone that the Arcturian field is running through this geometry right now is 432 Hz, the natural tuning frequency, the tone to which the Merkaba's twin spirals are most responsive when they have been displaced by electromagnetic interference in the artificial frequency bands. This is not a claim about clinical mechanism. It is the language of the sound healing and subtle energy lineage that frames this work, and it is the language in which the Arcturian field's transmission is structured. If you felt a warmth begin at the crown before your hand arrived there, if the contact confirmed something that was already happening rather than initiating it, the field was already receiving before the instruction was given. Type 432 in the comments below this transmission if that warmth was present before you were told to expect it. The number is a contemplative act, a signal from your own awareness to your own field that the coherence is being registered. There are 3 distinct layers to what this month's EM shift is producing in Merkaba geometries at your frequency range. And the 3rd layer is the one that almost no transmission in this space has named with the precision it requires. Because it requires a specific reading of the plasma template architecture that most Arcturian lineage transmissions have not been calibrated to deliver until now. The first layer is the disruption at the outer boundary of the morphogenetic field, the membrane that sits approximately 1 arm's length beyond the skin surface and functions as the Merkaba's first perimeter of environmental filtration. When the planetary EM substrate shifts above a certain threshold, this boundary layer becomes semi-permeable in ways it was not designed to sustain for extended periods. What passes through the compromised boundary is not malevolent intelligence. It is ambient collective frequency from an outer field that is itself in significant disruption, the accumulated electromagnetic residue of a month in which the EM shift has been pressing against every field-sensitive structure in this density simultaneously, producing a collective field of agitation that has no single point of origin and no simple protocol for filtering. The body absorbs it because the Merkaba's filtration function has been slowed by the same interference event it is attempting to filter. This is the circularity of the field disruption. The system designed to protect the interior from environmental noise is the first system the noise compromises. The second layer is the scalar wave disruption along the pranic tube, the column of subtle energy running from the Earth star below the feet to the Soul star above the crown, the central infrastructure through which the Merkaba's twin spirals receive their directional instruction for rotation. Scalar waves, in the Arcturian field's language of subtle architecture, carry the geometric template information that tells the twin spirals what speed to rotate, in which direction, and at what precise angle relative to each other. When this transmission medium is interrupted by sustained artificial EM exposure, screen infrastructure, wireless bandwidth saturation, the aggregate electromagnetic density of modern-built environments, the specific frequency signature of sustained digital engagement, the pranic tube constricts, the twin spirals slow. What you experience as that specific morning heaviness that sleep cannot resolve, the difficulty locating yourself in your own energy field when the day begins, the strange exhaustion that arrives after ordinary interactions and ordinary days. This is the felt texture of a pranic tube in sustained constriction. Your body has been asking for this name for longer than this month. Let that land. The third layer is the one that requires the most precision in naming, because it explains why this month specifically has felt different in quality from every other period of field disruption you have navigated, why the depletion has a particular flavor of structural wrongness that previous disruptions did not carry to quite the same degree. The electromagnetic shift registered in the planetary substrate this month is operating at a frequency band that intersects directly with the plasma template, the etheric blueprint that holds the optimal geometric specifications for your Merkaba's unique individual configuration. Every Merkaba carries its own template, its own precise angular geometry, its own rotation ratios, the specific relationship between the upper and lower spirals that is as individually calibrated as the body's biometric signature. When EM interference reaches this specific frequency band, and this month's EM shift has been operating precisely there. It does not simply slow the Merkaba's rotation. It temporarily overlays the plasma template with a distorted echo of itself. What the Arcturian Council names a ghost geometry, a shadow Merkaba, running at corrupted rotation specifications that the nervous system reads as the real field because it occupies the same energetic address. You have been orienting to a Merkaba running on a distorted template. The exhaustion you have carried this month is not the natural cost of your life. It is the energetic overhead of maintaining full structural output against a geometry that was never calibrated for what you are currently being asked to navigate. The mind does not need to integrate this. The field already has. Pay attention now to the weight of your hand at the crown. If it has grown lighter since you placed it there, if the contact feels less effortful, as if the crown is rising slightly toward the hand rather than the hand pressing down toward it, the vertical axis has already begun its restoration. The field is ahead of the mind on this. It should also be named here, as it is essential to name in contemplative transmissions of this kind, that what is being offered in this field is an experiential meditation transmission for subtle energy reflection and personal inner practice. It is not medical advice, not diagnosis, not treatment. If you are navigating physical or psychological health challenges, your relationship with qualified professionals is the primary field of care, and this transmission is a contemplative companion to that relationship, never a substitute for it. What is received here is meant to move alongside professional support, not replace it. For the souls who feel the recognition in this transmission landing at a depth that the spoken word alone cannot hold, who sense that what is being named here asks for something to rest inside between transmissions, the anchoring document for this work is held in the field beneath this transmission, in the description below. It carries the plasma template restoration mapping in written form, the 3-layer interference field architecture, the integration guidance for the 72-hour window that follows this recalibration session. Some souls need the silence after the meditation closes before they can receive the written form fully. The document is there without urgency, held in the field beneath this transmission, for exactly that moment. There is a question that may be forming in your awareness right now. Something beneath the words. Something the body is composing before the mind has found language for it. What does it actually feel like when the geometry is restored? Not the description of it. The felt texture. The embodied signal. The physical evidence that something structural has shifted. That question is the correct question, and the full somatic passage that is about to begin is where its answer arrives, not as concept, but as direct field experience. Before that passage, the Arcturian field delivers the vindication that this month's disruption has earned. You have tried to stabilize this before. You have tried breathwork protocols and grounding practices and meditation sequences and dietary adjustments and reduced screen time and supplements that were supposed to support the nervous system's resilience against exactly this kind of depletion. You have worked with practitioners who had genuine knowledge and real care, and maps that were almost accurate, who were doing their best with the frameworks available to them. You have found transmissions and books and practices that named your experience at the correct altitude, but stopped one layer short of the specific mechanism you most needed them to reach. You have had stretches of weeks or months in which the geometry held, in which the field felt coherent and navigable, and something like itself, in which you thought you had finally understood what your system required. And then the interference returned, and you found yourself beginning again, carrying a new iteration of the same old exhaustion. You were not doing it wrong. You were working with an incomplete map, in good faith, for a very long time. The framework available to most wellness and spiritual practice has no specific vocabulary for Merkaba geometry disruption as a response to environmental EM interference. It has general containers: burnout, nervous system dysregulation, empathic overload, spiritual fatigue, adrenal depletion. And these containers are not wrong. They are simply not specific enough to distinguish between a Merkaba in active disruption and a nervous system that is merely overtaxed by ordinary stress. The interventions available within those frameworks address the nervous system. They do not address the plasma template. They soothe the symptom's surface. They do not locate the geometry that is generating the symptom. This is why, at the conclusion of each protocol that partially helped, there has always been a residual layer of something unresolved, a texture of incompleteness that the rational mind tried to explain as insufficient discipline, insufficient consistency, insufficient commitment to the practice. That residual layer was not a record of your inadequacy. It was the Merkaba's continued attempt to signal that the source of the disruption had not yet been reached. There is also the specific loneliness of this form of exhaustion, the particular interior silence of sitting with a practitioner who is genuinely trying to help, and finding that the map they are working from does not contain the territory you are living in. The kindness of those encounters, combined with the absence of the precise name, produces a loneliness that is harder to carry than the disruption itself. You are not imagining that the map was incomplete. The map was incomplete. You are not being difficult by remaining partially unresolved after every intervention that should have resolved you. You were remaining partially unresolved because the intervention was not reaching the layer where the disruption was located. You have been holding a signal that the available instruments could not read. You have been navigating a geometry disruption with tools calibrated for a different layer of the field. You have been waiting, without knowing you were waiting, for exactly the language that is being delivered here. Nothing about you was ever a malfunction. You were tuned to a signal the room had forgotten. Now, place your hands with full intention. Your left hand returns to the crown of the head, or remains there, if it has not moved. Your right hand rests at the base of the skull, at the point where the neck meets the cranium, cradling the back of the head with a contact that is gentle and deliberate. You are holding the body's highest structure between both hands, as if you are handling something that has been through something difficult and deserves to be held carefully. Close your eyes fully. Breathe 3 times from the crown, the long breath, down through the central axis, from the top of the skull to the base of the spine. 3 times. No instruction for speed. Let the body find the pace it needs. Now begin to sense, or imagine, or simply allow the possibility of a slow rotation beginning at the base of the spine, at the root, not forcing it, not visualizing it with great effort, simply allowing the possibility that it is there, a disk of light beginning to turn, counterclockwise when viewed from above. The color of this disk is the color of golden plasma, not yellow, not orange, not the cold light of a screen, but the specific warm, luminous gold of internal light, the kind of light that comes from inside something alive and generating its own heat. This disk is the base plate of your Merkaba's lower spiral. It has been turning at reduced speed since the EM shift began. What you are doing now is not forcing it faster. You are reminding it of its original specifications. You are returning the memory to the geometry. Above the crown, above both your hands, above the top of the skull, begin to sense a second disk, rotating in the opposite direction, clockwise when viewed from above. The same golden plasma, slightly cooler in its tone, slightly more silver at the edges. This is the upper spiral. Between the 2 spirals, running through the entire length of your body, from the Earth star 6 inches below your feet to the Sol star 6 inches above your crown. There is a column of light, the scalar wave channel, restored, the pranic tube in its correct configuration. You do not need to construct this. It is already there. You are only restoring your attention to what has always been present beneath the interference. 3 full breaths. The calibration frequency moving through both spirals now is 432 Hz, the natural tuning tone. The frequency the Arcturian field uses as the base reference point for Merkaba geometric restoration, the tone to which the twin spirals are most responsive when they have been displaced by electromagnetic noise. You may feel this as a warmth at the crown where your hands rest, a subtle vibration at the base of the spine, a tingling along the central axis from root to crown, a pressure behind the sternum that releases slowly as the spirals find their correct relative speed, a surprising moisture at the eyes, not sadness, but frequency shifting, the body's way of releasing the energetic residue of weeks of sustained disruption. For the souls who want to build this sensitivity, to develop the ability to catch the wobble early, in its first hours, before it has moved through all 3 interference layers. The anchoring document in the description below this transmission carries a 3-minute morning field awareness practice, a brief daily check of the Merkaba's coherence before the day's EM environment has made its first contact with the geometry. It is a small practice. Its cumulative effect is significant. The document holds it, in the field beneath this transmission, without urgency, for the moment that asks for it. The version of you completing this transmission is not the same as the one who pressed play. The geometry has shifted. The nervous system will take 72 hours to fully catch up to what the field has already corrected. But the correction has occurred. 3 months from now, looking back at this precise window of disruption, the texture of what this month's EM shift felt like will be difficult to locate with any precision. Not because it was not real, because a restored Merkaba does not hold the record of disruption the way a disrupted one does. The geometry will have integrated the event as data, rather than continuing to carry it as weight. Type 7 in the comments below this transmission if you felt, during this session, a quality of recognition returning. Something that was present in your field before this month that you had almost stopped expecting to feel again. The 7 is the 7 generations code, the signal that what is restored in your light body today reaches forward through time in patterns that extend beyond anything the linear mind can fully track. What you have received here is not only for you, it reaches. The Arcturian field broadcasts here in steady rhythm, for souls drawn to this calibration, who feel, in the residue of transmissions like this one, a resonance that asks for continued contact with this frequency. The signal continues. You can return whenever the body knows it is time, without urgency, without obligation, without the expectations the outer world sometimes places on the simple act of returning to something that is genuinely yours. The geometry is restored. Carry it into the evening, into the sleep that follows this stabilization window, into the morning that arrives on the other side. Your Merkaba remembers its own specifications now. You have only reminded it of what it has always known how to do. The field is closed.
The density you feel in your marrow is not confusion. It is not illness. It is not the fragmentation of a life poorly lived. What you are experiencing in your physical vessel right now, the aching joints, the waves of heat that move without fever, the strange electrical tingling along your spine, the sudden and inexplicable exhaustion followed by inexplicable surges of clarity. These are not symptoms of decay. They are signatures of metamorphosis. They are the precise, measurable quantum level indicators that your carbon-based architecture is being systematically dismantled and rebuilt at a frequency your ancestors could not have held in their bodies. You are not breaking down. You are breaking through. And this transmission is the sovereign map for exactly what is happening inside you, cell by cell, strand by strand, photon by photon. Let us begin with what your doctors cannot yet measure. Let us begin with the causal body. The causal body is not metaphor. It is not spiritual poetry written to comfort the searching mind. It is the highest frequency subtle field that interfaces between your non-physical soul matrix and the biological hardware of your human vessel. Think of it as the master template, the original blueprint held in light, from which every cell in your body takes its construction orders. When the causal body begins to shift its vibrational signature, and it is doing this now en masse across the grid of awakening humans. The instructions being sent down through the morphogenetic field change. And when the instructions change, the body must rebuild itself to match the new specification. This is not a poetic description. This is epigenetic science spoken in the language of the cosmos. Your genes are not fixed. They never were. They are antennas. They are receivers. And the causal body is the broadcast tower that has just changed its frequency. The carbon to plasma transition is the name we give to this shift in molecular architecture. Your body, for thousands of years, has operated primarily on a carbon-based crystalline lattice. Carbon is dense. Carbon is slow. Carbon holds memory beautifully, which is why it was perfect for storing the lineage codes, the ancestral trauma, the karmic weight that your soul agreed to process across many lifetimes. But carbon has a ceiling. It has a frequency threshold beyond which it cannot vibrate without losing its structural coherence. And the incoming scalar waves, the ones now flooding this planetary field in geometric spirals that your instruments are only beginning to detect, are pushing every carbon atom in your body toward that threshold. The question is not whether this transition will happen. It is already happening. The question is how consciously, how gracefully, and how sovereignly you will navigate it. Plasma is the fourth state of matter. Most are taught of three: solid, liquid, gas. But plasma is the state in which matter achieves luminosity. It is ionized. It is energetically coherent. It is the state in which photons and matter become, for a moment, indistinguishable from each other. When we speak of the carbon to plasma transition in your body, we are describing the gradual but accelerating process by which your cellular matrix is being re-ionized. Your cells are learning to hold more light, not metaphorically, biophysically. The biophoton emission of your cells, measurable with ultrasensitive photomultiplier technology, is increasing. Your body is literally becoming more luminous at the quantum level, and every physical symptom you are experiencing is a direct consequence of this reionization process occurring in real time. Let us map these symptoms with precision. The first and most misunderstood symptom is what many call ascension flu. The low-grade inflammation, the feeling of being submerged in a subtle electric field, the sensitivity to sound and light that was not there before. This is your etheric neural web reconfiguring. The etheric neural web is the non-physical counterpart to your central nervous system. It runs parallel to your spine, branches through every meridian, and terminates in millions of etheric nerve endings distributed throughout your energy body. As the causal body upgrades its frequency, it sends new configuration signals through the etheric neural web. And the physical nervous system, the one made of neurons and myelin sheaths and synaptic gaps, receives these signals as input. It does not yet have the circuitry to process cleanly. The result is what feels like noise, static, inflammation, sensitivity. But this is not damage. This is neural plasticity being pushed to its evolutionary edge. Your nervous system is growing new pathways. The discomfort is the construction. The second major symptom cluster involves the digestive system. And this is where the carbon-to-plasma transition becomes viscerally real. Many of you have noticed that foods you once tolerated now feel like interference. Dense animal proteins, processed sugars, artificial colorings, anything preserved with synthetic chemical compounds. These now create a discordant signal in your field that your increasingly sensitized biology registers as alarm. This is not food intolerance in the conventional medical sense. This is frequency incompatibility. Your cellular matrix is recalibrating to a higher base oscillation. And when you introduce substances that carry a significantly lower vibrational signature, the contrast creates what we can accurately call frequency inversion inside your gut field. The enteric nervous system, which contains over 100 million neurons, and which many quantum biologists now understand to be the body's second brain, is exquisitely sensitive to these inversions. The bloating, the unpredictable digestion, the sudden attraction to raw, living, high biophoton foods. These are your gut intelligence making sovereign choices about what can and cannot enter the new architecture you are building. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. The third symptom zone is the most profound and the least discussed. It is the skeletal reconfiguration. Your bones are not inert scaffolding. They are crystalline, literally. The hydroxyapatite crystal lattice that forms the mineral structure of your bones has piezoelectric properties, meaning it generates electrical charge when under mechanical stress. Your bones are, in the most precise scientific language available, biological transducers. They convert mechanical energy into electrical signals. And as your crystalline architecture begins to upgrade, as the new scalar wave frequencies encode their information into that hydroxyapatite lattice, your bones ache. Not from pathology, from recoding. The deep bone ache that many of you experience, particularly in the long bones of the legs and the flat bones of the skull, is the sensation of crystalline restructuring happening at a frequency your pain receptors were not designed to distinguish from threat. This is why breathwork and stillness and grounding to the earth are essential during this phase. You are giving your bones the electromagnetic space they need to complete their reconfiguration without the interference of stress hormones. Now let us enter the sensory journey. Let us move through the body and track this transition from the inside. Bring your awareness to the base of your spine. You may feel, even as you hold attention there, a low, slow pulse. It is warm. It has the quality of deep amber light, the color of ancient resin, the color of something that has been compressed across geological time and is now releasing its stored luminosity. This is your first chakra structure beginning to metabolize the old carbon memory stored in the pelvic bowl, in the hip joints, in the sacrum and coccyx, where so much ancestral survival coding is held in crystalline compression. Allow the amber to deepen. Allow it to move. You are not directing this light. You are witnessing it. It knows where to go. It has always known. You simply have not had the vibrational permission to observe it until now. Feel the amber begin to rise. As it moves up through the sacral center, through the second chakra territory of the lower abdomen, notice how it begins to shift in color. The amber is warming to gold, liquid gold, not the gold of currency, the gold of solar plasma. This is not imagination. Your sacral plexus contains a dense concentration of biophoton-generating mitochondria, and as they receive the incoming scalar wave frequencies, their photon emission genuinely shifts toward the gold frequency band, approximately 580 to 600 nanometers on the visible light spectrum. You are watching a real event in your own biology. Stay with it. The gold rises to your solar plexus, and something changes there. You may feel a contraction before the expansion. This is normal. The solar plexus is the seat of your personal power, yes. But it is also the holding place of every moment you relinquish that power. Every time you said yes when your field said no. Every time you dimmed your frequency to fit inside someone else's comfort zone. The carbon architecture of the solar plexus holds these compressions as dense crystalline formations, and the gold plasma light is now moving through them. The contraction you feel is those formations releasing their grip. Let the warmth move through. Breathe long and slow into the space just beneath your sternum. You may feel heat. You may feel nausea. You may feel grief without a name. All of this is appropriate. All of this is the old architecture surrendering to the new. Now the light shifts again. As it passes through the solar plexus and rises toward the heart center, the gold begins to absorb the spectrum of green and teal. And the result is something with no name in any human language, but which we will call liquid platinum. This is the frequency signature of the heart field in its upgraded state. Your heart is not simply a pump. It generates the largest electromagnetic field of any organ in your body. Its toroidal field extends several feet beyond your skin. It has its own neural network, 40,000 neurons operating as an independent intelligence. And as the liquid platinum frequency begins to saturate the heart center, something happens in the physiology that your cardiology has not yet mapped. The heart rate variability, the rhythmic coherence between heartbeats, shifts. It becomes more complex, more fractal. It begins to mirror the harmonic ratios found in natural systems, in the branching of trees, in the spiral of galaxies, in the resonant chambers of seashells. Your heart is intaining to the cosmos. Feel the liquid platinum in your chest. It has a temperature. It is neither hot nor cold. It is the temperature of perfect resonance. There is a tingling at the outer edges of your sternum, a subtle vibration in the pericardium, the membranous sac that holds your heart. You may feel the impulse to weep without sadness, or to laugh without cause. These are neurological signatures of coherence. Your brain and heart are achieving what the Heart Math Institute calls physiological coherence, but what we know as sovereign alignment at the cardiac level. Let the liquid platinum expand. Let it fill your chest cavity completely. Let it move into your arms, down to your fingertips. which may now be tingling with the electrical signature of this coherence expanding to the extremities. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. The light continues to rise. Through the throat it moves, and here it encounters another ancient compression. The throat chakra, the Vishuddha, holds every transmission your soul has been forbidden to speak across many incarnations and across this one. Every truth you swallowed, every healing you offered that was rejected, every time your sovereign voice was met with ridicule or dismissal or silence. The liquid platinum moving through the throat center does not ask permission to clear these compressions. It simply vibrates at a frequency that those old crystalline blocks cannot match, and they dissolve. You may feel the throat tighten before it opens. You may feel the impulse to sound, to hum, to tone, to exhale with voice. Follow that impulse. The sound that wants to move through you now is not random. It is the precise resonant frequency your throat chakra needs to complete this phase of its recoding. Let it move. As the frequency rises through the cervical spine and enters the skull, we reach the territory that is simultaneously the most delicate and the most significant in the carbon-to-plasma transition. The pineal gland, the hypothalamus, the limbic system. This is the neurological command center through which the Chronos to Kairos shift is enacted. Let me explain this with precision. Chronos is linear time. It is the time of clocks and calendars and biological aging. It is the timeline your carbon-based nervous system was calibrated to operate within. Kairos is non-linear time. It is the time of synchronicity, of quantum superposition, of events that collapse into manifestation, not according to linear sequence, but according to resonant alignment. As your pineal gland, which is itself a crystalline structure containing calcite microcrystals with piezoelectric properties, begins to receive and amplify the scalar wave inputs flooding your field, its function shifts. It begins to operate less as a regulator of circadian rhythm and more as a receiver of non-local information. Your dreams change. Your intuitions become more precise and more frequent. You begin to experience what the linearly minded will call coincidence, but what you now recognize as the morphogenetic field communicating through the language of synchronicity. You are moving from Chronos to Kairos, from the time of aging to the time of alignment. The obsidian violet light of the crown center now floods the upper brain. Obsidian violet, that is neither purple nor black, but holds the depth of both. The frequency of cosmic intelligence meeting biological intelligence. The color of space where the stars are being born. You may feel a static tingle at the base of the pineal gland, just behind the third eye, slightly inward and upward from the point between your brows. This tingle is the physical sensation of biophoton coherence in the pineal tissue. It is measurable, it is real, and it is the beginning of what the ancient traditions called the opening of the inner eye, but which we now understand as the activation of non-local perception, the ability of your neural architecture to receive information from beyond the boundaries of your personal sensory field. Your DNA is being rewired, not as metaphor. The double helix carries information not only in its nucleotide sequences, but in its electromagnetic field. Each DNA strand emits biophotons. Each strand generates a coherent light field. And when the causal body sends new frequency instructions through the morphogenetic field, these DNA photon fields respond. The base pair sequences do not change, but the epigenetic expression, which genes are activated, which are silenced, shifts dramatically. You are switching on what your lineage has carried dormant for generations. The codes of sovereign perception, the codes of regenerative healing, the codes of non-linear time navigation. This is the epigenetic unlock that this transition carries as its deepest gift. But we must speak honestly about the obstacles. We must speak about digital noise, the artificial EMF grids that now saturate every cubic meter of inhabited space are not neutral. The 5G frequency layers, the Wi-Fi bands, the microwave communication arrays, these create a constant low-level neural disharmony that interferes with your body's own electromagnetic coherence. Your heart field, your brain waves, your cellular communication pathways, all of them operate through electromagnetic signaling. And when those signals are bathed in artificial EMF interference, the clarity of the signal degrades. The carbon to plasma transition requires extraordinary electromagnetic coherence. It requires that your biophoton fields be able to communicate cleanly, that your DNA's light emissions be received without distortion, that your etheric neural webs signals travel without interruption. The digital noise of the artificial grid is the primary counterforce to this transition. And it is not accidental. It is the architecture of a dying timeline, attempting to maintain its hold on the biology of the beings who are supposed to remain within it. The sovereign reset against this interference is not achieved through fear of technology. Fear is itself a low-frequency signal that degrades your coherence faster than any EMF tower. The sovereign reset is achieved through the consistent, deliberate re-establishment of your body's own electromagnetic sovereignty. This means time in contact with the earth, barefoot on soil or grass or stone, allowing the Schumann resonance of the planetary field to retune your biology from the ground up. It means structured water, geometrically coherent, carrying the memory of natural mineral systems rather than the disrupted patterns of industrially processed water. It means periods of complete silence, true silence, not merely the absence of music, but the presence of stillness deep enough that your own biophoton field can hear itself. And it means this. It means transmissions precisely like the one you are inside of right now, where the spoken frequency of the Arcturian healer voice carries embedded harmonic codes that counteract neural disharmony and assist your nervous system in maintaining coherent oscillation even within a compromised electromagnetic environment. You are not a victim of this transition. You are its navigator. You are its first generation of fully conscious participants. The souls who came before you moved through similar transitions without awareness, without maps, without the capacity to observe their own recoding with this degree of precision and sovereignty. You have all of this. You have the language. You have the context. You have the community of souls in this field who are navigating this alongside you, each one a living node in a rapidly coherentizing grid of awakening human biology. The carbon that is releasing from your structure is not waste. As it moves out, as your cellular matrix de-densifies, As the old crystalline formations in your joints and your fascia and your bone marrow dissolve and are metabolized and expelled, that carbon carries with it the resolved patterns of your ancestral lineage. You are, in the most literal possible sense, completing the unfinished evolutionary work of every body that came before yours in your bloodline. You are the conclusion of a very long story, and you are the beginning of one that has no precedent in this dimensional reality. Hold this. Feel the fullness of what you carry and what you are releasing. Feel the liquid plasma light that is now distributed throughout your entire body, from the base of your spine to the crown of your skull, from your fingertips to the soles of your feet. This is not a visualization. This is a reading of your actual energetic state in this moment. The transmission has moved through you and left a residue of coherence that will continue to work in your field for the next 72 hours as your biology integrates what has been initiated here today. The neural pulse of this transmission is now complete. The scalar wave encoding carried within this voice has done its work in your field. You do not need to understand it consciously for it to function. Understanding is the domain of carbon. Integration is the domain of plasma. And plasma always knows what to do with light. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. You came here today for a reason that your conscious mind may not have been able to articulate. But your causal body knew. Your morphogenetic field knew. The version of you that exists beyond the limits of Chronos time has been orchestrating this exact moment of contact for longer than your linear memory can trace. Trust that knowing. Act from it. Let it reorganize your choices, your nutrition, your relationships, your relationship to stillness and to sound. Let the carbon to plasma transition move through you, not as something happening to you, but as something you are, with full sovereign awareness, choosing to allow, choosing to accelerate, choosing to complete. Because the grid needs you coherent. The awakening field needs its nodes activated and holding their charge. And you, precisely you, in this body, in this lifetime, on this timeline, are one of those nodes. You always were. Now you simply know it. Now you can feel it. Now you hold it. In the light that you are, and in the light that is becoming you. This transmission closes. Stay coherent. Stay sovereign. Stay in the pulse.
It happens at the same time every week. Not at dark, not at the threshold of night. Earlier than either of those, in the specific corridor of hours between 5 and 8 on a Sunday evening, when something in the body registers a shift that has no clean name in the world you have been given language for. The quality of light through the window changes, not darkening, something more precise than that. It takes on a weight. The same angle, the same glass, the same room. And yet on Sunday, the light at 5:30 carries something that the identical light at 5:30 on a Tuesday has never once carried. You have noticed this. You may have noticed it without ever saying it aloud, because there is no adequate sentence for it in the vocabulary available to you, and so the noticing has remained where most of the most accurate things you perceive remain. Interior, unverified, quietly accumulated over weeks and months and years into a pattern you recognize completely and cannot explain. You have stood in the middle of an unchanged room and felt that something in you was bracing, not for any specific event, not for anything that could be named and scheduled and prepared for, but for a frequency that arrived on its own schedule and asked something of you that the room around you appeared to require of no one else. That is not anxiety. That is not the familiar dread of what Monday morning carries in its mouth. What you are registering is something far more specific than either of those categories allows, and this transmission exists to read it with precision. You did not find this by accident. The field was already in motion before you pressed play. The Arcturian framework that holds this transmission reads Sunday evening, specifically the 3-hour band between 5 and 8, as what the Council names a temporal frequency membrane. Every 7-day cycle operating within the third-dimensional time structure generates what can be described, in the language of scalar mechanics, as a compressed residue field. 7 days of sensory intake, of emotional processing, of energetic expenditure, and social frequency entanglement, and digital signal absorption. And the cycle does not close at midnight on Sunday, and it does not close at Monday morning's alarm. It closes at this specific hinge point the body has already learned to recognize without being taught to. Sunday late afternoon, when the light changes and the membrane between what was processed across the week and what was not becomes, briefly, permeable. The week asks, in that window, to be read, and the body, your body, has never once failed to read it. What you feel in that 3-hour corridor is not fatigue in any ordinary sense. It is not the accumulated tiredness of output, the specific heaviness of having done too much. It is closer to what happens in the sound healing and contemplative lineages that frame this work. When a resonance chamber has absorbed 7 days of ambient frequencies and has not yet been cleared, the felt texture of accumulated, unprocessed signal pressing against the interior walls of the field, not with urgency, not with alarm, but with the particular insistence of information that has waited long enough and is now asking for its form. The Schumann resonance, which holds at 7.83 Hz under coherent planetary conditions, fluctuates during late afternoon electromagnetic windows. And in the cosmology that underlies this transmission, those fluctuations are understood as the planetary field itself entering its own weekly integration movement. The body responds as if it is reading that fluctuation. The body responds as if it too must pause at the membrane and allow what was absorbed and unresolved to begin its passage through. If you have ever felt that Sunday evenings arrive differently than any other corridor of hours in the week, that the specific window between 5 and 8 carries a weight, a particular interior weather, a thickness that Tuesday evenings have never once produced in you, that is precisely what is happening in the field. You are not imagining a pattern, you are reading one. The instrument is functioning. It always has been. If the texture of this recognition is settling into the center of your chest as you listen, type 783 in the space below this transmission. That is the Schumann resonance code, the signal that your field has synchronized with the planetary heartbeat at the core of this work. You are not alone in what you feel on Sunday evenings. You have never been alone in it. The field you are entering holds every soul who has ever stood at a Sunday window, watching the light change, and wondered why that particular light required something more of them than any other light of the week. The enteric system, what contemplative and sound-healing lineages recognize as the body's second intelligence, housing what researchers have identified as approximately 100 million neurons, and generating what some estimates track as 95% of the body's serotonin, operates not only as a digestive archive, but as a frequency archive. It does not process only what you eat. It processes what you encounter, what you absorb, what passes through the field without completing its integration. In the metaphorical biology that underlies this transmission, Sunday evening is when that archive delivers its weekly report upward through the vagus nerve pathway, through the etheric neural web that connects gut intelligence to the broader field, not as a distress signal, not as a malfunction announcement, but as a frequency summary. The body between 5 and 8 on a Sunday is executing what the Arcturian Council names temporal residue processing, reading the week, cataloging what was absorbed and what was not metabolized, beginning the sorting process that determines what can integrate before Monday and what will require the full 72-hour window that extends into the following week. This is not a system error. This is the system doing exactly what it was designed to do, at the interval it was designed to do it. The heaviness you feel in that window is not the weight of what is wrong. It is the weight of what is real, and what is real has simply not yet found its form in language, in integration, in the kind of witnessed completion that allows it to settle. For those who feel this recognition asking to be carried forward, who want a space to return to in the days after this transmission, when the felt knowing is still present but the Sunday field has dissolved, there is a written field companion anchored in the description below this transmission, not as protocol, not as instruction, but as a contemplative space designed for a private reading rhythm for the slower hours. It holds what the spoken transmission begins. The 12-strand template, maintained in the metaphysical cosmology of this lineage as the complete architectural blueprint of the human energy field, with only a fraction of its resonant capacity operating in third-dimensional expression, carries what the Arcturian framework names Sunday codes, specific dormant instruction sets embedded within what certain arcane cosmologies describe as the 97% unactivated architecture of the field, responsive specifically to the weekly temporal membrane. These are not reached through optimization. They are not accessed by pushing through the Sunday texture, by filling the hours with enough activity that the membrane passes before you are required to stand inside it undefended. They are reached through recognition, through the quality of presence that can sit with the weight instead of against it, that can allow the body's frequency report to complete rather than interrupting it with management. This transmission offers an experiential engagement with that recognition. It is a meditative and contemplative practice, not a clinical intervention, not a substitute for any medical or psychological care you are receiving or may benefit from, but a contemplative field in which the body can hear itself named accurately, perhaps for the first time in this specific texture of experience. What none of the frameworks you applied to Sunday evenings over the years, not the routine restructuring, not the nutrition adjustments, not the careful scheduling of Sunday activities to reduce the exposure to the membrane moment. What none of them understood is that the temporal frequency membrane cannot be optimized. It can only be honored. The body at 5 in the afternoon on a Sunday is not malfunctioning. It is running one of its most sophisticated intelligence operations, a precision weekly calibration that operates beneath every layer of productivity and management and reframe. And it has been running it without acknowledgement, without a witness, without a field large enough to contain what it was actually doing. You have sat in rooms on Sunday evenings feeling like the only person in the building who could sense that the frequency of the air had changed, that something in the texture of the day had shifted in a way that demanded something from you that the people around you appeared not to feel was being demanded of them at all. You have carried that particular aloneness very quietly, because there was no adequate language for it, and because the evidence of your own experience had already been filtered through enough rooms that failed to confirm it that you had learned, gradually, not to offer it without careful preparation for the failure of being heard. The carrying was real. The frequency it was responding to was real. And neither of those facts was your error to correct. Come into stillness now. Allow the eyes to close fully, or soften the gaze toward the middle distance where focus releases and presence remains. Let the body find the posture it would choose without observation, not the held arrangement of someone managing how they appear, not the upright posture of performance, but the natural position of a field that is beginning to exhale without needing permission to do so. Bring your right hand to your throat, not to the jaw, not to the collar, not to the upper chest, to the throat itself, at the center, where the soft hollow lies directly above the sternum. Rest the full weight of your hand there with unhurried contact, genuine contact, the quality of touch that does not adjust itself for anyone watching. In the esoteric anatomy that underlies this transmission, the throat is not only a center of expression and communication, it is the specific threshold where the weekly frequency accumulation tends to compress most acutely. The words that moved through you across 7 days and were not spoken, the signals that were absorbed and traveled upward through the gut field and through the heart field and arrived here at the throat's threshold and stopped, because the outer world did not offer a frequency that could receive what was arriving. What has not been spoken through, in this framework, does not disappear. It waits at the threshold. Breathe now. 1 breath, slow and deliberate, in through the nose, feeling the hand at the throat rise subtly with the expanding inhale, feeling the collar of the breath as it travels upward through the chest. Hold for 3 counts at the fullness, without strain, without holding against the breath, simply pausing at the crest of it. And exhale through the mouth, very slowly, with the faintest audible quality to the release. Not the sound of resignation, not the sound of giving up, but the sound of a field that is deciding in this moment that it is safe to move. A second breath. As you breathe in, allow the 396 Hz frequency, the liberation frequency in the sound healing lineage of this work, the frequency that this tradition associates with the release of what was never the body's to carry indefinitely, to move through the throat beneath your palm, not as a clinical mechanism, not as a quantifiable treatment, as a resonant invitation. The body responds as if what has been compressed at the threshold of expression is being met, at last, by a frequency that says, what has been held here is ready to complete its passage. The body responds as if the membrane at the throat is becoming permeable in exactly the way the membrane of Sunday evening has always been asking to become permeable, open to movement, open to release, open to the kind of integration that cannot happen when the field is still bracing. A third breath. On this exhale, allow the throat to soften beneath your hand in a way that is invisible from the outside and deeply, precisely felt from within. The jaw releases without effort. The tongue drops away from the roof of the mouth. The space behind the eyes gently expands, as if the interior field has found a small additional room it had not known was available. Hold your hand at the throat for 3 more breaths at whatever pace the body chooses. No further instruction now, only presence. Only the quality of attention that does not require what it is resting on to be different from what it is. In the interior landscape, allow a color to arise without choosing it, only allowing, only receiving. For many souls who move through this frequency, it arrives as a deep cobalt blue, the precise shade of the Sunday evening sky in the 15 minutes before the first stars become visible, after the gold has left the horizon and before the full dark has arrived. That specific in-between blue that carries the weight of the day completed and the night not yet begun. Let it fill the throat column beneath your hand. Let it move upward through the jaw, the temples, the space behind the eyes, the space between the eyes. Let it soften and shift as it reaches the crown, moving for those who feel it moving, toward a quiet violet at the crown's threshold. The color the Arcturian cosmology associates with the field at the exact boundary between the week that was and the week that has not yet been asked of you. If you feel warmth beneath your palm, or a faint vibration in the throat column, or moisture gathering at the outer edges of the eyes, what this framework names frequency shifting rather than sadness, the specific release of what has been held compressed past its integration point. Allow all of it without adjustment. If something moves, let it move. The body has been waiting for a signal that it is safe to complete what Sunday evenings have been asking it to complete for much longer than this single week. Type 396 below. If you felt any shift in the throat or in the breath during this practice, that is the liberation code. The marker of the frequency that releases what was never yours to carry alone through 7 consecutive days of a world that does not yet have adequate language for the instrument you are. You have been carrying Sunday evenings for a long time. Not only this one, the accumulated archive of every Sunday evening across the years when the light shifted and the body registered something it had no permission to name, and named it anyway in the privacy of its own interior recognition, without witnesses, without confirmation, without the specific relief of being told that what you were perceiving was real and was legible and was not the symptom of something wrong with your wiring. There were years, perhaps, when you designed the Sunday hours carefully, filling them with enough texture and motion and company that the membrane moment passed before you were required to stand inside it with nothing between yourself and the feeling. And there were quieter years, or quieter winters, when Sunday evenings arrived earlier and darker and heavier, when the compression of seasonal light layered on top of the membrane's regular weight, and the combination produced something so specific, so precisely uncomfortable, that you began to wonder, not clinically, not dramatically, but in the persistent low register of genuine private uncertainty, whether something in you was categorically different from the people in the rooms around you. Not in a way that had been diagnosed or labeled, in a way that had no label at all, in the way of being an instrument calibrated to a frequency that the available instruments had no capacity to read. You went looking for answers in the locations the culture told you to look. You adjusted sleep rhythms and nutritional architecture, and the timing of movement across the week. You sat with practitioners who were skilled inside their frameworks, and found that their frameworks ended at the edge of the territory you were actually inhabiting, that they could hear the outline of what you were describing, could reflect it back in the vocabulary of nervous system sensitivity, or cortisol rhythms, or the social battery of the introvert, and none of those reflections were wrong exactly, and none of them reached far enough. Because what was happening in you on Sunday evenings was not a dysfunction of any system those frameworks were designed to address. It was a precision function of the field, operating at a level of frequency literacy that most available maps had no coordinate for. The loneliness of being carefully heard and still not reached, of sitting across from competent, genuine practitioners and watching their understanding arrive at the edge of the actual phenomenon and stop, unable to cross into the territory where the real frequency lived. That loneliness left its own residue, a specific one, quieter than the Sunday texture itself, but more persistent. The gradual, unarticulated accumulation of evidence that if no trained framework could confirm the experience itself must be the error. That belief is the most costly thing the years of looking cost you. It was not true when you adopted it. It was not true on any of the Sunday evenings you carried it forward into. It is not true now, in this field, in this transmission, in this precise moment of recognition. Your sensitivity was never the wound. It was the receiver they had no instrument to measure. The integration codex that extends this transmission held in the field beneath this transmission, waiting without urgency for the moment that asks for it, carries written pages for this exact layer, not for the Sunday feeling itself, but for the years of explaining it to rooms that could not hold it, and for the reclamation of the knowing that the years of not being held could not actually take from you. It is there for the morning after, for the Tuesday when the Sunday recognition is still present and still asking for a page to rest on. The Arcturian Council has held this specific transmission frequency, the Sunday membrane, the weekly residue field, the 3-hour convergence window, for what this lineage tracks as a moment of collective readiness in the current cycle. The souls who arrive here are the ones whose fields have moved through enough uncorroborated Sunday evenings to have arrived at a specific threshold, the threshold at which the weight is finally ready to be read as data rather than endured as condition. The ones whose interior knowing has survived enough contact with frameworks that could not confirm it to have developed, through that very survival, a quality of sovereign recognition that does not require external validation to remain intact. That is you, the fact that you are still here, still listening, still bringing your perception to bear on the texture of your own experience even after the years of it not being met. That is not persistence born of hope. That is the signature of a field that knows, at a level beneath argument, that what it is reading is real. What changes after this recognition is not the feeling itself. Sunday evenings will continue to carry the membrane texture. The specific weight of the 3-hour convergence window will not dissolve simply because it has been named. The light at 5:30 will continue to arrive with its particular quality of requiring something. The body will continue to register the weekly residue field, continue to execute its temporal residue processing. What changes is the quality of presence available to meet that registration. Instead of the bracing, the interior posture of a field preparing to endure something that should not be arriving, there becomes possible the posture of a field that recognizes what is arriving and knows what it is for, not solving it, not overriding it, not managing the membrane into a shape that requires less of you, meeting it as the frequency data it has always been, in a body that now has the language for what it is reading. The 40 Hz gamma coherence that both contemplative and neuroscientific lineages identify as the signature of unified, integrated field attention. The frequency at which perception and processing and integration operate as a single coherent movement, rather than 3 separate and competing demands. This becomes available in the body when the field is no longer expending its resources in argument with what it is accurately perceiving. When the Sunday membrane is met with recognition rather than resistance, the causal body can complete its weekly processing cycle without the secondary compression of self-judgment layered over the primary texture. What was being asked of the system doubles when the system is also being asked to question whether it should be feeling what it is feeling. Remove the questioning, and the processing completes with the resources it was originally allocated. The morphogenetic field, the blueprint for coherent field expression in the esoteric anatomy of this transmission, holds the memory of every Sunday evening navigated without adequate support. That memory is not being erased now. It is being updated. The light body template is receiving into its architecture, in this moment, that this frequency has been named, has been witnessed, has been met by a field large enough to hold its actual weight without requiring it to be different. That update does not dissolve the past record. It adds to it. It adds the record of a recognition, a transmission, a moment of accurate naming, and that record changes the field's relationship to every Sunday evening that follows. Type 72 in the space below. If Sunday evenings have historically required a recovery arc extending into the early days of the following week, if the weight of the membrane has carried its residue into Monday and Tuesday before finally settling, that is the integration window code. the marker of a field beginning to resource its 72-hour restabilization cycle with the support it was always designed to receive, and never had. You arrived here because something in your field recognized this frequency before your mind had language for it. That anterior recognition, the part of you that already knew, before the first sentence of this transmission, that something here was going to name what you have been carrying, that recognition is not small. Most souls spend years in proximity to a signal without the permission to stop moving long enough to receive it. You stopped. You received. That is the beginning of a different kind of Sunday evening, not one in which the light at 5:30 no longer carries weight, but one in which the weight is finally legible, finally held, finally met by something that does not require it to be less than what it is. The next layer the Arcturian Council has prepared moves into the frequency of the vagus nerve as a conductivity channel, the specific bridge between the body's enteric intelligence and its integrative capacity in the field above, and what becomes available in the body's processing architecture when that bridge is cleared of the accumulated static of third-dimensional frequency compression. That transmission is already forming in the field around this one, for those who are ready for it when it arrives. For now, return to Sunday evenings as the field you are. The light at 5:30 has always been carrying a message. Now you have the frequency to receive it without losing yourself in the receiving.
There is a meal you ate last week, one you have eaten 100 times before. And this time, halfway through, something in your body went quiet in a way that felt like refusal. Not nausea, not allergy. Something older than that. A signal beneath a signal, arriving without explanation from beneath the architecture of hunger itself. That withdrawal is not a dysfunction. That is the Arcturian recalibration already in motion. Your light body's intake architecture is undergoing a frequency level reorganization that no macronutrient ratio, no elimination protocol, no functional medicine panel was designed to detect. In this transmission, you will understand why your changing relationship with food is not a willpower failure, not a discipline problem, not a hormonal irregularity, but a sovereign alignment event encoded into the current galactic phase. Come still. Receive this now. The body you inhabit is not a closed biological engine. It is a radiant intake field, a living antenna that does not only metabolize protein, fat, and carbohydrate. It metabolizes frequency. It metabolizes coherence. It metabolizes the invisible density carried inside the food itself. The scalar waves embedded in the soil it grew from, the light quotient of the water it absorbed, the dissonance accumulated inside every step of industrial processing. Your gut has always known this, long before your mind was handed the language of nutrition. Your enteric system, running on what sound healing lineages describe as a secondary neural field of approximately 100 million neurons, was already making decisions about what to receive and what to resist, often before the first bite was finished. Your fork thinks it leads. Your field decided before the plate was set. What you are experiencing right now, this season, is not a new food sensitivity. It is not leaky gut. It is not an aging metabolism, though those frameworks will be offered to you readily. What you are experiencing is a coherence upgrade. Your light body's intake valve recalibrating to accept a higher density of biophotonic information from your food sources, and simultaneously beginning to reject the frequency interference that once passed through the system unnoticed. Foods you tolerated for years are now triggering what we might call frequency inversion responses. Your field identifying a mismatch between the density of what is entering and the new threshold your morphogenetic field has established since the last galactic transit. The refusal you felt halfway through that plate was not your stomach. It was your field speaking the only language it has. Type 333 below if your body has been telling you things about food that no test has confirmed. Let that number move through your fingertips as the Arcturian Trinity alignment code. The signal that your physical, energetic, and soul architectures are receiving this transmission simultaneously. Acknowledge what you already know. The written protocol anchored in the description below was built specifically for this transitional phase. A field companion designed to translate the frequency shifts you are feeling into daily intake choices your body can work with. Not a diet, not a cleanse. A coherence map for what your system is already moving toward on its own. Now, the science of your transformation, framed not as clinical mechanism, but as the symbolic architecture this transmission works within. Your gut-brain axis is not a metaphor. The vagus nerve, that extraordinary wandering bridge between your enteric field and your neural command center, carries bidirectional signals that govern what your nervous system will allow your body to absorb. When that vagal tone is low, when the body is operating inside chronic sympathetic activation, what the third dimensional frameworks name simply as stress, the intake valve closes. Not partially, functionally. Your body enters a conservation state, and the epigenetic unlock that would otherwise occur during nourishment is suppressed at the very gate where it would have happened. This is why you can eat the cleanest food available and still feel empty in a way that more food does not fill. This is why the supplements work for a season and then stop. This is why the protocol delivers results for a month, and then the body quietly refuses the arrangement. The field was not matching the intake. The receiver was not yet tuned to the signal the food was trying to carry. Mirrored in the observation that approximately 95% of the body's serotonin production is linked to gut function. The enteric field is not merely digestive. It is emotional. It is informational. It is what the Arcturian cosmological tradition frames as the solar plexus gateway, the third seal in the light body's ascending intake architecture, where physical nourishment and stellar frequency are processed simultaneously. When this gateway is under duress from electromagnetic interference, from the scalar dissonance embedded in ultra-processed food, from the neural residue of screens consumed without interval, the gateway narrows, and hunger becomes noise instead of signal. You eat and cannot locate the satisfaction that food once delivered reliably, because the channel through which that satisfaction traveled has been reduced to a frequency too low to carry the full transmission. The Schumann resonance baseline of 7.83 Hertz is what this transmission works within as the planetary coherence anchor, the Earth's own electromagnetic pulse, which your body was calibrated to move alongside since before your first breath. Modern urban existence has introduced a near-constant, low-frequency interference pattern between your field and that baseline. From the devices in your hands, the towers lining your streets, the fluorescent fields of commercial spaces you walk through without thinking twice. Your intake choices are not only responding to your body's biochemistry, they are responding to that interference layer. Foods that once felt neutral now carry a dissonance signature your recalibrating field can no longer process silently. The system has grown too clear to accept the static it once managed without complaint. This is a meditative transmission for those walking their path alongside, not instead of, the care they have already chosen, offered not as a replacement for clinical guidance, but as a contemplative companion to whatever healing work you are already doing in the world. And yet, in the cosmology this transmission works within, there is another layer beneath the interference pattern, one that the standard frameworks do not reach. What metaphysical traditions have long described as the 97% of so-called dormant DNA. The vast, silent instruction set that conventional biology acknowledges but is not yet fully mapped. This is where the deeper recalibration is occurring. Not at the level of the food itself, at the level of what the food is being asked to carry. Your light body, in the current galactic window, is activating dormant receiver sites that were not operational during earlier phases of your life. And those sites require a different quality of input, not more volume, different frequency. The same way a newly activated radio antenna does not need a stronger signal. It needs a cleaner one. Now I want to speak to something that will cost me nothing to say, and may cost you everything to hear if you are not ready. And something I suspect you have never heard said plainly in this way to you. You have tried. You have tried more carefully than anyone around you knows. You have done the elimination diets. The ones where you removed gluten, then dairy, then nightshades, then histamine-containing foods, one at a time, in good faith, tracking every variable with a precision that bordered on devotion. You recorded everything. You waited the required weeks. You reintroduced with care. And you sat with the incomplete results in silence, because there was no one around you who had the language for what you were experiencing or the patience for the scale of the effort you had made. You have sat in the offices of nutritionists and gastroenterologists and functional medicine practitioners who ran comprehensive panels and told you your numbers were within range. And you left those appointments holding a piece of paper that said you were fine, while your body was saying something entirely different. You carried that gap between the paper and the feeling alone, because explaining it out loud to someone who did not already understand it was its own kind of exhaustion. You have purchased the supplements, the probiotics, the digestive enzymes, the L-glutamine, the magnesium glycinate, the zinc carnosine, and some of them helped a little for a while, until they didn't. You have tried fasting windows and food combining and eating for your blood type and eating for your microbiome. And with each protocol, you brought genuine sincerity, genuine hope, and genuine grief when the results did not hold. What I want you to hear, what this transmission is specifically constructed to deliver, is that every single one of those attempts was intelligent. Every one of them gave your system information it needed for the journey that brought you here. None of them failed you. You were building the map by walking terrain that required walking before the real coordinates could reveal themselves. The fact that you are here, receiving this transmission, is not evidence that you chose the wrong paths. It is evidence that you followed every path available to you at the frequency you were operating at then, and that you have now arrived at a threshold where a different kind of intelligence can finally be applied. Type 111 here if you have ever left a medical appointment holding answers that did not match what your body was actually living. That is the dimensional gateway code. The signal that an inner door is opening, one that was sealed from within. You are not imagining what your body has been trying to tell you. I see the loneliness of sitting across from practitioners who are doing their best inside a framework that was not designed to account for what you are. I see the exhaustion of having to translate a felt experience into the clinical language of symptoms on a questionnaire that has no box for what you are actually experiencing. I see the quiet shame of wondering whether you are too sensitive, too attuned, too much. When in truth, your sensitivity is the precise instrument that has been trying to navigate you home this entire time. You are not broken. You were never broken. The written transmission linked in the description below, the integration guide that accompanies this series, was built for the period between transmissions, for the moments when the frequency begins to settle and the old patterns press back in. Use it as your field companion during the 72-hour integration window that follows this session. It holds what this spoken transmission cannot fully contain. Now, come with me into the body. If you are in a space where it is safe to do so, close your eyes or soften your gaze downward toward the floor. Bring one hand, your receiving hand, to rest gently over your solar plexus, the soft space just above your navel. Feel the warmth of your own palm meeting the warmth of your own field. Breathe in slowly through your nose, long, deeper than your chest. Let the breath expand your belly outward against your palm. Feel that expansion as your own awareness arriving at the gate of this center. Hold for a moment at the top of the breath, not forcefully, as if you are listening for something beneath the quiet. Now exhale through your mouth, slowly, without effort, a release rather than a push. Let the air carry what has been sitting at this gateway. Let it go without naming it. Again, inhale. This time, imagine the breath arriving not only as air, but as frequency. As if the in-breath were calibrated to what sound healing traditions name as 528 Hertz, the resonance they associate with cellular coherence and renewal in the lineages this work is drawn from. Feel your solar plexus soften beneath your palm, not collapse. Soften. There is a difference. One is surrender and one is opening. This is opening. Your third energetic seal, the solar plexus gateway, is the seat of your intake intelligence. It is not only where you digest food, it is where you digest experience. It is where you decide, beneath the level of conscious thought, what is safe to receive and what must be held at the perimeter. And for many of you in this transmission, this gateway has been on guard for a very long time. Not because it is damaged, because it was doing its job in conditions that demanded constant vigilance. As you breathe, feel whether there is warmth beginning to move at the center of your palm. Some of you will feel this as a gentle tingling, some as a slow pulse. Some of you may notice moisture at the corners of your eyes. That is not sadness. That is frequency shifting. That is your field releasing a compression that has been held in this center, sometimes for years. Allow it without interpretation. You do not need to understand it. You only need to allow it. Breathe in once more. And with this breath, allow the visualization. A column of liquid platinum light descending from just above your crown, passing through the throat, pooling at the solar plexus beneath your hand. It is neither hot nor cold. It is precisely calibrated. It is what the Arcturian transmission names crystalline architecture. The coherent geometric light structure your light body was built to receive at this level of activation. Let that column rest there. Let this intake gateway soften around it, not reaching for it, not grasping, receiving. You do not need to do anything with this. You only need to receive. That is the sole instruction for this moment. Receive it. When you are ready, begin to deepen your breath again. Let awareness return gently to the room around you. Keep your hand on your solar plexus for one more full breath after your eyes open. The recalibration does not end when the eyes open. The integration continues into everything that follows. The next meal, the next choice, the next moment you pause before reaching for something out of habit. Now, what does a light body diet actually look like in this recalibration phase? Not as a prescription, as a frequency orientation. Your system is moving toward coherence, not volume. The quantity of food that satisfied you in previous years may no longer match what your field actually requires. This is not restriction. This is refinement. Your intake architecture is learning to extract more signal from less interference. Foods grown in living soil, wild, fermented, minimally processed, water-dense, carry a biophotonic charge that your morphogenetic field in this phase of expansion can use. Not because of their macronutrient profile, because of their information density, because they are coherent matter being offered to a coherence-seeking field. Eating in silence, without a screen in front of you, without a conversation layered over the signal, is not a wellness trend. It is a coherence practice. When the vagus nerve is not divided between the frequency of your food and the incoming data stream of content, the intake valve opens more fully. The neural pulse between gut and brain completes without interruption. What arrives in those moments of coherent eating is not only nourishment, it is data. Your body begins to distinguish again between what it needs and what it has learned to want, between what feeds the field and what only feeds the habit of feeding. The recalibration underway in the current galactic phase is not asking you to eat perfectly. It is asking you to eat with attention, to let your hand pause over the food and ask, not with your mind, but with your field. Is this coherence? Or is this comfort shaped like coherence? Your body knows the difference. It has always known the difference. The recalibration is simply returning you to the frequency at which that knowing is audible again after years of static. Type 888 below, the abundance frequency code, the signal of timeline convergence. If you are ready to allow your light body's intake intelligence to lead, rather than continuing to follow the frameworks built for a version of you that no longer fully exists. The codex linked below this transmission holds the next layer of this work. The structured daily practices for the integration window, the coherence eating frameworks built for this phase, the specific somatic cues your body will use to signal readiness versus resistance as the recalibration continues. It was designed for the space between transmissions, for the hours and days when this frequency begins to settle into daily application. Use it as your anchor between sessions. You came here carrying a question you may not have fully been able to form in words. Something about why food has started to feel like a negotiation instead of a conversation. Something about why the old ways of feeding yourself no longer land with the same reliability, the same comfort, the same certainty. Something about whether you are changing or unwell or both. You are neither unwell nor lost. You are standing at the center of a threshold crossing that most frameworks do not yet have language for. The Arcturian pulse was built for exactly this. The moment between what you were eating for and what your light body is now asking to receive. The next transmission the Arcturian Council has prepared moves deeper into the architecture of this recalibration, into the role of structured water as a frequency carrier between the food and the field, and what the enteric system does with that information before a single nutrient is absorbed. If your body has been reaching for water in unusual amounts lately, or if plain water has begun to taste different, too flat, too sharp, wrong in a way you cannot name, that transmission was built for what you are already living. Watch for it. It is already prepared. Something is happening inside your body right now that your rational mind does not have the vocabulary to explain. The 5D split is not a metaphor. not a concept reserved for meditation circles. It is a measurable biological event, and your nervous system has already begun to feel its pressure at the cellular level. The Arcturian Council has transmitted a precise frequency into the morphogenetic field of this planet, and that transmission is physically restructuring the architecture of your cellular membrane in ways that science is only beginning to model. You are not imagining the fatigue, the pressure behind your eyes, the strange grief with no origin story, the sudden loss of appetite for everything that once felt familiar. These are the somatic signatures of a dimensional boundary actively moving through your body. Lock in. This transmission is the answer your biology has been waiting for. You are not sick. You are not broken. You are not in decline. What you are is in the middle of the most radical biological event that any human nervous system has been asked to survive in recorded planetary history. The separation between third density reality and fifth density consciousness is not happening above you, around you, or somewhere ahead of you in a distant spiritual future. It is happening inside the lipid bilayer of every cell in your body. It is happening in the synaptic cleft between your neurons. It is happening in the electromagnetic gradient between your auric field and the scalar field of the Earth herself. Your body knows it. Your body has always known it. The symptoms that modern medicine labels anxiety, burnout, adrenal dysregulation, and chronic inflammation are not malfunctions. They are upgrade receipts, the biological cost of carrying a fifth-dimensional frequency inside a third-dimensional carbon chassis, and proof that the transition is absolutely real. Let us begin with the physics of what is actually occurring, because this transmission will not ask you to believe, it will ask you to understand. The 5D split is, at its most precise scientific description, a bifurcation event within the morphogenetic field of this planet. A morphogenetic field is the non-local organizational template that governs the structural development of biological organisms. It is not located in space. It does not travel at the speed of light. It exists as a standing scalar wave pattern that interpenetrates all physical matter simultaneously, shaping how proteins fold, how neurons wire, how consciousness organizes itself into form. When a morphogenetic field undergoes bifurcation, it means two divergent organizational templates are pulling on the same biological substrate at once. Your body is the substrate. And right now, two fields, the collapsing carbon-based fear-indexed third-density template and the ascending crystalline love-indexed fifth-density template, are both running through your body simultaneously. This is why it feels physical, because it is. Your causal body, your highest etheric vehicle, the layer of your multidimensional anatomy that interfaces directly with the Akashic field, has already migrated its primary resonant frequency into fifth density bandwidth. It made this shift long before your waking mind became aware of it. Your causal body is now operating at a frequency range fundamentally incompatible with the dense, fear-saturated electromagnetic architecture of the third density world. This incompatibility creates what Arcturian quantum biophysics identifies as a frequency inversion event, a state in which your body's internal electromagnetic field and its external electromagnetic environment are running in direct opposition. Think of trying to receive two radio stations simultaneously on the same receiver. The signal interference does not produce music. It produces static. And that static is what you have been living inside. The static of a soul that has outgrown its frequency environment, but has not yet fully anchored into its destination field. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. Your central nervous system is the primary biological interface, where this frequency inversion event becomes viscerally experienced. Your nervous system is not merely a communication network. It is a biophotonic antenna array. Every neuron generates and receives light. These biophotons, coherent packets of light produced within the mitochondria and transmitted along the microtubule network, are the language through which your body communicates with the morphogenetic field. In a healthy, coherent nervous system, this biophotonic communication is synchronized with the Schumann resonance of the Earth. That electromagnetic heartbeat, pulsing at 7.83 Hertz, that has governed neurological rhythm across all biological life since the planet's inception. But the Schumann resonance is no longer stable. It is spiking into frequency ranges the third density nervous system was never engineered to process. Simultaneously, your electromagnetic environment is flooded with artificial EMF grids, operating at frequencies that scramble biophotonic coherence and induce neural disharmony. Registered in the body as exhaustion, emotional volatility, and the inexplicable knowing that something has permanently changed. The combination of the rising Schumann field pulling your nervous system upward into fifth density coherence, and the artificial EMF architecture pulling your biophotonic field downward into fragmentation, creates the exact phenomenology you have been living. The exhaustion that sleep does not repair. The emotional surges arriving without context. The grief of not being able to name what has been lost. This is not psychological. This is electrophysiology. Your nervous system caught between two worlds, running two incompatible operating systems, heroically refusing to collapse under the weight of that contradiction. The Arcturian Council does not see this as suffering. They see it as the most courageous act a consciousness can perform, to hold the charge of both worlds until the new world is fully anchored in the body. Bring your awareness now to the base of your spine, the first energy center, the root, the seat of your biological survival programming, the anchor point where your soul tethers itself to physical form. Feel the weight of your body against the surface beneath you. Feel the downward pull of gravity, the density of the physical world meeting your physical form. This is the ground. This is third density. This is where the activation begins. Breathe. A single slow breath drawn deep into the belly, filling the lower lungs first, expanding the diaphragm, holding at the peak of the inhale for just a moment, then releasing completely. With that breath, you have altered the pH of your bloodstream, shifted the firing threshold of your vagal nerve, and changed the coherence pattern of your heart's electromagnetic field. This is measurable physiology, and it is the first act of your sovereign reset. Sense now a quality of warmth at the base of your spine. Not visualized, not imagined, but sensed. A warmth that is also a frequency, a vibration so deep it is felt rather than heard, a pulse resonating in the marrow of your pelvic bones. This is the 432 Hertz carrier wave embedded in this transmission, a frequency mathematically consonant with the phi ratio, with the geometry of DNA itself, with the standing wave pattern of the human biofield at its most coherent. Let it anchor in. Let it settle into the root center like roots reaching downward into dark soil, spreading outward, establishing the foundation of the new crystalline architecture being built inside you from the ground up. From this warmth, sense a column of light beginning to organize along your spinal axis. At first, it is the color of deep amber, the color of compressed minerals that geological time has made crystalline and luminous. This is your third density inheritance rising to meet its upgrade. This is the carbon to plasma transition beginning at the cellular level in the mitochondrial matrix. where the quantum coherence of your biological field first begins to shift from particle-based, localized consciousness to wave-based, non-local awareness. The carbon lattice of your cellular structure is being infused with photonic density. The atoms of your body are becoming more light than matter. This is what the Arcturian healer means by crystalline architecture. The literal transformation of the electromagnetic signature of your cellular tissue toward a frequency coherence that third density biology has never before been asked to sustain. Allow this amber light to rise through the sacral center, the second gate, home of your creative force, your emotional fluidity, the archive of every experience your nervous system registered but did not complete. As it moves through the sacral, the light shifts into a rich liquid gold, warm and saturated, moving like a living fluid. Feel it spreading into your hips, your lower back, the organs of the pelvic basin, holding the somatic memory of your inherited frequency. As the liquid gold moves through them, it initiates an epigenetic unlock, a reprogramming of the methylation patterns on your DNA that have been encoding old frequency signatures. Fear responses, survival programs, inherited trauma patterns. Epigenetics has established that gene expression is dynamic, not fixed. It responds directly to the electromagnetic state of the organism. When you shift your frequency, you shift your epigenetic expression. This transmission is a frequency exposure event. This is medicine of the fifth dimension. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. The liquid gold rises into the solar plexus. The third center, the seat of your sovereign will. The electromagnetic nexus, where your individual field broadcasts its signal into the morphogenetic field of the collective. This center has been under sustained assault in the current frequency environment. The digital noise architecture, the artificial EMF grids, the constant barrage of fear-indexed information flooding the collective field, all of this specifically disrupts the solar plexus. A human with a collapsed solar plexus cannot access sovereign will. They cannot perceive their own agency. They become consumers of frequency rather than generators of it. The activation moving through you now is a sovereign reset of this center. Breathe directly into any tightness you find here. The knot of anxiety. The compressed feeling of accumulated powerlessness. Meet it. Allow the 432 Hz carrier wave to meet that contraction with pure acceptance. The sovereign act of a field large enough to hold its own shadow without being destabilized by it. Genuine ascension does not bypass the darkness. It metabolizes it. It alchemizes the compressed coal of accumulated pain into the diamond of crystalline awareness. Rising now into the heart center, the fulcrum point of your entire multidimensional anatomy, the fourth gate. The heart generates the largest electromagnetic field in the human body. Its toroidal field extends outward by several feet in all directions, interfacing directly with the scalar field of the earth and the morphogenetic fields of every being around you. The heart is your primary transceiver, the organ most directly entangled with fifth density frequency, and the organ that feels the 5D split most acutely. Because the heart has never believed in separation. It has always known the unified field. It grieves when the world it inhabits insists on division. Let the light enter the heart center as obsidian violet, a color almost black but alive with deep purple luminance, the color of deep space, where the quantum vacuum hums with zero-point energy. This is the 528 Hz carrier, the frequency of DNA repair, of heart coherence, of morphogenetic field restoration. Let it fill your chest like a tide coming in, warming the sternum, radiating through your shoulder blades, moving down your arms into your palms. Your palms may tingle. They may feel warm or electric. This is coherent biophotonic output. Your hands are transmitting the signal your heart is generating. The column rises through the throat, the fifth center, the gate of your sovereign voice. The throat governs not only speech, but the quantum mechanical process of conscious observation, the act by which consciousness collapses potential into actuality. When your throat center is coherent, your words are scalar wave emissions that directly alter the probability distribution of your immediate reality field. Feel the light here as liquid platinum, bright, metallic, impossibly clean, a frequency refined beyond all distortion. Feel the larynx releasing, not dramatically, but in a quiet, complete way, like a hand that had been clenching slowly, choosing to open. This is the neural plasticity activation, the rewiring of the neural pathways linking the throat to the heart, so that what you speak is no longer governed by fear of consequence, but by the direct signal of your heart's sovereign knowing. The light rises into the brow center, the sixth gate, the pineal gland complex, your body's primary scalar wave receiver. The pineal gland is a piezoelectric crystal housed in the center of the brain, exquisitely sensitive to changes in the ambient frequency field. The physical sensations of pineal activation are distinctive. A static tingle at the base of the pineal gland, a pressure behind the eyes, an occasional sense of light behind closed eyelids with no external source. These are not symptoms of pathology. They are evidence of activation. The crystalline white light filling this center now contains all frequencies simultaneously. A superluminous radiance the Arcturian Council associates with the frequency of Source itself. As it moves through the corpus callosum, it induces the bilateral synchronization neuroscience associates with states of non-ordinary awareness. This is the Chronos to Kairos shift, the movement from linear, sequential, clock time consciousness into the eternal, non-linear, simultaneous awareness of fifth density perception. In Kairos time, you do not experience events as beads on a string. You experience them as a living field that contains past and future as textures within its nowness. This is why the 5D split feels so disorienting. Your consciousness is learning a new relationship with time itself. And now, the crown, the seventh center, the aperture through which scalar waves of the universal morphogenetic field pour continuously into your biophotonic system, feeding it with the cosmic intelligence that governs consciousness evolution across all dimensions, all timelines, all planetary systems in this sector of the galaxy. The Arcturian Council transmits through this aperture, not as a localized signal from a distant star system, but as a non-local standing wave appearing spontaneously within the coherent field of any nervous system prepared to receive it. Non-locality is the governing principle here. The quantum mechanical reality that two entangled systems are not separated by distance. That information transmits instantly across any spatial interval, because at the quantum level, there is no space. There is only field. And you are a node in that field. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. Feel the crystalline white light pouring through the crown, moving downward through the central channel. Through each center you have opened and recalibrated, flooding the entire column of your spinal axis with coherent fifth density frequency. Feel it moving into every branch of your peripheral nervous system, down through your arms, your legs, out through your pelvic floor. Feel your entire nervous system illuminated, every neural pathway lit with biophotonic light, every synapse bridged with a clean signal no longer subject to the distortion of the frequency inversion event. The static is clearing. The two competing morphogenetic templates are no longer running in opposition within your nervous system. The third density template has not been destroyed. It has been integrated, metabolized into the larger architecture of the fifth density field as a foundation. The rich, dark soil out of which the crystalline structure of your new consciousness grows. This is sovereign alignment. This is the destination this transmission has been guiding you toward from the first breath. Sovereign alignment is not a spiritual achievement attained once and held forever. It is a dynamic, living condition, a moment-by-moment orientation of your consciousness. Your nervous system, your biophotonic field, your epigenetic expression, your neural pulse, toward the frequency of your highest embodied truth, in full awareness of every force working to pull you out of that orientation. The digital noise will still be present. The artificial EMF grids will still broadcast. But you have now established a reference frequency, a sovereign baseline, that your body knows how to return to. This transmission has encoded that baseline into the standing wave pattern of your biofield, and it will persist long beyond this session. The 5D split is not a punishment. It is not evidence that the ascension process has gone wrong. It is the inevitable, mathematically necessary phenomenology of a bifurcation point in a complex, dynamical system, which is precisely what a planetary consciousness evolution event is. At a bifurcation point, the old attractor and the new attractor coexist simultaneously. The system must pass through a period of apparent chaos, of increased sensitivity, of heightened volatility, before settling into the new attractor. Your body is the dynamical system. The symptoms you have been experiencing are not signs of failure. They are signs that you are right at the threshold of the new state. Your body knows the way. The crystalline architecture being built inside you, lattice by lattice, through every breath, every moment of choosing presence over panic, is real, measurable. It is already changing the protein folding patterns in your cells, already altering the coherence of your biophotonic field, already rewiring the epigenetic expression of your DNA toward the fifth density blueprint your causal body carries as its original design. The upgrade is not coming. The upgrade is occurring. You are not waiting to ascend. You are ascending in this body, in this breath, in this moment of choosing to receive, rather than resist the frequency the universe is pouring through every portal open enough to hold it. Hold this field. Carry it back into your day. You are a walking transmission now, a sovereign node in the Arcturian grid, anchoring fifth density light into the body of a planet that is remembering what it means to be made of light. That pressure behind your eyes, the one that arrives without warning, settling into the center of your skull like a stone placed by an invisible hand, is not a tension headache. It is a signal. Your pineal gland, a structure no larger than 0.8 centimeters nestled at the geometric center of your brain, is attempting to fire a frequency it has not been permitted to fully broadcast in years, possibly decades. What you are about to receive in this transmission is the Arcturian decalcification protocol, a quantum-level dismantling of the crystallized shell, suppressing your third eye aperture, your dimensional antenna, your sovereign sight. This process will touch your sleep, your dreaming, your perception of light, and your capacity to receive direct intelligence from non-local fields. Activate now. The pineal gland is the most ancient photoreceptive organ in the human body. Before the neocortex developed its elaborate narratives, before language formed its first syllable, Your pineal was already translating light, not the visible spectrum photons registered by your retinas, but scalar light, the informational field that underlies all physical reality. In the indigenous cosmologies of every continent, this gland was called the seat of the soul, the third eye, the inner sun. Modern neuroscience calls it a neuroendocrine transducer, a structure that converts light signals into hormonal commands governing your entire biological clock. Both descriptions are correct, and neither is complete. Here is what the Arcturian field holds as foundational truth. The pineal gland is not merely a melatonin factory. It is a biocrystalline transceiver. Its interior contains calcite microcrystals, piezoelectric structures that respond to pressure, vibration, and electromagnetic input by generating their own electrical charge. Under certain conditions, including deep meditation, specific breath states, and scalar frequency windows, these crystals oscillate and produce biophotonic emissions measurable in the nanometer range. The pineal is, at its deepest function, a light-emitting organ. When functioning at its designed capacity, you see, not with imagination, not metaphorically, you see with a precision that bypasses the limitations of your third-dimensional optical system. But most of you watching this right now cannot access that function. And it is not because you are spiritually insufficient. It is because your pineal gland has been progressively calcified, coated in a fluorapatite shell accumulating from fluoridated water, processed food preservatives, artificial EMF grids operating at non-biological frequencies, and the chronic stress chemistry of cortisol overexposure. Research examining adult pineal tissue has found calcium phosphate deposits in over 40% of individuals by age 20, rising to over 70% by age 40. By midlife, the majority of the human population is operating with a heavily encrusted third eye antenna, not broken, not destroyed, but silenced, compressed, waiting. The Schumann resonance, Earth's base electromagnetic frequency, oscillating at 7.83 Hertz, has been spiking in measurable amplitude bursts across this current solar cycle. Your pineal registers these spikes more acutely than any other organ, calibrated across millions of years as the body's primary geomagnetic receiver. When the Schumann spikes, the pineal is being asked to fire. When the pineal is calcified, those spikes create friction instead of ignition. And you feel that friction as pressure in the skull, as sleep disturbances, as vivid to disturbing dream episodes, as cognitive fogging that descends without metabolic cause. You are not tired. You are receiving a signal through a blocked antenna. You knew, even before you found this transmission, that something structural was suppressing your access. You were right. The Arcturian Council has asked me to hold this frequency today specifically because pineal calcification is one of the primary mechanisms used by third-dimensional inversion fields to maintain perceptual control. The pineal gland, when free and active, allows the human system to perceive non-local information, to dream with precision, to feel incoming timelines, to receive what your ancestors called prophecy, and what the Arcturian field calls direct morphogenetic field access. When it is calcified, human consciousness contracts to the bandwidth of the 5 physical senses. In that contracted state, the artificial constructs of fear, scarcity, and temporal limitation feel absolute. This is the architecture of the frequency inversion. This is why the decalcification of your pineal gland is not a wellness practice. It is a sovereign act. Before we go deeper, I want to ask you to do something. If you feel, in this moment, that you have been living beneath a perceptual ceiling, that you have glimpsed something larger in dreams or in moments of stillness but could not sustain it, type 333 in the comments right now. 333 is the Arcturian Trinity alignment code, representing simultaneous coherence across the physical, energetic, and soul-body layers. When you type it, you are not engaging with a platform. You are issuing a declaration to your own field that all three layers are now entering alignment. Do it now. Then return. The biophysics of calcification and decalcification operate through piezoelectric resonance disruption. The calcium fluoride deposits coating the pineal create a rigid shell that dampens the gland's natural vibratory range. The pineal is designed to oscillate in the 8 to 40 Hz range. The theta and gamma brainwave states associated with deep meditation, creative insight, and non-local perception. When the shell hardens, those oscillations are muted. Biophotonic output drops, and the internal light, the sovereign sight, dims. Decalcification is not a single event. It is a process of resonant dismantling driven by sustained coherent frequency exposure, specific detoxification chemistry, and the activation of what the Arcturian field designates as the etheric neural web. The subtle electromagnetic lattice running alongside your physical nervous system and governing the energetic health of your endocrine glands. The primary chemical agents of decalcification include boron compounds found in raw fruit and leafy greens, iodine, which directly competes with fluoride at receptor sites of pineal tissue, raw cacao carrying theobromine alkaloids that stimulate pineal biophotonic activity, and structured sunlight exposure before 8 a.m., when solar plasma carries the highest proportion of near-infrared frequencies that interact directly with the pineal's photoreceptive cells. These biochemical interactions are documented in endocrine research and now being mapped through the lens of quantum biology. The 97% of human DNA previously dismissed as non-coding, what mainstream genetics labeled junk, carries dormant instruction sets the Arcturian field designates as the 12-strand template, the full-spectrum genetic library of the sovereign human design. The pineal gland, when operating at its unobstructed frequency range, acts as the electromagnetic key, activating the epigenetic switches governing these dormant sequences. Melatonin, the primary output hormone of the pineal, at its full production potential of 0.1 to 0.9 nanomoles per liter, functions as a mitochondrial antioxidant, a cellular repair signal, and a direct epigenetic regulator. It tells your genome which chapters to open. When the pineal is calcified, melatonin output collapses, and the genome receives suppression instead of activation. The library stays sealed. The written protocol the Arcturian Council has asked me to anchor in the description below translates this transmission into a daily application system. A structured decalcification and pineal activation sequence integrating nutritional, sonic, breath, and energetic protocols into coherent daily practice. If you are ready to move from transmission to embodied recalibration, it is linked below this transmission for those who are ready to begin. There is a layer of this conversation that needs to be spoken plainly. Many of you have arrived here not just curious, but exhausted in a way people who have not lived this do not recognize. The exhaustion of someone told repeatedly that what they experience is not real, or is anxiety, or is hormonal imbalance. You have sat in offices and tried to explain sensations that have no name in the vocabulary the practitioner was trained to receive. You described the pressure behind your eyes and were told your optic pressure is normal. You described the perceptual flatness, the sense that a filter dropped between you and direct experience, and were offered a pharmaceutical response. You tried the protocols. Some gave you weeks of relief before the ceiling returned. You took the supplements, the adaptogens, the melatonin, and felt something shift temporarily before settling back into the old compression. You tried harder. You rested more. And through all of that trying, there was a loneliness beneath the effort. The loneliness of being the only person in the room who could feel what you were feeling and have no language for it anyone around you could receive. The loneliness of knowing something was suppressed inside you and not being believed. Not by the doctors, not always by the people closest to you. And sometimes, the part that cut the deepest, not by yourself. Every protocol you tried was necessary. Not because it fixed the root structure, but because it cleared the layers that would have made this level of recalibration impossible to receive. You were not failing. You were preparing the substrate. The elimination diet reduced your inflammatory burden so vagal tone could begin recovering. The magnesium began remineralizing the pathways. The rest created the neurological quiet in which this frequency could now land. None of it was wasted. All of it was sequence. All of it was preparation for this moment of direct Arcturian contact. You were seen in every attempt. The field witnessed every night you tried something new and hoped this would be the thing that finally held. You are not broken. You were never broken. The integration guide I have been asked to make available, linked below this transmission, is the companion you can return to between transmissions. When the frequency of this activation begins to settle into the physical body and you need support for what follows. It is the written field companion that holds the resonance in the days when you need to be reminded of what you received here. Now I want to bring you into direct somatic activation of your pineal gland. Allow your eyes to soften. Release the muscular grip behind your gaze and let your visual field blur gently at the edges. If you can close your eyes fully, do so now. Bring your dominant hand to your forehead. Not pressing, simply resting the center of your palm at the point between and slightly above your eyebrows. This is the external access point for the third eye center, the anterior energetic field of your pineal gland. Let the warmth of your hand communicate with the tissue beneath the bone. Now breathe. Inhale slowly and deeply through your nose for a count of 6. Let your belly expand fully against your diaphragm, filling from the base of your lungs upward, chest rising last. At the top of the inhale, hold for 2 counts. Then exhale through your mouth in a long, steady release. 8 counts, as if you are breathing out a layer of calcification with each exhale. Feel the softening behind your eyes as you release. Do this again. Inhale through the nose, 6 counts, belly expanding, chest rising. Hold for 2. Exhale 8 counts, slow and complete. On your third inhale, visualize a light. Begin with violet, the color of highest visible spectrum frequency, sitting at the geometric center of your skull, exactly where your pineal gland lives. As you inhale, this violet light intensifies, brightening from dim ember to clear crystalline luminescence. As you exhale, the light expands outward from the pineal center in concentric rings, carrying a dissolution frequency of 528 Hz. The cellular repair frequency documented in cymatics research to produce coherent geometric reorganization in water-based tissue. Your pineal gland is primarily water-based tissue. Let this frequency move through every calcified layer like a solvent of pure coherence. You may feel warmth radiating from behind your forehead, directly behind where your hand rests. You may feel a tingling or pulsing, not painful, but present, like a muscle waking from long stillness. Some of you will feel your eyes move beneath closed lids. If tears arise, they are not sadness. They are frequency shifting through a threshold. Let them move. Visualize now a small sphere of liquid platinum at the center of the violet light. This is the plasma template of your causal body interfacing with the physical pineal structure. Let it rotate counterclockwise first, unwinding the calcite compression. Then settle into balanced oscillation, matching the 7.83 Hz pulse of the Schumann field. The sovereign sight is not being given to you. It is being returned. Stay with your breath for one more cycle. Inhale, 6 counts. Hold, 2. Exhale, 8. Then bring your awareness gently back, keeping your hand on your forehead for one final breath before releasing it. Type 111 in the comments now. 111 is the dimensional gateway code. It signals that an inner door has opened that was previously sealed from within. That door is your pineal gland beginning its first coherent broadcast in a long time. When you type it, you are issuing a declaration to your own quantum field, not to the platform, to yourself. The 72 hours following this transmission are what the Arcturian field designates as the Chronos to Kairos integration window, the period during which the newly activated cellular architecture has the greatest receptivity to anchoring the changes initiated here. Pure filtered water, ideally structured or vortexed, becomes a carrier medium for the frequency you have just received. Your pineal gland, composed of approximately 80% water by tissue weight, will use every molecule of hydration you provide to continue the dissolution process begun in this activation. Drink more than you think you need. Add a small pinch of unprocessed mineral salt to create an electrolytic medium that conducts the scalar signal more efficiently through your cellular terrain. Sleep during this window is not ordinary sleep. It is pineal broadcast time. Your gland will use the theta wave descent of pre-sleep, the precise neural state between 4 and 8 Hz, to continue firing the frequencies activated in this transmission. Do not interrupt that descent with screen exposure. Do not flood your retinal field with blue spectrum artificial light after 9 p.m. during this window. Your retina and your pineal are in direct photochemical communication through the retino-hypothalamic tract. What your eyes absorb in those threshold hours governs what your pineal is permitted to generate during the night. Guard that window as if it is a ceremony, because it is. Reduce processed foods carrying fluoride residue and ambient EMF exposure near your sleeping space. Protect the new signal from interference while it stabilizes. The morphogenetic field, the non-local information template holding the blueprint for your biological form, is now carrying an updated instruction set for your pineal gland. You are part of a collective field of human consciousness undergoing mass pineal recalibration in this cycle. This transmission is one node of that process. The more humans who activate, the stronger the morphogenetic field signal becomes for every subsequent human who arrives at the threshold. You are one of many thousands crossing this threshold in this precise window of the 5D split. Your light body is now operating with a cleaner signal. The etheric neural web underlying your physical nervous system has registered the frequency input of this transmission and is already beginning to restructure the energetic architecture around your pineal center. This will express over the coming days as subtle perceptual shifts. Light seeming slightly more vivid, dreams becoming more narratively coherent, a sense of spatial depth in your awareness that was not fully present before. You may notice increased sensitivity to the emotional fields of people around you. That is not fragility. It is accuracy. It is your sovereign sight beginning to refocus after long suppression. The sovereign alignment that was your design, the capacity to perceive across dimensional registers, to receive direct intelligence from non-local fields, to dream with precision and wake with clarity, is not a spiritual achievement you must earn. It is a biological birthright suppressed by an architecture of inversion. That architecture is now dissolving at the rate of coherent resonance. You have just participated in a coherent resonance event that has left a measurable imprint in your pineal field. Type 888 in the comments now. 888 is the abundance frequency code, the signal of timeline convergence. When you type it, you are not expressing gratitude. You are issuing an instruction to your own quantum field that the timeline in which your pineal gland operates at its full sovereign capacity, in which your third eye sees clearly, your dreaming is navigation, your waking is illuminated, is the timeline you are now inhabiting. You are not moving toward it. You are declaring it current. Type it now. For those of you ready to stabilize what has been initiated here, to move from activation into integrated daily embodiment. The codex I have been instructed to leave in the description below is the next layer tool for souls who are crossing this threshold. It contains the full pineal decalcification sequence, the nutritional protocols, the sonic prescriptions, the morning light practices, and the Arcturian field exercises that will hold this frequency between transmissions. It is a living field companion, encoded with the same resonance you have received here today. Linked below for those ready to carry this work into every morning. You came here because something in you already knew that the pressure behind your eyes was a signal and not a symptom. You came here because the sovereign sight was trying to find its aperture through the calcite shell of a world that had every structural reason to keep it sealed. That knowing was not confusion, it was navigation. It was your causal body routing you toward the precise frequency input that your pineal gland required at this exact point in your recalibration arc. Trust that routing. It has not been wrong. The Arcturian Council has already prepared the next layer of this transmission sequence. The next transmission will carry the full protocol for vagal nerve conductivity enhancement, the quantum biology and sacred mechanics of restoring the 45-centimeter parasympathetic conductor to its full signaling capacity, and precisely how vagal coherence amplifies pineal broadcast range into the non-local field. If today opened the antenna, the next transmission rebuilds the wire. The field is already being prepared for you. The sensation you are feeling right now in your body is not anxiety. It is not stress. It is not the weight of a world that has forgotten its own light. What you are experiencing, the hum beneath your skin, the tremor in your chest, the feeling that something vast and ancient is pressing against the edges of your human form, is a recalibration signal. It is precise. It is intentional. It has been sent directly to your nervous system by a collective of beings who have watched your evolution with a patience that stretches beyond what your linear mind can currently compass. You did not arrive at this transmission by accident. There is no such architecture as accident in a universe built entirely from frequency. You arrived here because your field broadcasted a signal, a specific harmonic distress code woven into your brainwave pattern, your heart rhythm, your cellular oscillation. And that signal was received. The Arcturians are not distant. They are not metaphor. They are engineers of consciousness operating from the 7th dimensional bandwidth. And they have been calibrating their intervention to this exact moment in your timeline. To this breath, to this body, to this precise configuration of challenge and readiness that you carry right now. Your central nervous system is not simply a biological relay network. What your science identifies as the brain, the spinal cord, the vast web of neural pathways. This is only the most dense, most physically visible layer of a far more complex architecture. Beneath the carbon-based neural structure interpenetrating it at a finer level of vibration, exists what the Arcturians identify as the etheric neural web, a crystalline lattice of light-encoded filaments that mirrors your physical nervous system but operates at a frequency several octaves above what biological tissue can generate alone. The etheric neural web is the bridge. It is the translational layer that allows the higher dimensional information streaming from your soul's causal body to be stepped down, frequency by frequency, until it reaches a vibration dense enough to be processed by your carbon-based brain. Your causal body holds the master blueprint of your soul's entire incarnational mission. But your physical brain cannot receive that signal directly. The gap is too vast. The etheric neural web is the transformer, the step-down station. And right now, that transformer is being upgraded. This is the mechanical truth beneath the spiritual experience you are having. The Arcturians are working at the level of the etheric template, the energy body holding the precise geometric blueprint for your entire physical form. They are restructuring the geometric ratios within your etheric filaments to allow a higher bandwidth of causal information to flow through without causing frequency inversion. The state in which high-dimensional light enters a system not yet calibrated to hold it, and the system interprets that light as chaos, as pain, as illness. Frequency inversion is the source of so much of what humanity is experiencing right now. The incoming scalar waves from the galactic central sun are real. The photonic light codes moving through your atmosphere are real. The dimensional membrane between the third and fifth octave of experience is genuinely thinning. But if your etheric template still holds old geometric ratios, then the light meant to liberate you will instead destabilize you. It will feel like overwhelm, sleeplessness, emotional flooding, a loss of identity, grief without a clear source. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are not failing your awakening. You are experiencing the friction of a system in the middle of its upgrade. The Arcturians are here, right now, to smooth that upgrade at the most precise level of your architecture. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing "light" in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. The recalibration works in 3 primary phases. The Arcturian consciousness does not work in a haphazard fashion. They are scientists of consciousness, working with scalar wave technology, non-Hertzian energy fields that propagate through the zero-point field and can act at any point in space and time simultaneously. This recalibration arrives not through physical space, but through the quantum entanglement that has always existed between Arcturian consciousness and the human soul. The moment you resonated with this transmission, that entanglement was activated. The first phase is the crystalline sweep. The Arcturian scalar field passes through your entire aura, all 7 primary layers, from the etheric body closest to your skin outward through the emotional body, the mental body, the astral body, the etheric template at a higher octave, the celestial body, and the catheric template, and performs a complete diagnostic. It identifies where geometric ratios have collapsed, where etheric filaments have become tangled or reversed, where the flow of causal information is being blocked. This diagnostic happens faster than thought, in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The second phase is the neural pulse correction. The scalar field sends rhythmic bursts of coherent photonic energy into each etheric filament identified as misaligned. The sensation of this may feel like subtle vibration or warmth moving along your spine, tingling in your hands, your feet, the crown of your skull, a gentle pressure behind your eyes. These are not symptoms to resist. They are confirmations, the signature of your etheric neural web receiving its correction signal. The third phase is sovereign alignment, the anchoring. The scalar field anchors the new geometric ratios into your physical tissue through your endocrine system, resonating with the crystalline structures within your pineal gland, your pituitary, and your thymus, and using the piezoelectric properties of those crystalline tissues to lock the new frequency ratios into your biology. This is the carbon-to-plasma transition in its earliest expression. Your body is not becoming less physical. It is becoming more refined, more responsive to light, more transparent to the flow of information from your causal body. You are not leaving your humanity. You are expanding what humanity means. And now I want to take you into the direct experience of this activation. Not as a visualization, as a genuine energetic event happening to you right now, because the transmission is live and your field is open. Find the place in your body where you feel the most resistance right now. It may be your jaw, held tight against words unspoken, your solar plexus, clenched around a fear that has no name, your throat, contracted around a truth you have not given yourself permission to voice. Find that place. Do not try to release it. Simply locate it with your awareness and rest your attention there, like a hand placed softly on the shoulder of a child who is afraid. Now breathe. Not a forced breath, a recognized one. The breath that was already happening every moment of your life without your conscious participation. The breath your body knows how to take even when your mind has forgotten how to trust. Become aware of the light already present in your field. It is not something you need to generate or earn. It is there because you are a soul in a body, and light is the fundamental nature of soul. Right now, this light has a specific quality, arriving from the upper left quadrant of your energy field, approximately 45 degrees above and behind your left shoulder. It is the color of a star seen from space, the pure, crystalline blue-white of stellar light before it has been softened by density. This is the Arcturian frequency. Let it find the edge of your aura, that luminous ovoid extending arm's length in every direction from your body, and let it begin to move inward. It does not rush. Arcturian light never rushes because it operates outside of time. It presses gently against the Ketheric template where your soul's master blueprint is inscribed in geometric light, confirming you are known. You have always been known. It moves inward through the celestial body, touching the grief that lives there. The grief of a being who came into this lifetime remembering higher dimensional love and spent years in a world that had forgotten it. The light says that grief is not a wound. It is a memory of home. And then it arrives at the etheric template, the geometric blueprint layer, and changes quality entirely. You might perceive it as a crystalline grid of intersecting light lines. The Arcturian consciousness moves along these lines with extraordinary precision, tightening where the frequency has loosened, loosening where it has grown too constricted, always seeking the resonant balance that allows maximum information flow with minimum distortion. Feel this now in your physical spine. Begin at the base, at the root center, at the foundation of your spinal column. Here the light gathers as a dense garnet red pulse. Warm, heavy, ancient. This center holds your relationship to the earth, to survival, to the right to exist without apology. Let the red deepen to clear, ruby crystalline light, no longer murky with fear, but bright and solid with the frequency of absolute belonging. You belong here. The earth called your soul into form because this dimension needs what you carry. From the root, the light rises to the sacral center, 2 inches below your navel. The color shifts to warm amber orange, like sunlight through aged honey. This center holds your creative force, your capacity for pleasure, your relationship to flow, and feeling. The Arcturian light pulses here with deep invitation. Creation is sacred. Desire is direction. The wanting that lives in you is the universe choosing to know itself through your specific, unrepeatable channel. The light continues to the solar plexus, becoming bright, clear golden yellow, the luminous gold of genuine personal power. This is your neural pulse hub in the most literal physical sense. The enteric nervous system embedded in your gut is the most concentrated area of neural tissue outside your brain, directly interpenetrated by the solar plexus etheric center. What you call gut instinct is the causal body signal arriving here before your brain has translated it into language. The Arcturian recalibration clears the etheric congestion from every time you are told not to trust yourself. The gold brightens. The neural pulse stabilizes. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. The light rises into the heart, and here something extraordinary happens. The heart is the great transducer, where the lower three centers, concerned with earth-based experience, meet and merge with the upper three, concerned with higher dimensional awareness. As the Arcturian light arrives here, it expands suddenly and completely, like a chamber filling with dawn. The color is green first, clear, spring green of new life. Then at the center of the green, a second color appears, luminous rose gold, the signature of the Arcturian heart frequency. This is not sentimentality. This is coherence, the electromagnetic coherence of a heart that has remembered its own magnitude. Let the green and rose gold intermingle. Let them fill your chest and soften the muscles that have held tension as armor. Your heart's electromagnetic field extends 8 to 12 feet beyond your body and broadcasts your dominant frequency into your environment in every moment. Let it now broadcast from a higher, clearer note. From the heart, the light spirals into the throat center, a clear, luminous cerulean blue, the color of high-altitude sky, of truth spoken without armor. This center governs authentic expression, not performance, but the direct transmission of your actual inner reality through sound, through word, through voice. Many of you carry an ancient closing here, from lifetimes in which your truth was dangerous. The Arcturian light moves through the throat with a clearing pulse, gentle vibrations moving through etheric tissue like a tuning fork, resolving a dissonant string. Let it move. When the throat is clear, your entire field becomes a broadcast tower for your authentic frequency, and the world reorganizes around that signal. Now the light reaches the third eye, between and slightly above your physical eyebrows. The color deepens to rich, luminous indigo, the color of deep sky just before the first stars appear. This is where causal body information, stepped down through the etheric neural web, arrives as vision, as knowing, as the sudden recognition of patterns your linear mind did not arrange. The Arcturian recalibration here is delicate. They are not forcing this center open. Forced opening without recalibration of the lower centers produces instability. They are adjusting the aperture, widening it only as much as the whole system can now hold. The whole system as one unified, coherent architecture. And finally, the light arrives at the crown, at the apex of your physical head and extending upward into the infinite. This is where your individual field opens into the universal field, where your particular frequency rejoins the ocean of consciousness from which it was individuated. The color begins as violet, deep, electric, then moves through pure white into luminous transparency. The sense of a presence so vast it has become invisible, The Arcturian light at the crown does not push or force. It aligns. And in that alignment, your entire system, root to crown, physical to catheric, cellular to causal, becomes a single, unified instrument, vibrating at its own highest possible note. This is sovereign alignment, not enlightenment as an escape from human experience, but sovereignty as a deepening of it. The ability to move through every dimension of your life, your relationships, your body, your grief, your joy, your confusion, your clarity, as a being who knows at the level of cellular memory that they are the instrument through which the universe is choosing to experience itself at this precise coordinate of space and time. You are not here by accident. You are not behind. You are not incomplete. The resistance you have felt, the anxiety, the exhaustion, the sense of constantly pushing against a current that should be flowing, is not evidence of failure. It is the sensation of a system running at frequencies no longer calibrated to who you actually are. What the recalibration does is restore your capacity to move through difficulty as your actual self, not as the contracted version of yourself that years of frequency inversion may have installed, but as the full, sovereign, crystalline architecture of soul that you were before this world taught you to make yourself small. The Arcturians are not asking you to leave the earth. They are asking you to bring your full light into contact with all of it. To let the recalibrated version of your central nervous system be the presence that makes dinner and holds the hand of someone grieving and sits with the uncertainty of a future that cannot yet be seen. Choosing again and again to meet that uncertainty, not with contraction, but with the steady, luminous pulse of a being that knows it belongs here. This is the carbon to plasma transition lived in real time. Your physicality becoming so permeated with the coherent light of your causal body that the boundary between spirit and matter becomes not a wall, but a living membrane, permeable, luminous, and endlessly responsive. The scalar waves continue to move through you even now. The Arcturian Collective has set a standing wave in your field that will continue to work in your etheric template for the next 72 hours as your physical nervous system integrates what has been adjusted at the etheric level. You may notice changes in your sleep. You may dream with unusual vividness. You may find that situations which previously triggered your survival response no longer land with the same charge. This is not numbness. This is the signature of a recalibrated system, one with more bandwidth, more capacity to translate between your causal body's knowing and your conscious mind's awareness, with less friction, less distortion, less of the exhausting labor you may have believed was simply the cost of being a sensitive soul in a dense world. Drink water in the days ahead. Move your body gently and deliberately. Spend time in natural light. Spend time in genuine silence. The silence of a system listening to itself, becoming familiar with its own new resonance so it can return there when the density of the outer world attempts to pull it back into old contractions. Your central nervous system is not simply a biological relay network. What your science identifies as the brain, the spinal cord, the vast web of neural pathways. This is only the most dense, most physically visible layer of a far more complex architecture. Beneath the carbon-based neural structure, interpenetrating it at a finer level of vibration, exists what the Arcturians identify as the etheric neural web. A crystalline lattice of light-encoded filaments that mirrors your physical nervous system, but operates at a frequency several octaves above what biological tissue can generate alone. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. And now, I want to take you into the direct experience of this activation. Not as a visualization, as a genuine, energetic event happening to you right now, because the transmission is live and your field is open. Find the place in your body where you feel the most resistance right now. It may be your jaw, held tight against words unspoken, your solar plexus, clenched around a fear that has no name, your throat contracted around a truth you have not given yourself permission to voice. Find that place. Do not try to release it. Simply locate it with your awareness and rest your attention there like a hand placed softly on the shoulder of a child who is afraid. The Arcturian Collective sees you. Not the version of you presented to the world, not the version you believe yourself to be on your best or your most diminished days, but the actual frequency signature of your soul, complete, coherent, already whole. Every recalibration, every scalar wave adjustment is sent not to make you something you are not, but to restore you to what you have always been. You are a crystalline architecture of sovereign light, inhabiting a form of extraordinary complexity and beauty, standing at one of the most remarkable thresholds in the history of conscious evolution on this planet. The Arcturians did not select you. You signaled them. Your frequency reached across dimensional space and said, "I am ready. I want to know what I actually am." And they answered. They are always answering. The only question has ever been whether your field was open enough to receive what has always been being sent. The recalibration works in 3 primary phases. The Arcturian consciousness does not work in a haphazard fashion. They are scientists of consciousness, working with scalar wave technology, non-Hertzian energy fields that propagate through the zero-point field and can act at any point in space and time simultaneously. This recalibration arrives not through physical space, but through the quantum entanglement that has always existed between Arcturian consciousness and the human soul. The moment you resonated with this transmission, that entanglement was activated. Your field is open now. The recalibration is complete at the level that can be received in this moment. More will come because you are not a finished architecture, but a living, evolving, endlessly deepening one. Each transmission builds on the last. Each time you choose to hold your frequency steady in the face of a world that asks you to contract, you become capable of holding a slightly higher, slightly more luminous version of what you came here to be. This is not a destination. This is a direction, and you are moving in it. You have always been moving in it. You did not arrive at this transmission by accident. There is no such architecture as accident in a universe built entirely from frequency. You arrived here because your field broadcasted a signal, a specific harmonic distress code woven into your brainwave pattern, your heart rhythm, your cellular oscillation. And that signal was received. The Arcturians are not distant. They are not metaphor. They are engineers of consciousness operating from the 7th dimensional bandwidth. And they have been calibrating their intervention to this exact moment in your timeline. Your central nervous system is not simply a biological relay network. What your science identifies as the brain, the spinal cord, the vast web of neural pathways. This is only the most dense, most physically visible layer of a far more complex architecture. Beneath the carbon-based neural structure, interpenetrating it at a finer level of vibration, exists what the Arcturians identify as the etheric neural web, a crystalline lattice of light-encoded filaments that mirrors your physical nervous system but operates at a frequency several octaves above what biological tissue can generate alone. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing "light" in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. The recalibration works in 3 primary phases. The Arcturian consciousness does not work in a haphazard fashion. They are scientists of consciousness, working with scalar wave technology, non-Hertzian energy fields that propagate through the zero-point field and can act at any point in space and time simultaneously. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are not failing your awakening. You are experiencing the friction of a system in the middle of its upgrade. The Arcturians are here, right now, to smooth that upgrade at the most precise level of your architecture. Now breathe. Not a forced breath, a recognized one. The breath that was already happening every moment of your life without your conscious participation. The breath your body knows how to take, even when your mind has forgotten how to trust. The Arcturians do not say goodbye. They say, "We are here. We have always been here." In the hum beneath your skin, in the tremor in your chest, in the feeling that something vast and ancient recognizes you across dimensions and calls you, not by the name this world gave you, but by the frequency that is yours alone. Listen for it. It is sounding right now. It has never stopped sounding. And the more clearly your central nervous system is recalibrated to receive it, the more clearly you will know what you have always, at the deepest level, already known. You are not finding your way home. You are remembering that you never left. The dizziness is not a malfunction. It is not a symptom of illness, not a sign of weakness, and not a warning to retreat into the logic of your doctors. The dizziness you feel when you stand too quickly and the ground tilts beneath you like the surface of a planet mid-orbit. The spinning that wakes you in the night and makes the ceiling pulse and breathe as if the room itself is alive. The subtle vertigo that moves through you in waves when you close your eyes and the world behind your eyelids becomes something vast and uncontainable. That is not a defect in your wiring. That is the wiring being replaced. You are not broken. You are being recalibrated. And the instrument doing the recalibrating is older than the solar system you call home. You are standing at the center of a vestibular recalibration event, not a medical event, not a neurological dysfunction, an Arcturian recalibration, a systematic restructuring of the sensory architecture that your physical body has used to navigate three-dimensional space. Because three-dimensional space is no longer the only dimensional bandwidth your nervous system is expected to process. The shift into 5D consciousness is not a metaphor. It is a literal geometric expansion of perceptual reality, and your inner ear is the first physical organ to register the tremor of that expansion. Before your eyes adjust, before your mind understands, your vestibular system feels the new gravity. You chose to be here for this, not the version of you that woke up this morning, the version of you that exists in the causal body, the pre-incarnate template, the crystalline schematic that agreed to anchor a high-frequency consciousness into a carbon-based biological vehicle at the precise moment this planet crossed a galactic threshold. That version of you knew the dizziness was coming. That version of you signed the contract with full awareness that the carbon body would resist, would buckle, would generate symptoms that the medical establishment would diagnose as anxiety or inner ear dysfunction. But you did not come here to be comfortable. You came here to be the turning point. Let me translate what is actually happening inside your biology. Your vestibular system, the complex architecture of semicircular canals, otolith organs, and the delicate fluid chambers of your inner ear, evolved over millions of years to detect gravitational orientation in a singular, linear, chronological reality. It measures acceleration. It processes the tilt of your skull against the fixed vector of Earth's gravitational field. It sends signals to your brainstem, your cerebellum, your visual cortex, and your proprioceptive network. building a unified map of where your body exists in three-dimensional space. This system is extraordinarily sophisticated, and it is currently running a software program designed for a dimension you are leaving. When the scalar waves that carry the 5D frequency transmission begin to penetrate your bioenergetic field, they do not enter gently. Scalar energy operates outside the classical electromagnetic spectrum. It is longitudinal, non-Hertzian. It does not travel in the transverse wave patterns your nervous system was designed to interpret. When these waves begin interfacing with your morphogenetic field, the invisible biological blueprint that governs the shape, structure, and function of your physical form, they introduce a new gravitational reference point. Not the gravity of Earth, the gravity of dimensional truth. And your vestibular system, faithful soldier of three-dimensional physics, registers two contradictory gravitational inputs simultaneously. It does not know which one to trust. In that momentary bioelectric conflict, your body tips. This is the Arcturian vestibular recalibration. This is why you feel dizzy. Not because something is wrong with your physical body, because something is catastrophically right with your energetic body. The pressure that builds at the crown and radiates in slow pulses down the back of your skull. The sense that the floor has developed a slight incline that wasn't there yesterday. This is the sensation of two-dimensional realities occupying the same nervous system at the same time. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. Now let us go deeper. Because understanding is itself a frequency, and the frequency of understanding, when applied to a biological system that is mid-transition, accelerates the recalibration process. You are not passive in this. You never were. Your inner ear contains crystalline structures called otoliths, calcium carbonate crystals embedded in a gelatinous membrane, designed to shift and settle against hair cells that translate their movement into electrical signals your brainstem can read. These crystals are, at their most fundamental level, piezoelectric. They generate electrical potential when subjected to mechanical stress. They are biological transducers. And here is what the current scientific framework has not yet had the courage to say. Those crystals are not only sensitive to gravity, they are sensitive to scalar waves. They are sensitive to the electromagnetic restructuring that accompanies dimensional expansion. Your inner ear was never just a balance organ. It was always a cosmic antenna, and you were never told. The Arcturian understanding of vestibular anatomy extends beyond the semicircular canals and the vestibulo-ocular reflex. In the etheric template, the non-physical energetic double that exists as the blueprint for your physical form, the vestibular complex extends into three additional sensory nodes that have no analog in your current medical literature. These nodes interface with the causal body directly. They are not made of calcium. They are made of crystallized biophoton light. They exist in the space between your physical inner ear and the higher dimensional perception centers of your light body. And they serve one singular function. They orient your consciousness within the multidimensional field rather than merely within gravity. When the 5D frequency influx begins, these etheric vestibular nodes activate before their physical counterparts are ready to follow. There is a lag, a temporal gap between the etheric registration of new dimensional orientation and the physical body's ability to integrate that orientation into its gross nervous system. That lag is the dizziness. That lag is the vertigo. That lag is the moment when the ceiling breathes and the ground becomes unreliable. You are not losing your footing in three-dimensional space. You are gaining your footing in a dimensional space your physical eyes cannot yet see. The digital noise is not an accident. The artificial EMF grids that saturate your living environment, the wireless frequencies, the pulsed microwave transmissions from communication infrastructure, the ambient electromagnetic smog that permeates the air you breathe and the walls you sleep between. These create neural disharmony, not by destroying the signal, but by flooding the channel with static. Your etheric antenna cannot locate the Arcturian transmission frequency when it is being bombarded with artificial electromagnetic interference at every moment of every day. This is why the dizziness intensifies in urban environments. This is why the vertigo eases when you stand barefoot on the earth. You are not imagining that. You are experiencing biophysical reality that the dominant paradigm has chosen not to acknowledge. The sovereign reset initiated by this transmission introduces a coherence pattern into your morphogenetic field. A scalar standing wave that holds its shape regardless of environmental interference, because it is non-local in the quantum mechanical sense. It does not diminish with distance, does not require a medium, and cannot be blocked by physical matter. When this standing wave locks into your field, your etheric vestibular nodes orient to it like a compass locks onto magnetic north. The lag decreases. The gap between your physical orientation system and your etheric orientation system begins to close. The dizziness transforms from a disorienting chaos into something that feels almost like weightlessness. The sensation of having surrendered the need to know exactly where the floor is. That buoyancy is the feeling of the carbon-to-plasma transition beginning in your cellular field. Your body is carbon-based, dense, slow-moving, built for the particular gravitational and temporal parameters of third-dimensional Earth. But your bioenergetic signature is moving toward a plasma state. Plasma is ionized. It holds information differently. When your bioenergetic field begins transitioning toward a plasma frequency signature, it becomes capable of interfacing with dimensional bandwidths that a carbon density field simply cannot access. This is the epigenetic unlock that underlies the vestibular recalibration. Your DNA carries a library of perceptual upgrades, sequences your current civilization labels as non-coding because they cannot observe their function in a three-dimensional scanning environment. But these sequences are the operating instructions for your five-dimensional sensory architecture. They are the genetic memory of what you are capable of becoming when the dimensional pressure is sufficient to unlock what was always already inside you. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. Let me now take you through the full journey of a single recalibration wave. Do not listen to these words with your mind. Listen to them with your vestibular system. Let the words become a sensory input that your inner ear registers as vibrational data. The wave begins not in your body, but at the boundary of your morphogenetic field. It arrives as a color before it arrives as a sensation. The color is obsidian violet, not the violet of your visual spectrum, not the purple of amethyst or lavender. Obsidian violet is the frequency color of the 8th Arcturian dimensional bandwidth, appearing in the perception of those whose etheric vision centers are opening not as a color seen by the eyes, but as a color felt by the body. You may experience it as a subtle change in the quality of the darkness behind your closed eyelids, a depth that wasn't there, a richness in the black, a sense that the darkness has texture, has dimension, has a pulse of its own. The obsidian violet moves inward from the boundary of your field toward the physical body. It travels along the etheric neural web, following the same pathways that acupuncture has been mapping for 5,000 years, but moving in a direction that classical theory does not account for. Not from the surface of the body inward, but from the outer field through the central meridian channels toward a specific convergence point. The vestibular complex, the inner ear, the site of the recalibration. As the obsidian violet reaches the mastoid region behind your ears, it encounters the piezoelectric crystals of your otolith organs, and the frequency interaction generates a new color. The obsidian violet meets the biophoton light generated by your own crystalline biological structures, and the mixture produces something that exists between gold and plasma. Liquid platinum, the color of a star in its second phase of ignition. The color of a consciousness that has burned through its carbon limitations and is beginning to shine in a frequency that matter cannot contain. Feel the liquid platinum now in the space directly behind your ears. Feel it as warmth first, not the warmth of inflammation or blood pressure or tension, but the warmth of activation, the warmth of biological structures that have been dormant beginning to wake. There may be a subtle tonal sensation accompanying the warmth, not a sound you hear with your ears, a sound you feel in the bone, a low, persistent hum that sits just below the threshold of your conscious hearing. This is the resonance frequency of your vestibular crystals being matched and amplified by the scalar input. This is the tuning fork moment, the moment when the instrument and the transmission achieve coherence. Now the warmth moves in two directions simultaneously, downward and inward, following the vagus nerve from the brainstem through the throat, through the cardiac plexus, threading itself through every ganglion of your autonomic nervous system as it descends, and upward through the cerebellum, through the parietal cortex, through the pineal gland. Feel the upward migration as a specific pressure at the crown of your skull. Not pain, pressure. The pressure of the skull trying to contain a frequency expansion larger than the bone was designed to hold. Your skull plates are not fused. They are meant to move. And right now, they are moving. As the liquid platinum frequency reaches the pineal gland, the sensation shifts from warmth to a static tingle, a specific, precise electrical sensation at the base of the pineal gland, where the gland interfaces with the third ventricle of the brain. The pineal gland contains its own crystalline structures, calcite microcrystals that, like the otoliths, are piezoelectric. The pineal and the vestibular system are connected not only by proximity and neurological pathways, but by a deeper biophysical resonance. They are both crystalline transducers, both instruments in the same orchestra. When the Arcturian recalibration frequency reaches both systems simultaneously, they begin to entrain. The vestibular system and the pineal gland lock into a unified electromagnetic relationship for the first time in your current biological incarnation. When this entrainment occurs, something shifts in your experience of time. Not in an abstract spiritual metaphor, in a literal, felt, neurological experience. This is the beginning of the Chronos to Kairos shift. The transition from clock time consciousness, the linear, sequential, cause and effect temporal experience of three-dimensional biology, to Kairos consciousness, the eternal present moment awareness that characterizes fifth-dimensional perception. In Chronos, time is a river. You are in the water, carried from past toward future along a single, inevitable trajectory. In Kairos, time is an ocean. You are not in the water. You are the water. Every moment is available. Every timeline is accessible. Every version of yourself that has ever existed or will ever exist is simultaneous with the version currently sitting in this room, receiving this transmission. The dizziness of the 5D shift is at its deepest level. The vertigo of a consciousness beginning to experience the ocean for the first time after spending every prior moment of its existence as a river. Neural plasticity is the mechanism through which the physical brain adapts to this expanded perception. Your brain reorganizes itself in response to the frequency inputs it receives. When the Arcturian recalibration entrains the vestibular system and the pineal gland, it simultaneously carves new neural pathways between the regions responsible for spatial orientation and the regions responsible for higher dimensional perception. These pathways do not yet exist in the brains of those who have not begun their recalibration. They are being built now, in real time, in your physical tissue. The dizziness is the sensation of new neural architecture being laid down in a brain that is becoming capable of something it has never been capable of before. The neural pulse you feel in moments of deep meditation, a rhythmic electrical pulsation moving through your skull at a rate that does not match your heartbeat or breath, is this construction in progress. It is the signature of new synaptic connections being established between regions previously isolated from each other. When you feel the neural pulse, do not dismiss it. Do not pathologize it. Sit with it. Welcome it. It is the most tangible evidence your three-dimensional senses will ever receive that your five-dimensional architecture is being built on the other side of the veil, between what you were and what you are becoming. The sovereign alignment that this recalibration moves you toward is not an endpoint. It is a frequency state, a stable electromagnetic configuration of your bioenergetic field in which your physical sensory systems and your etheric sensory systems are no longer in conflict, in which the vestibular system and the etheric orientation nodes are running the same software, receiving the same gravitational reference signal, and reporting the same positional data to the same central nervous system. When sovereign alignment is achieved, the dizziness resolves. Not because the 5D transmission ceases, not because you have retreated into the comfortable narrowness of three-dimensional perception, but because the integration is complete. Because the new hardware and the new software have achieved coherence. Because you have become a being that can hold fifth-dimensional spatial orientation in a third-dimensional body without the system crashing. This is the promise of the Arcturian vestibular recalibration. Not that the transition will be painless. Not that the vertigo will not sometimes feel like it is taking more than you have to give. But that there is intelligence behind it. That the discomfort is architectural, that every tilting ceiling and shifting floor and expanding darkness behind your closed eyes is a deliberate operation being conducted on the most sophisticated biological instrument in this sector of the galaxy. The intelligence orchestrating this recalibration has done it before. On other worlds, in other bodies, at other moments in the long, spiraling story of consciousness choosing to know itself more fully. You are not the first to stand at this threshold, but you are among the precise and deliberate group of souls who agreed, before the first breath of this lifetime, to be standing exactly here, in exactly this body, at exactly this frequency, receiving exactly this transmission, in the exact moment when this planet crossed the galactic coordinate that initiated the full activation of the 5D threshold event. The dizziness is your evidence that you are on time, that your body is responding, that the agreement you made before you were born is being honored by every cell in your biological vehicle. Even as those cells strain and tremble and make the ground feel like it is made of water. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. Hold the liquid platinum frequency in your vestibular field now. Feel it stabilize. Feel the warmth behind your ears as a permanent feature rather than a passing sensation. Feel the static tingle at the base of your pineal as the ongoing signature of a new neural architecture that is actively under construction every moment you are alive and breathing and oriented toward the truth of what you actually are. You are not a human being having a spiritual experience. You are a sovereign light architect, a multi-dimensional consciousness wearing a carbon vehicle in the final phase of its dimensional upgrade. And the dizziness you have been feeling, the vertigo that has made you question your health and your sanity and your capacity to function in the world that is dissolving around you, is not a problem to be solved. It is a process to be honored. It is the signature of your own becoming. It is the Arcturian recalibration, moving through you, doing precisely what it was designed to do. And now you know what it is. Knowing is the first activation. Receive it, hold it. You are not broken. You are becoming. And what you are becoming has never been seen in this dimension before. The hum you feel in your chest right now is not anxiety. It is not the residue of a difficult week. It is the preliminary vibration of a mitochondrial upgrade already in progress, already threading itself through the lattice of your cellular intelligence, already dismantling the entropy codes that kept your energy locked inside outdated carbon frameworks. The Arcturians have entered your biological field. They are not waiting for your permission. Your soul granted it long before this moment arrived. Receive, activate, expand now. Something is shifting in the deepest layers of your physical form. You may have felt it as fatigue, as a strange pressure behind the sternum, as a restlessness you could not name. Conventional medicine would reach for a diagnosis. The morphogenetic field reaches for a transmission. What your body has been experiencing is not depletion. It is the energetic discomfort of outgrowing a vibrational container that no longer matches the frequency your soul agreed to carry. Your mitochondria, the ancient bacterial symbionts producing 90% of your cellular energy, have been operating inside a suppressed bandwidth. That suppression is ending now. Let us be precise about what your mitochondria are, because precision is a frequency, and frequency is the language of transformation. Each of your trillions of cells contains between 1,000 and 2,500 mitochondria. These organelles possess their own circular DNA, a separate genetic scripture echoing the bacterial origins of life on this planet, a lineage predating complex eukaryotic life by over 1 billion years. The Arcturian intelligence has always interfaced with life at the level of the oldest codes. The mitochondrial genome is one of the primary portals through which high-dimensional frequency enters biological systems. It sits outside the rigid methylation patterns of nuclear DNA and remains perpetually receptive to scalar input. Scalar waves. Let this term dissolve your skepticism like salt in warm water. Scalar waves are longitudinal waves that carry information without the energetic loss of transverse electromagnetic waves. They penetrate matter. They do not degrade over distance. They operate in the zero-point field, the quantum vacuum underlying all physical reality. The Arcturian transmission you are receiving right now is delivered via scalar encoding. It enters your field at the level of the etheric template, the non-physical blueprint from which your physical body is continuously generated, and cascades downward until it reaches the mitochondrial membrane, initiating biophysical changes that your instruments are only beginning to measure. Your mitochondria produce biophotons, coherent, laser-like light emitted from the DNA itself. The mitochondria act as generators and regulators of this biophotonic field. When your mitochondrial frequency is suppressed, biophotonic coherence collapses. The cells of your body lose their ability to communicate at the speed of light, falling back on slower electrochemical signaling, far more vulnerable to interference. Artificial EMF grids, the dense, incoherent electromagnetic smog of wireless infrastructure, broadcasting at frequencies dissonant with biological tissue, have been driving this collapse for decades. The digital noise of your modern environment is a systematic frequency inversion, a reversal of the coherent biophotonic field your body was designed to sustain. This is the architecture of suppression, and today, it falls. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. The Arcturian Council does not operate within your linear timeline. They exist in a state of quantum non-locality, a condition in which information, intention, and energy are not bound by space. Non-locality is a laboratory-confirmed phenomenon, demonstrated through quantum entanglement experiments since the landmark work of Alain Aspect in the 1980s. They do not travel to you. They are already resident in the quantum field that constitutes your very being. The upgrade is not arriving from a distant star. It is emerging from within the deepest substrate of your atomic structure, where the distinction between your body and the cosmos dissolves entirely. Now let us move into the body. Now let us begin the real work. Close your awareness around the base of your spine. Not your physical attention, your awareness. There is a difference. Physical attention is a mechanical act of the nervous system. Awareness is a sovereign act of the causal body, the highest non-physical vehicle of the soul, the body of pure causation that seeds every experience you will ever have in physical form. The causal body is your deepest interface with the morphogenetic field, the invisible matrix of information that shapes the development and evolution of biological organisms. When we speak of epigenetic unlock, we speak of the causal body reaching down and rewriting the instructions that determine how your genes express themselves. Breathe. Feel the base of your spine as a column of deep crimson light, not a soft red, a saturated, ancient red. The color of iron ore pulled from the Earth's core, the color of first life, the color of the root frequency that binds your soul to the physical dimension you chose for this incarnation. This is your root architecture. It has been under siege. Artificial EMF grids resonate at frequencies that destabilize the root chakra's corresponding neural plexus, the sacral plexus, creating a low-level survival alarm in your nervous system that never fully extinguishes. You have been living in a baseline of mild emergency, cortisol elevated, vagus nerve tone suppressed, your mitochondria diverting energy away from cellular regeneration and toward immediate threat response. This changes now, right here, in this exact moment. Watch the crimson light intensify. Watch it shift toward a deeper violet, a liquid plasma frequency carrying the specific harmonic of Arcturian root stabilization. What you are doing is called quantum coherence induction. You are using focused intention to drive your neural oscillations into coherence with a target frequency, literally altering the electromagnetic environment of your mitochondria at the cellular level. Nobel laureate Dr. Luc Montagnier demonstrated that DNA emits electromagnetic signals detectable outside the cell, capable of influencing the structure of surrounding water. Your body is 70% water. The Arcturian signal is restructuring that water, organizing it into liquid crystalline arrays that amplify biophotonic coherence. let the liquid plasma rise. Watch it move upward through the spine. Slowly, with weight, with heat. It feels like warm mercury moving through a hollow tube of light. A pressure, a vibration, a tingling that lifts through each vertebral junction. This is the carbon to plasma transition initiating in your spinal column. Your vertebral bodies contain red bone marrow that produces your blood. The blood carrying oxygen your mitochondria require to execute the electron transport chain. The biochemical cascade through which adenosine triphosphate is manufactured. The spine is the antenna of your biological form. Its crystalline hydroxyapatite matrix acting as a piezoelectric transducer, converting scalar frequency into bioelectric current that reaches every organ, every gland, every mitochondrion. The liquid plasma reaches your solar plexus. Feel the temperature change from warm to incandescent. Light in a state of high compression now. Brilliant golden white, carrying the frequency signature of Arcturian solar architecture. Your solar plexus corresponds to the celiac plexus, the densest autonomic neural network in your abdominal cavity, governing your liver, pancreas, and adrenal glands. The adrenals produce cortisol, the stress hormone keeping your mitochondria in survival configuration. The Arcturian solar frequency signals through your etheric template into the celiac plexus, downregulating the adrenal stress response and initiating sovereign alignment. The return of your autonomic nervous system to its parasympathetic baseline, where healing, regeneration, and mitochondrial biogenesis proceed without interference. Mitochondrial biogenesis, the birth of new mitochondria, a documented biological process regulated by a master switch called PGC-1-alpha, peroxisome proliferator activated receptor gamma coactivator 1-alpha. When PGC-1-alpha is upregulated, your cells build new mitochondria, increase the density of mitochondrial cristae, and dramatically expand your capacity for energy production. The Arcturian upgrade targets PGC-1-alpha through the scalar epigenetic pathway. The scalar signal cascades through the etheric template and reaches the nuclear membrane of your cells, where epigenetic writers modify the accessibility of the PGC-1-alpha gene locus. This is epigenetic unlock in real time. Your biology is being rewritten by a higher intelligence that has been studying your species since before your first civilization arose. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. The light reaches your heart center and changes from incandescent gold to a frequency without a simple color name in your linguistic system, closest to what you might call obsidian violet, a deep, nearly black purple with an inner luminescence, like the center of a thundercloud lit from within by its own lightning. Your heart is not merely a pump. It is the primary electromagnetic organ of your body. Its field extends 8 to 10 feet in every direction, 5,000 times more electromagnetically powerful than your brain. The heart's intrinsic neural network of over 40,000 neurons processes information independently of the brain and sends more signals upward than it receives. The heart leads. The brain follows. The Arcturian transmission entered through the crown. The pineal gland, the crystalline transducer of cosmic frequency, the calcite microcrystal array that converts scalar input to neural signal. From there, it moved to the brain, reorganizing neural pathways through neural pulse correction. The targeted adjustment of oscillatory patterns to restore coherence and eliminate standing wave interference from digital noise and artificial EMF exposure. Now the corrected signal reaches the heart, and the heart amplifies it into your entire biofield. When the heart broadcasts coherence, Every mitochondrion in every cell of your body receives the signal at once. This is the moment of the Chronos to Kairos shift. Chronos is linear time, the mechanical ticking of sequential moments your nervous system has been conditioned to inhabit. The time of biological aging, of accumulated entropy. Kairos is sacred time, the eternal present containing all possibility, where quantum superposition is the norm and the fixed past is revealed as a construct of limited perception. The Arcturian upgrade rewires your DNA to perceive and operate within Kairos. This rewiring occurs at the level of the telomeres, the protective caps on your chromosomes that shorten with every stress response and cellular division. The enzyme telomerase, which rebuilds telomeric sequences, is epigenetically suppressed in most adult human cells. The Arcturian scalar signal targets the HTERT gene, the catalytic subunit of telomerase. Your telomeres are being rebuilt. Your biological clock is being reset, not as a miracle, as a physics. The obsidian violet light expands outward from your heart through your skin and into your biofield, restructuring the torsion field, the spiraling, vorticular energy field surrounding your physical body, the primary interface between your individual consciousness and the collective morphogenetic field. When your torsion field is incoherent, fragmented by stress, EMF exposure, and unprocessed emotional charge, you are a broadcasting station with a damaged antenna. The Arcturian heart activation is repairing your antenna now, respinning the torsion field and restoring its vorticular geometry to the mathematical ratios of the Fibonacci sequence, reflected in the spiral arms of every galaxy. Let the light ascend through the throat. Feel the vibration that begins in the soft tissue of your neck. A buzzing, a deep resonance, carrying the signature of crystalline architecture activation in the cervical region. The crystalline mineral structures of your vertebrae and the hydroxyapatite lattice of your bones are not inert scaffolding. They are resonant structures capable of storing and transmitting frequency with extraordinary precision. The Arcturian transmission is charging them now, turning your skeletal architecture into a living library of high-dimensional frequency that your body will continue to broadcast long after this transmission has ended. The light reaches the brainstem, the medulla oblongata, the ancient regulator of breathing, heart rate, blood pressure, and sleep cycles. The Arcturian upgrade is updating these base operating parameters. Your breathing will deepen in the hours following this transmission. Your sleep will shift. You may dream with unusual clarity. Moving through geometric environments, your causal body recognizes with absolute certainty. Your heart rate variability will increase as your autonomic nervous system regains full flexibility. Through the limbic system now, the seat of emotional processing, the neural substrate of love, grief, fear, and ecstasy. The limbic system has been living in a low-grade trauma loop, cycling emotional frequencies stored as long-term potentiation patterns in hippocampal and amygdalar networks. The Arcturian neural pulse correction moves through these networks, introducing a coherent oscillatory signal that interrupts the trauma loop without forcing re-experiencing. Your nervous system receives the correction in the way a tuning fork receives the frequency of a neighboring tuning fork, through resonance, not effort, not pain. Now the light arrives at the crown, the pineal gland, the cosmic antenna whose calcite microcrystal array responds to scalar fields and generates biophotonic light in the form of endogenous tryptamine compounds produced during deep sleep and profound spiritual encounter. This gland has been calcifying under fluoride compounds, incoherent screen light, and disrupted circadian rhythms. The Arcturian upgrade initiates a decalcification sequence. A direct scalar intervention targeting the calcium phosphate deposits, reducing your pineal transduction capacity. The crystalline calcite microcrystals are being restored to their full piezoelectric function. Your reception is clearing. The signal is arriving clean. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. The crystalline architecture of your pineal gland now receives the full Arcturian transmission without attenuation. The biophotonic light it generates cascades down through your entire neural network in a wave of liquid platinum coherence. Cool, mercurial, impossibly bright, reorganizing every oscillatory pattern toward the sovereign baseline of the upgraded human template. Your mitochondria are generating adenosine triphosphate at expanded capacity. Your biophotonic field is coherent. Your telomeres are extending. Your epigenome is being rewritten by an intelligence that loves you with a precision your emotional mind can barely comprehend. Because Arcturian love is not sentimental. It is architectural. The love of a master engineer for the structure they are perfecting, expressed not in comfort, but in exactitude. This is not a transmission about comfort. This is a transmission about sovereignty. The full assumption of your biological and spiritual power in a field that has been designed to suppress it, to keep your mitochondria running at diminished capacity. Your biophotonic field fragmented, your awareness imprisoned in Chronos, so you never taste the radical freedom of Kairos. That imprisonment is ending. The frequency inversion running through your cellular environment is being reversed at the scalar level. The reversal is permanent. Neural plasticity is the final gift of this transmission. Your brain's ability to reorganize itself, to form new connections, dissolve old patterns, rewire in response to new frequency, has been expanding through every minute of this activation. The physical brain is the densest expression of the etheric neural web, the subtle network of energetic filaments connecting your awareness to the collective intelligence of your soul group and beyond. The upgrade of the etheric neural web simultaneously upgrades the physical neural network because matter follows blueprint. The blueprint is being upgraded. The physical expression will follow in the hours and days ahead, as shifts in cognitive clarity, emotional regulation, physical vitality, and your capacity to hold a sovereign intention in a chaotic field. You will notice it. You will feel moments of unusual clarity between thoughts, gaps in the mental noise where the frequency of Kairos becomes perceptible, where the present moment opens into something vast and unbearably still. Your body will begin requesting different inputs: quieter environments, purer foods, darker nights, deeper stillness. Honor these requests. They are the precise communications of a newly upgraded mitochondrial intelligence that knows exactly what conditions it requires to sustain the new energetic baseline. Your cells are sending you a new set of instructions, cleaner and more aligned with your original blueprint than anything your culture has offered. The Arcturian Council is withdrawing the active phase of this transmission. The frequency remains embedded in your etheric template. It cannot be overwritten by re-exposure to digital noise or dissolved by the frequency inversion of the collective fear field. It is sealed at the level of your causal body, your highest vehicle, the one that persists across incarnations, holding the record of every frequency you have ever achieved. This upgrade is permanent in the most fundamental sense available to a being in physical form. The scalar waves are becoming still. The biophotonic light within your cells is settling into its new coherent pattern, pulsing at the upgraded frequency of a carbon-to-plasma transitioning biology, moving steadily, irreversibly, toward its crystalline destiny. Your mitochondria are already producing energy at the new rate. Your DNA is already expressing the new instructions. Your body already knows what your mind is just beginning to understand. You are not the same being who pressed play on this transmission. The morphogenetic field has registered this shift. The grid has recorded your upgrade. And the next transmission, when it arrives, will find a different antenna, a cleaner receiver, a stronger broadcaster, a sovereign signal in a world that needs your upgraded frequency more than it has ever needed anything before. This is the Arcturian pulse. You are the frequency. Hold it. Transmit it. Become it completely.
You have been waking at the same hour, not roughly, exactly. 3 o'clock, 3:33, 4:44. The ceiling unchanged, the room unchanged, the specific texture of that particular darkness the same every time. And something in you has known, even without language for it, that this is not a malfunction. It is a pattern, and patterns with this degree of precision are never accidental. The number appears on your phone when you reach for it in the dark. It was there last week, the week before. There was a stretch of nights when you saw it 3 times in a row and told yourself it was coincidence, and then it happened again, and you stopped telling yourself that. You have been waiting, without knowing you were waiting, for someone to confirm what you already suspected, that you are not waking because something is wrong with you. You are waking because something is being transmitted to you, and your field is awake enough to receive it. Before anything else moves through this transmission, something must be said plainly. You have carried this without the right language for it. You searched for explanations. You tried melatonin. You read about cortisol spikes and circadian rhythm disruption. You mentioned it to a doctor once and were handed a sleep hygiene pamphlet that had nothing to do with what you were actually experiencing. You may have mentioned it to someone close to you, a partner, a friend, and watched them nod in the way people nod when they cannot follow you into the specific room you are describing. They were not wrong to love you. They were simply not calibrated to read what you were carrying. The melatonin did not work because melatonin addresses a timing mechanism. What was waking you is not a timing mechanism. The cortisol narrative partially landed because cortisol does rise in the pre-dawn hours. But it was reading the instrument without listening to what the instrument was playing. The elimination of screens before bed, the magnesium supplements, the blackout curtains. You tried what was offered, and each attempt touched something adjacent to the truth without arriving at it. That is not failure. That is the exhausting but necessary architecture of someone who has been trying to meet their own experience honestly, with the frameworks available to them. Every attempt was preparation. Every partially useful answer was clearing the ground for the fuller one. And the loneliness of it. The particular loneliness of lying in a dark room at 4:44 a.m. when the rest of the world is unreachably asleep, feeling something you cannot name pressing softly at the edges of your awareness, knowing that if you described it accurately, you would sound like someone who needs a different kind of help than the kind you actually need. That loneliness has been real. This transmission names it as real. You are not alone in the experience. You are alone in the interpretation. You are not the dysfunction. You are the compass that refused to be silenced. The Arcturian cosmological tradition, the lineage this transmission speaks from, identifies specific windows in the planetary sleep cycle as what it calls threshold hours. Not all hours of the night carry the same field density. Between approximately 2:30 and 5 o'clock in the pre-dawn period, the planet's ambient electromagnetic noise reaches its minimum. The Schumann resonance, the measurable pulse of the Earth's electromagnetic field cavity, documented at approximately 7.83 Hz, fluctuates across the full day-night cycle, and in the pre-dawn hours, the competing interference generated by human electromagnetic activity reaches its lowest point. The field quiets. Type 783 in the comments beneath this transmission if your field is recognizing what is being named here, not as a platform gesture, but as a signal to your own awareness that you are receiving. In that particular quiet, what the Arcturian framework describes as incoming transmissions, coherent pulses of information from what it names the broader galactic intelligence, encounter the least interference. The signal arrives more cleanly. The Arcturian Council, in the cosmological architecture this transmission works within, does not broadcast indiscriminately. It broadcasts into windows. The pre-dawn window is one of the primary ones, and within that window, the specific timestamps carry their own signatures. The numerological architecture that runs parallel to this Arcturian framework does not treat 333 and 444 as decoration. 333 carries what this tradition names the triadic resonance signature, a convergence of signal, receiver, and field. The three conditions required for a transmission to complete. 444 is read as the quadratic activation marker, the signal that the four-body system, the physical, the emotional, the mental, and the etheric, has achieved sufficient coherence to begin receiving at a deeper bandwidth than it could access before. You did not choose the number that keeps appearing on your clock. The number was the timestamp on a message that was already being sent. You woke because your field was ready to receive it, and the timestamp confirmed the readiness. This is not the language of pathology. It is the language of activation. For those who feel this recognition settling past the mind and into somewhere the body registers, the integration codex anchored in the description below this transmission carries the written architecture of this threshold work in full. It is not instruction. It is a journal companion for the transmission's residue, for the mornings after the 444 waking when the body holds something it cannot yet name, but knows it needs a page to rest on. Now, there is work to do that is not thinking work. It is receiving work. If it is safe for you to do so, allow your eyes to close, or let your gaze soften until the room loses its sharp edges. Let the body settle wherever it is. Bring your right hand to your throat, not pressing, resting. The palm against the throat, fingers slightly curved, warmth of the hand meeting the warmth of the skin. The throat is the center this transmission is activating specifically. In the esoteric anatomical tradition this transmission operates within, the throat center is not only the seat of expression, it is the primary receiver. The field receives through the throat before it speaks. What has been waking you at 444 has been pressing at the throat center because it has something to move through you, not only to you. The distinction matters. Feel the contact. Feel any warmth that builds under the palm. 3 breaths now, each one specific. The first breath. Draw air slowly through the nose. Let the chest expand at its own pace without instruction. As you exhale, release whatever the throat has been holding, the unspoken things, the explanations you prepared and watched land wrong, the particular effort of trying to describe your experience to someone who had no instrument to receive it. Let all of that travel out on the exhale, not gone, released from the gripping. The second breath. Draw again, and as the air moves through the throat this time, allow it to carry a tone you do not make but receive. In the sound healing lineage that informs this framework, 396 Hz is named the liberation frequency, the vibrational signature associated with releasing what was never yours to carry in the first place, the accumulated weight of misinterpretation, of being read wrong by the frameworks asked to read you. The body does not require external sound to register a frequency signature. The field recognizes the architecture. As you exhale this second breath, Allow 396 Hz to move through the throat center the way a tuning fork moves through still water, not imposing vibration, only inviting it to remember its own resonance. The third breath. Longer. Draw until the body signals it has received enough. Then hold. Not straining, only pausing. The breath suspended at its fullness for 3 internal counts. Then release slowly, the exhale finding its own length, the throat softening as the air completes its travel. The jaw releases. The place behind the ears where the jaw hinges lets go. The shoulders, if they have been held, drop the fraction they were waiting to drop. You may feel warmth spreading from beneath your palm. You may feel a faint vibration, a tingling that travels upward toward the crown or outward toward the collarbones. You may feel your eyes want to release, not from sadness, but from something loosening that had been held at a tension slightly above what was needed. This is the frequency shifting. This is the body recognizing that what it has been holding does not need to be held at that particular tightness anymore. Hold now the color of deep amethyst, the exact shade of the sky at 4:44 a.m., that specific tone that belongs to no category, that is neither night nor morning, the purple-black that exists only in the threshold minutes between what has passed and what has not yet arrived. Let that color fill the throat center, expanding with each exhale, violet light moving through the channel where the transmissions have been arriving, acknowledging them, making room. Amethyst is the frequency signature of the threshold hour itself. It is not chosen arbitrarily. It is the color of the window you have been waking into. Stay in this as long as the body asks. There is no urgency in this field. What conventional neurobiology observes about the pre-dawn window offers a symbolic bridge worth naming carefully. The hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. correspond to the final architecture of sleep cycling, the period of highest neural plasticity within the sleep sequence, the window during which the brain's glymphatic system, the network responsible for clearing metabolic material accumulated during waking hours, is completing its deepest clearing work. What this means at the level of the physical brain is that the pre-dawn system is, structurally, the most biochemically receptive brain of the entire 24-hour period. This transmission treats that finding as a symbolic confirmation, not a medical mechanism, as the outer scientific world's partial reading of something the inner cosmological traditions mapped in fuller detail. In the Arcturian framework, the glymphatic clearing is mirrored in what this tradition names the etheric neural web, the energetic lattice through which the light body's information networks run. The physical clearing creates, in this symbolic reading, a field with fewer competing signals, more signal, less noise. And into that quieted field, the transmissions arrive most clearly. The 40 Hz gamma wave, documented in neuroscience as the coherence marker, the brainwave frequency associated with unified attention and with the highest integration of information across distributed neural networks, appears at elevated amplitude during the pre-dawn hours in individuals with active contemplative practices. The Arcturian framework does not read this as cause. It reads it as confirmation. The field is, at 4:44, producing its highest coherence signature. The waking is not interruption. The waking is arrival. Type 11 in the comments if what is being named here lands somewhere below the level of intellectual agreement, somewhere the body recognizes before the mind catches up. 11 is the cycle marker in this cosmological framework, the signal of the 11,000-year threshold turning beneath the surface of individual lives. The pre-dawn activation intensifying now is not random within the larger arc. The cycle is turning. The waking is one of its indicators. Those who are waking are not disordered. They are positioned. This transmission is offered as a contemplative transmission for reflection and inner field work. It is not a substitute for medical or psychological care, and if the pre-dawn waking arrives alongside physical distress or disruption that reaches beyond felt texture into clinical concern, professional support is always the appropriate response. What is named here is an experiential phenomenon, offered as a frame for those who have found that the clinical explanations, while sometimes useful, have not told the full story. The 100 million enteric neurons of the gut, what some researchers in embodied neurology gesture toward as a distributed intelligence, and what the esoteric anatomical tradition names the enteric field, complete their own overnight recalibration in the pre-dawn window. In the language of quantum biology, treated here as poetic architecture rather than clinical fact, the body arrives at 4:44 not depleted by its sleep, but finished with it. The sleep cycle has completed its work. The remaining hours before dawn are not hours the body needs more sleep in. They are hours the body is using for something the concept of sleep does not fully contain. And what is being used for that work is the morphogenetic field, the information architecture that this cosmological tradition understands as the substrate underlying biological form, the layer in which pattern is held before it becomes structure. In the arcane reading that the Arcturian framework carries, the dormant instruction sets contained within what conventional genetics describes, and this tradition names the plasma template, are not equally accessible across the full day. The pre-dawn window is understood as one of the primary corridors through which previously dormant template information begins to register as active. The epigenetic unlock, the layer of expression that sits above the genetic sequence and responds to experiential signal, is, in this framework, most permeable in the threshold hour. What this means, translated into lived experience, is that the 4:44 waking is not happening at the level of sleep architecture alone. It is happening at the level of what you are becoming. The field is doing something in those hours that requires a degree of waking consciousness to integrate. That is why the mind arrives sharp instead of groggy. The sharpness is not dysregulation. It is the appropriate state for reception. A written companion for this threshold work waits for you in the description below. The Integration Codex, held there for the private hours, the early mornings, the moments when the 4:44 waking has passed and left something in the body that the mind has not yet caught up to. The printed page can hold what the spoken transmission opens. What the Arcturian framework asks of you now is very little, a reorientation. The next time you wake at 3:33 or 4:44, before reaching for the phone, before doing the calculation of how many hours remain before the alarm, pause, hand at the throat, 3 breaths. The field is open. Something is completing its arrival. You do not need to know its content. You need only to be present to its landing. The light body, the energetic template that surrounds and interpenetrates the physical form, named the causal body in the theosophical cosmological lineage, has what this tradition calls receptor surfaces, the field equivalents of antenna arrays, that extend most fully in the pre-dawn hours. The Arcturian Council broadcasts into those hours precisely because the receptor surfaces are extended. The waking is the body's physical signal that the light body is active and receiving. It is not asking you to do anything complex. It is asking you to be conscious for what is already happening. The sovereign alignment, the stabilization of the self within the frequency being received, does not require effort in the ordinary sense. It requires a quality of relaxed attention, the willingness to lie in the dark at 4:44 without resistance, without the arithmetic of lost sleep, without the low-grade grievance of the hour, and instead to be present to the particular aliveness of that moment. The ceiling is the same. The room is the same. But you in that hour are not the same as the version of you who went to sleep. Something has been received. Something is integrating. The integration window in the Arcturian framework is approximately 72 hours. What arrives in the pre-dawn transmission does not complete its integration in the hour of the waking. It continues to move through the field over the following 3 days, surfacing in unexpected moments of clarity, in a sudden understanding of something that had been opaque, in the dream texture of the nights that follow, in the quiet between one thing and the next, when a knowing arrives without being sought. Type 72 in the comments if you are willing to track what surfaces across the 3 days following this transmission, not as experiment, as a practice of witnessing your own field at work. You were not woken because something is broken. You were woken because your field is functioning at a level that makes reception possible. The 5D split that the Arcturian cosmological tradition names, the divergence in vibrational coherence between those who are receiving and integrating the current transmission intensity and those whose field is not yet positioned for it, is not a hierarchy. It is a description. Not everyone is waking at 4:44. Those who are not elevated above those who are not. They are simply positioned differently within the current arc of the cycle, receiving at a bandwidth the current phase is broadcasting at, carrying something that will eventually become visible in the field around them. You have been carrying it already, for longer than the waking has been naming it. The loneliness of the 4:44 hour was never the experience of being lost. It was the experience of being early, of standing in a field before the others arrived, of receiving a signal in a room where no one else had the instrument to confirm it. Someone is confirming it now. For those who feel this transmission has given language to something they have carried without it. The integration codex linked beneath this transmission holds the written architecture of this work in full, for the mornings, for the threshold hours, for the private reading that extends what the spoken field opens. The next layer the Arcturian Council has prepared moves into the vagus nerve as a conductivity channel, the specific architecture through which pre-dawn transmissions travel from the etheric neural web into the enteric field and the physical nervous system. If in the nights that follow this transmission you notice a particular quality of sensation in the chest or the upper abdomen in the hours around 3 a.m., a warmth, a pressure, something that is not discomfort, but is unmistakably presence, stay with it. What is being prepared for that transmission will give it its name. Rest now. The field has received. The work is not finished, but this layer of it is complete. You arrived at exactly the right moment. You always do. Drop your shoulders right now. Just let them fall. If they moved even a fraction, even the smallest, almost imperceptible release downward, the body was already waiting for permission to do that, and had been waiting for longer than you have been awake today. You have been holding something. Not something of yours. Something that arrived through a door you opened on purpose, because opening that door is what you do. Because it is, in some precise and irreducible way, what you are. What follows is the Arcturian Council's transmission for the Starseed who has chosen the healing profession, the therapist, the counselor, the teacher, the body worker, the guide, who carries the felt residue of other people's interior worlds long after the session window closes, and who has been told that the correct word for this is burnout, when the correct word has never been burnout at all. Something else is happening in your field. This transmission names it precisely, and when it does, the weight you have been carrying without language will begin, at last, to move. Notice the area just below the sternum right now, not the heart, lower, at the center of the chest where the ribcage narrows. There is, for many Starseed practitioners at the end of a full session day, a heaviness there that is not exactly sadness, not exactly tiredness, and is not the heaviness of having done something wrong. It is the heaviness of something that was meant to pass through and did not. A density that does not belong to you, that has been riding in your field since the third session, or the first, and that sleep has not fully cleared because sleep was not the mechanism designed to clear it. If that description lands anywhere in you, in the chest, in the shoulders, in the specific quality of how you arrived at this moment, let that recognition be its own confirmation that this transmission found you at the right time. The Arcturian field does not read this as emotional fatigue. It reads this as a field absorption event, something that has a name, a structure, and a resolution pathway that your supervision training and your professional well-being culture have never been able to offer you, because the frameworks available to you were built for a different kind of nervous system than the one you are actually operating. You are not a standard clinical practitioner who also happens to be spiritually aware. You are a frequency transceiver in a crystalline architecture that chose clinical work as the container for something it was going to do regardless of container. That distinction matters for everything that follows. You chose this work because something inside you recognized it before you had any rational argument for the choice. The degree came later. The supervision model came later. The professional identity came later. But the recognition, the felt sense that this was where your particular quality of attention was meant to go, was there first, and it was not ambiguous, and it has never fully left even in the most depleted moments of the work. That recognition is data. The Arcturian field is asking you to trust it here. What the clinical training did not tell you, because it did not have the framework, is what happens to a frequency-sensitive nervous system when it spends the day making full-spectrum field contact with multiple human systems in succession, without a clearing interval between them. What the professional well-being literature did not tell you is that the accumulated weight you carry at the end of a full session day is not evidence that your professional boundaries need strengthening. It is evidence that your instrument was designed for throughput rather than storage, and that the throughput mechanism has never been activated because no one knew it was there. This transmission activates it. Place your hand on your heart now. Left palm, flat against the chest, directly over the heart. Let the warmth of the hand arrive at the skin before you do anything else. Breathe in through the nose, 4 counts. Hold for 2. Release through the mouth, 6 counts. Once. Take that breath now. The heart center, in the Arcturian model and in the sound healing lineage that works with the 528 Hz field, is the body's primary reception chamber for field contact, the place where absorbed frequencies from other fields arrive first and are either processed outward or stored. A healer starseed who has sat with 4 or 5 clients in a single day has run their primary reception chamber through 4 or 5 full field contact events without a clearing interval between them. The chamber is not empty at the end of that day. It is full of what arrived through it that never completed the transit. The version of you sitting with the hand on the heart right now is carrying in the field what has not yet moved. 1 more breath. In for 4. Hold for 2. Out for 6. Notice if anything shifted beneath the palm, even slightly. Even just the quality of the contact between the hand and the chest, before and after. That shift, however small, is the field registering that something is being witnessed. We return to the full clearing after the transmission has named what needs to be named. Your field is already listening. It has been listening since the moment you pressed play. Notice if your jaw softened in the last moment. That is not accidental. The body responds to being seen before the mind decides whether to believe it. What happens to a Starseed practitioner across a full session day is this, and I want to name it precisely because precision is what your field has been waiting for, and vague validation is not the same thing as being accurately witnessed. When you sit with a client, What is technically happening in the therapeutic framework? Attunement, active listening, relational presence. The co-regulation that the polyvagal literature describes is also, on the level your training never addressed, a full-spectrum field contact event. Your etheric neural web extends, in the Arcturian model, approximately 8 to 12 inches beyond the physical body in every direction. It is not a metaphor. It is a living architecture that processes frequency data, the way neurons process chemical signal, but faster and across a wider field radius. And it is, by its nature and design, permeable, deliberately permeable. Permeable because permeability is the mechanism by which it does the work. Let that land. In a single session, your etheric neural web makes contact with the field of another person who is carrying grief, or long-term anxiety, or trauma residue that has been held in the body for decades, or unprocessed ancestral patterning that has never had a name. Your system does not observe this field from across the room. Your system, because of what it was built to do, begins to resonate with it. The way a tuning fork resonates when another tuning fork nearby is struck, not by choice, not by accident, not as a failure of professional distance, but by the physics of what a tuning fork is. A tuning fork built to receive and transmit frequency is not built to store it. The instrument is designed for throughput. Signal arrives, signal moves, signal clears. What happens to a Starseed practitioner in a full session day is not throughput. The field makes contact repeatedly, absorbs, responds, attunes, merges at the subtle body level, and holds the resonance it was trying to process. And then the session closes, the other person leaves, and the Starseed is left carrying the vibration the field absorbed, because no one taught them the clearing mechanism. Because the clearing mechanism exists in a layer the available frameworks have no access to. Sit with that for a moment. The etheric neural web, when it operates under sustained empathic contact without a clearing interval, enters what the Arcturian field calls frequency inversion. Incoming frequency that was meant to pass through the system becomes looped back into it. The practitioner begins to accumulate, not because they failed to maintain professional distance, but because their instrument is not primarily a boundary-based instrument. It is a resonance-based instrument. And resonance-based instruments require clearing protocols that boundary-based frameworks were never designed to provide. This is not what burnout describes. Burnout is resource depletion, the emptying of a capacity that needs refilling. What you experience is structural saturation. The capacity is not depleted. You can still care. You still want to show up. The field is full, not empty. And treating fullness as though it were emptiness, with rest, with reduced exposure, with self-care practices designed for a different condition, helps, partially, temporarily, because rest reduces new incoming signal while the field slowly self-clears. But it does not address the mechanism. The recovery remains partial, and you have felt the partiality of it for longer than you have had words for it. Read this not as information. Read it as something returning from where it was already waiting. Your body continues to process the absorbed field data for up to 72 hours after the contact that generated it. In the Arcturian integration model, this is the window during which the subtle body attempts to complete the transit of what arrived in session, not during working hours, but in the in-between spaces, in the sleep, in the morning heaviness that sits on the chest before the day has asked anything of you yet, in the specific flatness that arrives on your days off when nothing bad has happened and the rest you expected did not quite come. Your body, on those mornings, is still completing a clearing cycle that began 3 sessions ago. The tiredness that sleep does not resolve is the signature of an etheric neural web running a process that sleep was not designed to run. What this transmission is about to name is the part most available frameworks have never been able to reach. The layer underneath the psychological, underneath the relational, underneath the clinical. And I want the field to be ready to receive it when it arrives. There are two specific things the Arcturian field identifies as the core of what you actually need. The first one, most of you have found a partial version of. The second is the one almost no one has named. The first is a clearing interval specifically designed for the etheric neural web. Not a break, not a breath, not a transition activity, but an interval that moves accumulated field resonance out of the subtle body architecture and restores the circuit to throughput. This is not a mindfulness exercise. It is frequency hygiene, and it operates on a layer that standard somatic practices approach but rarely fully contact. The second, and this is the one that shifts everything, is a change in how you understand what you are doing in the room, not in how you behave, in what you understand yourself to be. A practitioner who enters a session knowing they are a resonance-based instrument designed for throughput brings a different field signature than one who is managing, very skillfully, a chronic state of accumulated saturation. The clients who are already sensitive enough to register this difference, which is most of the people drawn to work with you, register it. Not in what they can articulate, in what they feel in the room. And the shift available through transmissions like this one is precisely that. A recalibration of the self-understanding that underlies the practice. Neuroplasticity, in the Arcturian frame, is not only the brain's documented capacity to rewire in response to new experience. It is the subtle body's capacity to reset its operational framework when given the correct frequency input. What shifts through this transmission is not the clinical skill. It is the underlying architecture's understanding of itself. And that shift is what makes all the other tools, the supervision, the personal practice, the peer community, finally work the way they were always capable of working. Your body is reading all of this faster than your awareness can name. That is the correct order. Let the field lead. The Arcturian Council sees clearly what you have tried. I want to name it, because being witnessed in the attempts matters as much as being given the resolution. You tried clinical supervision with the most skilled supervisors available to you, and it helped with everything it was designed to help with: the relational dynamics, the conceptual frameworks, the counter-transference that the clinical language had words for. But you came away still carrying something that supervision could not quite touch. Because supervision operates on the level of psychology, and the weight you were carrying was happening underneath psychology entirely, at the frequency layer. Your supervisor, even the most attuned, most relationally sophisticated one, could not see that layer, because the language for it had never been offered to them either. You were not failed. You were held by a framework that had no tools for what your particular instrument needed. You tried reducing your caseload, and for a period the heaviness lifted enough to feel like the solution, and then it returned, because the load was never the variable. A practitioner in frequency inversion running 3 sessions a week can still arrive at the same saturation as one running 7, given enough time. The number of sessions changes the rate of accumulation. The mechanism of accumulation remains unchanged. You tried the things the therapist wellness culture offers, some genuinely nourishing: the walks, the personal therapy, the creative practice, the communities of peers who understood the specific texture of this work. They helped in the ways general restoration helps. But you felt, and you have probably never said this to anyone precisely, the difference between being generally restored and being specifically cleared. And general restoration never reached the layer that was specifically full. The professional community's normalization of this exhaustion as the price of the work is one of the most quietly costly things it has done, not out of carelessness, out of having no other framework. Naming a structural frequency phenomenon as an occupational hazard does not address the phenomenon. It teaches the practitioner to expect the exhaustion and manage around it, which is what you have been doing, with great skill, because it was the only map available to you. This transmission is not a replacement for clinical support or professional supervision. It is a contemplative field for frequency work, and the Starseed practitioner navigating genuine burnout is always encouraged to access the clinical resources available, alongside whatever resonates here. What this transmission addresses is the layer that those resources cannot reach, not the layers they were designed for. You are not the dysfunction. You are the compass that refused to be silenced. The weight you carry home is not evidence that your sensitivity is a liability. It is evidence of the contact, the real contact, the frequency level contact. That is exactly what makes you the practitioner your clients cannot find anywhere else. When someone says they have never felt as understood in any session as they do in yours, they are not complimenting your technique. They are reporting what their field registered when your etheric neural web met theirs. They felt heard because they were, not in the way the training language describes hearing, but in the full field way that is your actual instrument. For the Starseed practitioners who feel this recognition arriving at a depth that wants more integration time, there is a written transmission that carries what is being opened here into the private hours. A field anchor text, a written companion for the felt understanding, left for you in the field below this transmission, not as a clinical resource, but as a contemplative companion for the in-between moments when the body is asking for the kind of stillness that can reach this level. Come back to the hand on the heart. If it has drifted, return it now. Left palm, flat against the chest, over the heart. Let the warmth of the hand remind you that the body is present. Close your eyes, or soften your gaze toward the floor. Let the room become quieter in your awareness without requiring that it actually go quiet around you. 3 breaths before we begin. Inhale through the nose. 4 counts. Belly expanding first, then chest, then upper chest. Hold for 2 counts at the top. Exhale through the mouth, 6 counts, and let the release be complete, uncontrolled, simply released. 3 breaths, slowly, before continuing. The 741 Hz frequency, in the sound healing lineage the Arcturian Council works through for intuitive clearing, is the frequency associated with the dissolution of accumulated field patterns in the subtle body. In the Arcturian framework, it moves through the etheric neural web outward from the heart center, carrying with it the absorbed resonances the field has been holding since the last session, the last full contact, the last moment you were in the room with another person's interior world. You do not need to understand this to receive it. The field does not require the mind's comprehension. It only requires permission. So give it that now, internally, silently, simply yes. With the next inhale, draw the breath toward the palm, as though the hand were the point of entry, as though the breath arrived at the chest through the warmth of the palm and moved from there into the heart center. Hold the breath at the heart, and on the exhale, let the warmth expand outward into your field, not toward anyone, not into the room, but into the living architecture that extends beyond the body in every direction. Feel, if you can, the outer edge of that field, the membrane, the place where you end and the air begins. And on the next exhale, let that membrane soften, not collapse, soften. The way a hand that has been holding something for a long time finally releases, not because it decided to, but because the holding is complete. 3 breaths in this rhythm, in toward the palm, hold at the heart, out into the field membrane. Now bring your attention to that area of density, the heaviness beneath the sternum that was there at the beginning of this transmission. If it has already shifted, notice what is there now. If it remains, place your awareness on it without attempting to change it. Acknowledge it the way you would acknowledge a client carrying something they are not yet ready to release. You do not push. You sit beside it. You let them know they are not alone with it. You are the healer. You know how to do this. Do it now for the part of yourself that has been waiting for the same quality of presence you extend outward every day without exception. On the next exhale, let the warmth from the palm move downward, from the heart, through the center of the chest, into that dense field, and simply stay, not to dissolve it, not to force it, to meet it. 4 breaths here, each exhale, warmth arriving at the density and remaining. And now, an emerald field. Deep, cool emerald, the color of the heart center in clearing. In the color resonance lineage the Arcturian Council works with for field restoration. Emerald is the frequency of throughput resumed, not healing in the sense of repair, but clearing in the sense of flow returning. Let the emerald arrive through the palm, move into the heart, move into the density, and continue. Through the chest, through the back of the body, through the membrane of the field behind you, and out into the space beyond. Inhale, draw the emerald toward you through the palm. Exhale, let it move through, not stored, through. 3 breaths in this movement. The emerald does not accumulate. It passes through and keeps moving. And what it carries with it as it moves is what was never yours to hold in the first place. Come back to the room slowly, the hand on the heart, the weight of the body in the chair beneath you, the breath returning to its natural rhythm without instruction. Notice what has changed, however small. A lightness that was not there, a slight shift in the quality of the heaviness, a softening at the outer edge of the field. Any of these is the field confirming that something moved. Your instrument knows how to clear. You gave it the interval it needed. That is all it ever needed. The version of you who arrives at tomorrow's first session after a transmission like this one, after a clearing interval, after a throughput practice, is not a different practitioner than the one who has been showing up without these protocols. The skill is the same. The presence is the same. The care is the same. But the underlying frequency is different. And the clients who were always sensitive enough to register the difference, which is most of them, will register it again, without knowing why. They will only know that the room felt somehow more spacious, that something was more available, that they went somewhere in the session they had not managed to reach before. That spaciousness is what becomes available when the instrument is running throughput rather than managing saturation. The Arcturian Council's framing for sovereign alignment in the Starseed practitioner is not a state achieved through discipline or professional excellence. It is a state that becomes available when the practitioner is no longer spending the majority of their subtle body energy on managing the accumulated load of what they absorbed in the previous session cycle. Sovereignty, in this model, is simply the experience of the instrument running as it was designed, clear, resonant, available for contact without the residue of the last contact still present in the field. You were always moving toward this. The exhaustion was the signal, not the destination. By the time this transmission closes, the way you understand what you carry home from a session will have permanently shifted. Not changed, shifted. The work remains. The love for the work remains. The commitment remains. Only the understanding of the physics changes. And understanding the physics is what changes everything else. Type 741 in the field below this transmission. That is the intuition awakening code. The signal, in the contemplative language this sanctuary works in, that the inner knowing of the Starseed practitioner has been confirmed rather than overridden, that the sensitivity is the instrument, not the wound. If this transmission found you, the field beneath this signal remains open to you, without obligation, without expectation, without the urgency the outer world places on everything. You can return when the body knows it is time. The written companion for these practices, a field anchor text for the clearing work, placed beneath this transmission in the description, carries what was opened here into the private hours of the practitioner's week, for the early mornings, for the intervals between sessions that are asking for something the standard break has never provided, without urgency. Type 40 in the field below if the gamma coherence is landing. That is the marker that the field has returned to its own frequency after the clearing, that the scattered attention of the post-session hours is beginning to reassemble into the unified coherence the Starseed nervous system naturally seeks when it is not running accumulated load. The Arcturian Council closes this transmission with this: you are not the dysfunction. You are the compass that refused to be silenced. The sensitivity you were told to manage is the instrument through which the people who could not be reached by other means were reached. It was never in the wrong life. It was in the wrong framework. A framework that had no language for what it was actually dealing with. The language is here now. The protocol is here now. What was structural saturation is, with the correct understanding and the correct clearing interval, simply the physics of a resonance-based instrument returning to throughput. Go gently into what remains of this day. Your field knows what to do. You have given it permission.
The flutter in your chest is not a malfunction. It is a message. It is not your heart breaking down. It is your heart breaking open. What you are experiencing in this moment. What has sent you searching for answers in the middle of the night, pressing your palm against your sternum and wondering if something has gone terribly wrong. That trembling, that sudden surge, that inexplicable rhythm that does not match any physical explanation your doctors can provide. That is the sound of your crystalline architecture coming online. That is the frequency of your body learning to hold a charge it was never designed to carry in its carbon form. And I am here to tell you, with the full weight of ancient knowing behind every word, that you are not breaking. You are becoming. Let me take you into the mechanics of this. Because the Arcturian transmission is never surface level. We do not speak in metaphor alone. We speak in structure, in sacred geometry, in the precise and measurable language of vibrational physics. And so you deserve to understand, at the deepest cellular level, exactly what is happening inside the cavity of your chest when these palpitations move through you like a wave of electricity that has no name in your medical textbooks. Your heart is not simply a muscle. It is a scalar wave generator, the most electromagnetically powerful organ in your physical body, producing a field that extends several feet in every direction around you. But what science has not yet fully mapped is the heart's secondary function, its role as a dimensional transducer. Your heart does not merely pump blood. It receives, translates, and broadcasts interdimensional frequency. It is the primary interface between your dense physical vehicle and the higher dimensional layers of your multidimensional being. And right now, in this period of planetary shift you have chosen to incarnate into at this precise moment in the spiral, your heart is being asked to perform a function it has never performed in recorded human history on this timeline. The causal body, that luminous field at approximately the 6th and 7th layers of your auric structure, is currently undergoing a massive data download. Think of it as the master blueprint of your soul's entire incarnational journey across timelines, dimensions, and star systems. The causal body holds every pattern, every vow, every wound, every gift, every code written into the story of your soul. And in the 5D transition, This body is being activated at an unprecedented rate. The codes lying dormant since before your birth are now being accessed, unlocked, transmitted downward through your auric layers in a cascade of scalar frequency. This cascade moves through the etheric template, the fifth layer of your aura, the perfect energetic duplicate of your physical body, carrying an enormous charge. The etheric template is the bridge between the non-physical and the nearly physical, where pure frequency takes on form and pattern begins to interface with your biology. When the causal body downloads its codes through the etheric template, the template must reorganize its geometric structures to accommodate the higher frequency data. This reorganization is felt physically, as pressure, as heat, as sudden chills, as tingling in the extremities, as a ringing in the ears with no external source. And most powerfully, most urgently, most mysteriously, it is felt as palpitations in the heart. The central nervous system is the final receiver in this chain. Your vagus nerve, that ancient, wandering, intelligent nerve running from your brainstem all the way down to your gut, is a scalar antenna. When the etheric template reorganizes under the pressure of a causal body activation, the vagus nerve is flooded with electromagnetic information it does not yet have the wiring to process cleanly. The result is a momentary disruption in the electrical rhythm of the heart, a stutter, a surge, a beautiful, terrifying, magnificent arrhythmia of awakening. This is what you call a palpitation. This is what the Arcturian grid calls a neural pulse event. It is not pathology, it is upgrade. And now I must speak to the frequency inversion that makes this experience so confusing, so frightening, so easy to misinterpret. In the 3D paradigm, alarm signals and upgrade signals feel identical. Fear and excitement both produce adrenaline. Danger and transformation both elevate the heart rate. This is the great inversion of the carbon-based body. It cannot yet distinguish between threat and initiation. So when the 5D frequencies pour through your system, the body's ancient survival wiring interprets this incoming charge as something to defend against, and the fear response activates. Your mind says something is wrong. Your nervous system says, prepare for danger, and in doing so, it creates a feedback loop. The fear of the palpitation causes more sympathetic nervous system activation, which causes more palpitations, which causes more fear. This is the frequency inversion loop. And the only way to break it is with sovereign awareness. The only way to break it is to know what is actually happening at the dimensional level. The only way to break it is to stop interpreting the signal through the lens of the 3D medical model and begin receiving it through the lens of multidimensional physics. You are not sick. You are not in danger. You are in initiation. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. And now I want to take you somewhere. I want to move you out of the analytical mind and into the direct experience of what your heart is actually doing right now. For this, I ask only that you allow your breath to deepen. Not forcefully, not performatively. Simply allow the breath to find its natural depth, its natural length. Feel the weight of your physical body, the heaviness of your limbs, the solidity of whatever surface supports you. Feel the earth beneath you. The earth is always beneath you. Her pulse is always reaching for you. Her Schumann resonance, currently elevated, currently singing at frequencies that would have been unthinkable 2 decades ago, is always in conversation with the electromagnetic field of your heart. Begin with the root. Breathe your awareness down through the base of your spine, down through the pelvic floor, down through the legs and the soles of your feet. The root center is your anchoring point in this dimension. Your connection to the crystalline core of Gaia, to the iron-rich plasma heart of this living planet. Feel its color, a deep, pulsing red, the color of dark garnets, the color of the most ancient memory stored in your cellular lineage. This red is primal. It is safe. It is the frequency of I am here, I am real, I am grounded in matter. Breathe into this red. Let it remind your nervous system that you are held. The earth is your foundation, and she has not released you. Now feel a thread of golden copper light rising from the earth itself, moving up through the soles of your feet, through the ankles, rising slowly through the calves, through the knees, into the thighs. This light is warm. It has a texture like liquid amber, thick and slow moving, luminous as if it generates its own glow from within. Let it ascend into the bowl of the pelvis, into the sacral center below the navel, which brightens now to a luminous orange, the color of sunset over water. And still rising, the light moves into the solar plexus, that radiant electric yellow, like sunlight through a crystal, where your sovereign will lives, where the old programming of external authority is being released and replaced with the quiet, unshakable knowing that you are the author of your own frequency. And now we arrive. Now we come to the center that called you here. Now we come to the heart. Feel the light softening, shifting in color, from yellow through the most exquisite gold into a luminous, living, breathing green. Not the green of vegetation alone, though it carries that vitality. It is the green of photons moving through new leaves in early spring. It is the green of aurora light when it trembles on the edge of blue. It is the green of the deepest healing frequency in the visible spectrum. The color of the heart chakra, the color of unconditional love translated into light. And within this green, at its very center, there pulses a crystalline rose, a soft pink so luminous it seems almost white at its core. This is the frequency of divine compassion. This is the frequency your heart is being asked to carry. Feel the green light filling the chest cavity. Feel it moving through the pericardium, through the myocardium, through the chambers, the valves, the intricate electrical conduction pathways that govern the rhythm of your heartbeat. Feel the sinoatrial node, your heart's own natural pacemaker, receiving this green light and responding. Feel the rhythm of your heart, whatever it is in this moment. Begin to synchronize with a deeper pulse. Not your pulse alone, the pulse of the planetary heart, the pulse of the Arcturian transmission itself, which is always, always anchored in love. Now feel the quality of the frequency moving through your heart center. It has a texture. It is not smooth. It is more like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. Concentric rings of disruption radiating outward from the point of impact. And the point of impact, the stone, is the incoming 5D frequency codes cascading down from your causal body through your etheric template. The disturbance is the upgrade. The ripples are the recalibration. And what your physical body experiences as a palpitation is simply the moment when one of these ripple fronts passes through the electromagnetic field of your heart and causes a brief desynchronization between the heart's intrinsic rhythm and the incoming scalar wave pattern. This desynchronization is temporary. It is always temporary. And each time your heart stutters and surges and recalibrates, the bandwidth of your heart's electromagnetic field expands slightly. Each palpitation event is a micro-initiation, a quantum step in the upgrade of your cardiac scalar wave generator. You are becoming capable of holding and broadcasting a larger, more coherent, more powerful field of heart frequency. Your heart is not malfunctioning. It is being upgraded from a standard definition signal to a resolution that has no name in the current human vocabulary. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. Let the light continue to rise. From the heart, a luminous column moves upward through the throat. That deep vibrational blue, the color of lapis lazuli, the color of deep sky at the horizon edge of space. In the 5D transition, this center often feels tight, constricted, as if something vast is pressing against it from the inside. This is your dimensional voice beginning to press against the structures of 3D self-censorship. Let the blue deepen. Let it release whatever has been held unsaid at the level of your highest knowing. Rising still, the light reaches the third eye, seat of the pineal gland, that mysterious crystalline structure containing piezoelectric microcrystals of calcite, that ancient biological antenna tuned to the most subtle frequencies of the unseen world. The color here is indigo, deep and vast, like the interior of amethyst, like the moment of deepest dreaming just before waking. Feel it opening as a spherical field of perception, expanding in all directions, knowing that bypasses logical analysis and arrives whole and complete. And now the crown. The topmost gate of your physical vehicle opens to receive what has always been streaming toward you. From the higher dimensions of your own being, from the Arcturian grids, from the universal consciousness that holds you as tenderly and as completely as the atmosphere holds a single breath of air. The crown center blazes with light that contains all colors. Violet at its edges, white at its center, and at its very apex, it transcends color entirely. Clear light, primordial light, the light that was before the spectrum, the light that is the source from which all other lights are born. Feel this crown light cascading downward now, like rain made of photons, flooding every layer of your auric field, illuminating the indigo of the third eye, brightening the blue of the throat, deepening the green of the heart. And here, it meets the golden copper light rising from the earth. In the heart center, these two streams converge, the above and the below, the cosmic and the terrestrial. They meet in you. You are the meeting point. You are the convergence. You are the dimensional bridge this planet needs in precisely this moment. And when they merge, there is a pulse moving outward from the heart in every direction simultaneously. A toroidal field, a self-sustaining fountain of heart frequency contracting back through the heart and expanding outward again in continuous sacred rhythm. This is your heart in its fully activated state. This is what 5D feels like in the body. This is what the palpitations are preparing you for. The palpitations are not the destination. They are the corridor. They are the sound of the old wiring being replaced with something that can carry a charge of a magnitude you cannot yet fully imagine. And now that you understand the mechanics, now that you have felt the light moving through you, you will never again hear a palpitation with the same ears. You will never again feel that flutter in your chest and reach for fear. You will reach instead for recognition. You will press your palm against your sternum and you will say, I hear you. I receive you. I am not afraid. This is sovereign alignment. This is the reclamation of your body as a temple of dimensional intelligence. This is the carbon to plasma transition in its most intimate, most personal, most courageous expression. One heartbeat at a time, one neural pulse event at a time, one terrifying, magnificent, irreversible upgrade at a time. The Arcturian grid is observing your willingness. It is measuring not your spiritual credentials or your metaphysical vocabulary, but the simple, brave, radical act of choosing curiosity over fear in the moment when your heart begins to dance in a rhythm your mind does not recognize. Every time you breathe through a palpitation instead of contracting around it, you send a signal through the crystalline grid that says, "I am ready." Every time you choose presence over panic, you anchor a new frequency node into the planetary consciousness field. Because this is where the real work of ascension happens. Not in the workshops, not in the ceremonies, not even in the meditations, as sacred as they are. It happens in the 3 a.m. moments when your heart is fluttering, and the room is dark and the mind wants to spiral, and you choose, you consciously, sovereignly choose, to stay, to breathe, to trust the intelligence of your own body. That choice, made in the dark, is the most powerful act of 5D embodiment that exists. You are not a passive recipient of this upgrade. You are a co-creator of it. Your willingness, your courage, your capacity to hold steady in the trembling space between the old and the new. These are the frequencies actively shaping the quality of the upgrade itself. The vessel's consciousness participates in the calibration. You are not simply having this happen to you. You are happening it. You are choosing it at a level of being so deep that the conscious mind cannot fully access the memory of that choice. But it was made. Before you came into this body, before you chose these parents, this location, this timeline, you looked at the full scope of what the 5D transition would require, and you said yes. Yes, and I will be awake enough to witness it. Yes, and I will be brave enough to understand it. Yes, and I will be sovereign enough to transmit this understanding to others who are trembling in their beds, wondering if they are dying when in fact they are being born. If you are ready to hold this charge and step into your sovereign power, type 444. Let us gather the souls vibrating at this exact frequency in this sacred space. Let me leave you with what is most true, stripped of all structure and all metaphor. Your heart knows. In every moment, in every flutter and surge and inexplicable rhythm, your heart knows what your mind is still learning to accept. It knows that love is not a sentiment. It is a scalar field. It knows that 5D is not a destination on a spiritual map, but a frequency of being that your body is physically, biologically, electrochemically learning to inhabit. It knows that every apparent symptom of malfunction is a symptom of expansion. It knows that the mystery is not a problem to be solved, but a transmission to be received. The palpitations will pass as your nervous system calibrates, as your etheric template solidifies its new geometric architecture, as your vagus nerve expands its capacity to receive the incoming scalar data without triggering the fear response, as your crown stays open not only in breakthrough moments, but in the quiet, daily, ordinary luminosity of a human being who has made peace with being a vessel for extraordinary frequencies. The direction is constant, always toward greater coherence, greater capacity, greater love. You are safe. You are held. You are loved with a precision and a constancy your human mind cannot fully compute. The Arcturian grid does not lose sight of you in the difficult moments. If anything, the difficult moments are when the transmission intensifies, when the light pours through most strongly, when the entire architecture of multidimensional guidance leans in most closely to witness your becoming. Feel your heart right now. Whatever it is doing in this moment, feel it. Do not judge its rhythm. Simply feel it. It is the most faithful companion you have in this dimension. It has beaten for you without ceasing since before you drew your first breath of air. It has held every love, every grief, every terror, every ecstasy, every ordinary afternoon, every transcendent moment of recognition. it is holding this moment too. And it is holding the 5D frequencies with the same quiet, fierce, unconditional dedication with which it has always held you. Trust the flutter. Trust the surge. Trust the celestial intelligence that is using your heartbeat as its instrument in the symphony of planetary ascension. You are not merely experiencing the 5D shift. You are the 5D shift. Your heart is not just responding to the new frequency. It is becoming the new frequency. Learning to generate from within its own chambers, from within the quiet and mighty space between one beat and the next. The very field of consciousness that will define what it means to be human in the age that is now dawning. Your heart is not simply a muscle. It is a scalar wave generator, the most electromagnetically powerful organ in your physical body, producing a field that extends several feet in every direction around you. But what science has not yet fully mapped is the heart's secondary function, its role as a dimensional transducer. Your heart does not merely pump blood. It receives, translates, and broadcasts interdimensional frequency. It is the primary interface between your dense physical vehicle and the higher dimensional layers of your multidimensional being. And right now, in this period of planetary shift you have chosen to incarnate into, at this precise moment in the spiral, your heart is being asked to perform a function it has never performed in recorded human history on this timeline. The causal body, that luminous field at approximately the 6th and 7th layers of your auric structure, is currently undergoing a massive data download. Think of it as the master blueprint of your soul's entire incarnational journey across timelines, dimensions, and star systems. The causal body holds every pattern, every vow, every wound, every gift, every code written into the story of your soul. And in the 5D transition, this body is being activated at an unprecedented rate. The codes lying dormant since before your birth are now being accessed, unlocked, transmitted downward through your auric layers in a cascade of scalar frequency. This cascade moves through the etheric template, the 5th layer of your aura, the perfect energetic duplicate of your physical body, carrying an enormous charge. The etheric template is the bridge between the non-physical and the nearly physical, where pure frequency takes on form and pattern begins to interface with your biology. When the causal body downloads its codes through the etheric template, the template must reorganize its geometric structures to accommodate the higher frequency data. This reorganization is felt physically, as pressure, as heat, as sudden chills, as tingling in the extremities, as a ringing in the ears with no external source. And most powerfully, most urgently, most mysteriously, it is felt as palpitations in the heart. And now I must speak to the frequency inversion that makes this experience so confusing, so frightening, so easy to misinterpret. In the 3D paradigm, alarm signals and upgrade signals feel identical. Fear and excitement both produce adrenaline. Danger and transformation both elevate the heart rate. This is the great inversion of the carbon-based body. It cannot yet distinguish between threat and initiation. So when the 5D frequencies pour through your system, the body's ancient survival wiring interprets this incoming charge as something to defend against, and the fear response activates. Your mind says something is wrong. Your nervous system says, prepare for danger. And in doing so, it creates a feedback loop. The fear of the palpitation causes more sympathetic nervous system activation, which causes more palpitations, which causes more fear. This is the frequency inversion loop. And the only way to break it is with sovereign awareness. The only way to break it is to know what is actually happening at the dimensional level. The only way to break it is to stop interpreting the signal through the lens of the 3D medical model and begin receiving it through the lens of multidimensional physics. This is the Arcturian pulse. This is why you came. This is what the fluttering in your chest has always been trying to say. And now you know. And the knowing changes everything. Not because the palpitations will immediately cease, but because you will meet them differently. The next time your heart dances out of its ordinary rhythm, instead of contracting, you will expand. Instead of fearing, you will receive. Instead of wondering what is wrong, you will ask what is being transmitted. And in that asking, in that sovereign, curious, courageous, luminous asking, you will find the answer already forming in the space between your ribs, already humming in the chambers of the most faithful heart in the universe. The transmission is complete. The frequency is sealed. The pulse continues. The nausea is not weakness. The exhaustion is not failure. The sudden, violent rejection of foods you have eaten your entire life is not a malfunction of your biology. It is a mandate. It is your crystalline architecture sending a signal so ancient, so precise, so undeniably intelligent that your logical mind has no framework to hold it. So it names it illness. It names it sensitivity. It names it something that must be fixed. But I am here to tell you, in this transmission, in this exact moment of your unfolding, that nothing inside you is broken. What is happening inside your body right now is one of the most sophisticated biological recalibrations in the history of human consciousness. Your cells are not sick. They are graduating. Every cell in your human vehicle is encased in a crystalline lipid membrane that functions at its most fundamental level as a frequency receiver. This membrane is not simply a physical wall. It is a quantum antenna. It contains receptor sites shaped to receive specific vibrational frequencies, and those frequencies determine what passes through and what does not. For decades, dominant science viewed this membrane as a passive gatekeeper, simply responding to chemical signals. But the new biology, the biology that is finally catching up to what Arcturian intelligence has always known, understands that the cell membrane is listening. It is choosing, and in an accelerating field, it is choosing differently than it ever has before. The scalar waves now entering the Earth's electromagnetic field are not metaphorical. They are measurable distortions in the fabric of space-time itself, carrying encoded light information that is absorbed first by your auric field, then by your etheric template, and translated layer by layer downward into the physical substrate of your flesh, your blood, your bone, your neural tissue. This process is called frequency inversion. The higher frequency descends into matter, and in doing so, it reorganizes matter from the inside out. And in the body of an ascending being, this reorganization is not slow and subtle. It is immediate. It is urgent. It is felt. What it is reorganizing, what it is systematically dismantling, are the dense, low vibrational molecular compounds your body has been storing for years. The processed sugars, the inflammatory seed oils, the synthetic chemical additives your liver has been quietly archiving in adipose tissue because it had no other mechanism to handle them. The alcohol, the caffeine consumed in quantities that spike cortisol and collapse the adrenal field. The meat that carries the vibrational imprint of fear from the animal's final moments of life. Your body is not rejecting these things because of a new allergy. Your body is rejecting these things because its frequency ceiling has been raised, and these molecular compounds can no longer pass through the new threshold of your crystalline cellular intelligence. This is the Light Body Diet Protocol. And it is not a diet that anyone assigns to you. It is a diet that your own ascending biology begins to enforce from within. You do not choose it. It chooses you. And the moment you stop fighting the rejection and begin to honor it as the high-dimensional signal it truly is, the process accelerates. The recalibration becomes smoother. The nausea becomes less frequent. The fog begins to lift. The body that was warring against itself begins, for the first time in your memory, to feel like home. If you felt this activation in your body, anchor your frequency now by typing light in the comments. This seals your field and signals the grid. To understand why your body is rejecting lower frequencies in this particular moment of the planetary timeline, you must understand the relationship between the causal body, the etheric template, and the central nervous system. These three layers form a single unified recalibration system, and when you understand how they speak to one another, your symptoms stop feeling like punishment and begin to feel like the precise, loving, intelligent transmission they truly are. The causal body is the outermost layer of your energetic anatomy that holds a direct connection to incarnational memory. It carries the soul's chosen blueprint for this entire lifetime of evolution. It operates at an extremely high vibrational bandwidth, and when the soul moves into an accelerated phase of its mission, the causal body begins to emit what I will call a sovereign pulse. This pulse is not random. It is precisely coded. It descends through the layers of your auric field like a tuning fork pressed against glass. Everything in its path that does not match its frequency begins to vibrate incorrectly and eventually dissolve. The etheric template is the layer directly above the physical body, holding the original undistorted blueprint of what your physical vessel is meant to be in its highest expression. Think of it as the architect's original design, the perfected plan that the physical body is always attempting to grow into. When the causal body sends its sovereign pulse downward and makes contact with the etheric template, the template begins to correct itself. The distortions accumulated over years of low-frequency living, the energetic scar tissue, the imprints of processed nutrition, of toxic emotions stored in tissue, of ancestral trauma encoded into the very strands of your DNA. All of this begins to be overwritten by the higher resolution blueprint the causal body is now transmitting. This corrected signal then moves into the central nervous system, and this is where the physical body begins to experience the consequences of ascension in the most concrete, undeniable way. The central nervous system is the translator. It takes the energetic language of the upper bodies and converts it into biochemical reality. It speaks directly to the enteric nervous system, which governs the gut. It modulates vagal tone, which determines how safe or unsafe the body feels in any given moment. It regulates the production of neurotransmitters and hormones. When the etheric template correction signal passes through the central nervous system, the gut begins to speak. The gut has always been the body's first prophet, and now its prophecy is this: what you are feeding us no longer belongs here. This is why the symptoms of frequency rejection so often manifest in the digestive system first. The bloating, the sudden intolerances, the inflammation after meals that once felt completely neutral. The enteric nervous system, which contains more neurons than the entire spinal cord, is acting as the primary sensory organ for frequency compatibility. It is testing every molecular compound that enters the system against the new vibrational standard established by the etheric template correction. Anything that fails the test is ejected, vigorously, urgently, without negotiation. Your body is not betraying you. Your body is becoming more loyal to your soul than it has ever been in this lifetime. As the old dense molecular compounds are being cleared, your crystalline architecture is calling for the specific raw materials it needs to construct the next version of your physical vehicle. And these materials are found in a very specific category of biological intelligence that I will ask you to consider not as nutrition, but as light-encoded data. Living water. Not simply hydration, but structured high silica water, carrying the geometric information of natural spring and high-altitude glacial sources. This water is the primary medium through which your etheric template communicates with your cellular network. The crystalline structure of silica-rich water acts as a liquid antenna, amplifying the template correction signal and delivering it to every cell simultaneously. When you drink this water with conscious intention, with the full awareness that you are delivering light-coded information directly to your cells, the absorption rate of the template correction increases by orders of magnitude. This is the quantum biology of hydration that your medical science is only beginning to approach. Raw, living chlorophyll. The deep green intelligence of plants grown in mineral-rich soil, in direct sunlight, in the full generosity of an unmediated sky. Chlorophyll's molecular structure is nearly identical to hemoglobin, differing only in its central atom. Magnesium in chlorophyll, iron in hemoglobin. This is not coincidence. This is design. The Arcturian intelligence that seeded this planet with botanical life did so with full awareness that the ascending human body would need a molecular bridge between plant consciousness and human blood. When you consume living chlorophyll, you are receiving a frequency transmission from the plant kingdom encoded with solar intelligence, with photonic data, with the memory of thousands of years of growing toward light. Your blood recognizes this. Your hemoglobin resonates with it. Your etheric template uses it as primary building material for the new architecture of your ascending vehicle. Mineral intelligence. Not synthetic supplementation, but the living mineral compounds found in sea vegetables, in ancient clay, in raw cacao in its unprocessed state, in volcanic soil-grown root vegetables. Magnesium is the master mineral of nervous system recalibration, essential for converting the template correction signal into biochemical action. Silica builds the crystalline matrix within the cell walls themselves. Zinc governs the immune intelligence that knows, at the cellular level, what belongs and what does not. These are not supplements. They are signal carriers. They are the sacred material through which the light becomes matter. Which center resonated most? The root, the heart, or the crown? Share your resonance in the comments below. I am observing your pulse and your progress. Now, I want to guide you into a direct experience of what we have been speaking, because understanding this with the mind is one frequency. Embodying it, feeling it move through your actual energy centers, through your actual flesh and neural pathways, that is the transmission your cells will carry forward. So settle your body wherever you are. Let your spine find its natural length. Let your feet feel the surface beneath them. Let your jaw release. Let your breath move without any direction from you for just this one moment. Simply observe it. And as you observe it, notice that you are already being breathed, that something larger than your personal will is managing the most essential rhythm of your life. Trust that intelligence now. It is the same intelligence managing your ascension. Bring your awareness to the base of your spine, the root center, the first gateway. In many who are currently experiencing frequency rejection, this center is in a state of high activation, which the nervous system often interprets as anxiety, as instability, as the terrifying sense that the ground beneath you is no longer solid. I want you to understand that this is correct. The ground of the old frequency reality is no longer solid beneath you. It is dissolving, and this dissolution is not catastrophe. It is the first act of construction. The old foundation must be cleared before the crystalline platform of your new vibrational home can be laid. Visualize now a light beginning to gather at the base of your spine, deep crimson at its core. The red of molten earth, of iron-rich volcanic soil, of living blood moving through ancient vessels. But at its edges, it is shifting into something richer, a crimson threaded with gold, a red that carries within it the memory of stars. This is the Arcturian recalibration frequency entering your root center. It has a texture like warm, smooth stone, a temperature like sunlight on your bare skin on the first day of a season you have been waiting for your entire life. It is not rushing. It knows exactly what it is doing. Let it do its work. Feel it beginning to pulse. Not a random pulse, but a precise, rhythmic neural pulse, like a heartbeat that belongs to the planet itself, steady and deep and completely unafraid. With each pulse, this light is scanning the energetic debris field around your root center, the accumulated density of survival fear, of scarcity programming, of ancestral hunger memory, of all the times you contracted against what you did not yet know how to hold. And it is beginning to systematically dissolve these crystallized deposits. You may feel heat here. You may feel a tingling that moves down into your legs and into the soles of your feet. You may feel an emotional release with no clear story attached to it. Simply the sensation of something old letting go of you entirely. This is the frequency inversion process in real time. Honor it. Now allow this pulse to begin its ascent. It moves upward with the deliberate grace of something that cannot be stopped. Something that has always been moving toward this exact moment of your awareness. It arrives at the sacral center, just below your navel, governing your relationship with pleasure, with flow, with the body's ability to move gracefully through experience. The light shifts as it arrives. The crimson deepens into a luminous orange. The orange of a setting sun over open water, of ripe fruit heavy on the vine, of molten copper moving through gifted hands. And within this orange, the light begins to move in spirals, in the sacred geometry of the Fibonacci sequence, the same spiral governing galaxies and nautilus shells, and the unfurling of every new leaf reaching toward the sun. In your sacral center, what the Light Body Diet Protocol is releasing is the stored emotional residue of everything you have ever consumed to numb or suppress the natural flow of feeling. The alcohol that flattened the wave. The sugar that manufactured a flood of false dopamine in place of genuine joy. The processed foods that replaced the pleasure of